Good morning. Good morning. It is a rainy day. Ignore my hair. Can't control that today. Hello, how are you? Good morning. Today is day 11 and 12. We have a full day of court today. We will be zooming through day 11, which was yesterday, which was a half day. So just until lunchtime is when they do court on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then Wednesday, which is today, we will probably be catching up and might even catch the last bit of it like live. We'll see. But hello, my name's Lily. I am Lily, and I am the Chatty Juror, and we have the need for answers today. Hello, Ronnie. Hello, Raylene. How are you? Good morning. I hope you guys are good and ready for a busy day in court. So we have a lot to do. Hopefully we get some answers. Hopefully they, I don't know, place Karen at the scene of the crime before John was found. You know, like the hours when he was being injured. That would be cool if the prosecution could do that for the jury. I'm seeing as we are on day 11 and we don't have that information yet. We have been dragging out a bit. Still getting paid to watch the streams. I love that. That's fantastic. We've been dragging this entire prosecution's case, which is the prosecution bringing the witnesses and doing the direct. We've been dragging it, and we still have to figure out what the court is going to say about the new information, the new photos, the new data on Katie McLaughlin, who was the EMT, who allegedly has a closer relationship with Caitlin Albert. I don't know why I keep saying Alden. Albert, than she wants to say on the stand. So we have that to get into. My hair it's raining. And I just would really like some answers. I want to know what's going on. I want to know how Karen got there. I want to know how Karen did it. I want to know the things, and they're not telling me the things, and it's making me frustrated. Tell me the things. Tell me the things that she did, that she's guilty, that she did it, that it's beyond a reasonable doubt that there was no way any Albert, there was no way Colin, there was no way Tristan, there's no way anybody else had any capability of doing anything. Give me answers. I want answers. Yesterday, we did not really get that many answers. My notes. I have so many notes. Let's see. We ended on the defense going on record with their case about the new information about Katie and Caitlin. Pictures, hot tub, all the things, the dates, 2016, all that stuff. We had Brian Albert Jr. on the stand, who really didn't give us much, in my opinion, as a juror. We did have Brian Albert take the stand. He's a cop. He's a 30-year veteran cop. They are trained to lie. They are good liars. They are good truth skirters. So, that's my opinion on all of that. And then we ended with, what's her name? Caitlin Albert is on the stand. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I think we are still in cross-examination of Caitlin. But either way, I have coffee to drink. I have breakfast to eat. We have court to catch up on. So let's just jump into court. Let's just go. All right. Court is starting. So this is Tuesday court from yesterday. And they are going to chat about the court's decision about all the Caitlin Albert, Katie McLaughlin stuffs.
McLaughlin for the Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. So, Mr. Unetti, I just wanted to tell you that after reviewing my notes of the testimony of Katie McLaughlin. My view hasn't changed, but I will give you a little bit of leeway with this witness.
Okay, I would like to define the parameters if I can, Your Honor, so that we,
All right, the jurors are on their way over. I don't think you need to define the parameters. When there are objections, they'll either be sustained or overruled. Okay.
Your Honor, there's one other thing that we need to put on the.
All right, nobody told me that. All right, why don't you come up here at sidebar and we'll do this.
What did he say?
Told me that. Okay. I don't think you need to define the parameters. When there are objections, they'll either be sustained or overruled. Okay.
Your Honor, there's one other thing that we need to put on the.
All right, nobody told me that.
Oh,
All right,
they
why don't you
needed
come
another
here at
thing.
sidebar and we'll do this.
There was another thing that no one said anything about. So interesting. All right. Let's boot, Scoo, and Boogie. This was yesterday, so we won't take the same sort of breakage.
I do have, did not expect to have you come in and have us not be ready, but I do appreciate your patience with us. I do have those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no. All right, can we bring Ms. Albert back in, please?
Just always swear the evidence given in court during the case I'm hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Thank you. You take a seat.
Thank you.
Chatty Juror?
Sure.
Good morning, Ms. Albert.
Good morning.
Ms. Albert, I'd like to go back to a discussion of Katie McLaughlin.
Okay.
Yesterday, I asked you a 4-word question, and that question was, who is Katie McLaughlin? Do you recall that question?
I do.
You would agree with me that your response was not, she's a firefighter.
I wonder if it's
Your
topic of
response was
conversation you were
not,
dinner at the Albert.
she's a
Oh, of course
Correct.
it is.
Your
Oh,
response
of course.
was not,
Of course.
I've known her for years.
I'm
Well, I
going to
sort of
say
alluded to that when I said that I've known her since high school.
Right.
100%.
Your response was that
We
she
are
was
still
somebody
in
that you knew in high
cross-examination
school,
of
correct?
Caitlin.
I said that I went to high school with her and she's my same age. We graduated the same year.
Right,
Yes.
so you referenced high school, correct?
Yes.
All right. You would agree with me that you've seen her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
You have hung out in the same group with her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
And you graduated high school in 2014.
Yes.
It is now 2024.
Yes.
Your contact with Katie McLaughlin has been fairly consistent over the years in that it continued at least until 2021, correct?
I would agree with that, although it was far and few between. But
Is that
throughout the
because-
years, yes.
Do you say that because the photographs are far and few between?
Objection.
Sustained.
You would agree with me that there was not a 3-year period prior to January 29th of 2022 where you didn't see Katie McLaughlin at all, correct?
A 3-year period?
Right.
I can't say 100% yes to that, but I wouldn't be surprised if I had seen her at some point in time over the past couple of years and before John O'Keefe's passing. Yeah.
Seen her a couple of times, does that mean that maybe you bumped into her and said hello?
It would mean that we would be in the same place at the same time, not something that I reached out and invited her to in any way, shape, or form. But, you know, again, we have mutual friends. So I would not be surprised if I went somewhere and she happened to be there as well.
Okay.
He
And
needs to not fight the
it would
fact
have
that
been
they
a
are
surprise
friends.
to you
She
that
needs to not
showed
fight
up
it.
at whatever
It does not look good.
place you were at in those 3 years
Oh.
after testimony?
No, it would not have been a surprise to
You
me.
would have known in advance that Katie McLaughlin was going to be at the same place that you were in advance.
Not necessarily, but
Ever in those 3 years?
Objection.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that only 8 months before January 29th of 2022, you and Katie McLaughlin were at a baby shower together?
Objection.
Do you know that? Yes. Go ahead and answer. Yes, we did.
You were. Whose baby shower was it?
It was a mutual friend of ours.
What's her name?
Her name's Alyssa.
And how many people were at that baby shower?
I can't say for sure. I mean, it was Alyssa's family
All right.
and a bunch of friends. I can't put a number on it.
The friends all gathered together and took a photo together with the woman having the baby shower, correct?
Objection.
Was there a photo taken?
I believe so.
You were in that photo,
Okay,
correct?
I'm
Yes.
Who
liking
was
how
standing next to you?
answering.
I don't
Is it
have it in front of
clearer?
me.
Okay, if you saw the photo, would that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm liking how she's answering. I'm really liking this. She's not
showing you that as
defensive.
the-
Just show us.
Sorry, I'm just going to identify it as S for identification for the record, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked S. Could you take a look at that and look up at me when you're done? May I approach?
Yes.
I am liking how she's answering.
Having reviewed that photograph, Ms. Albert, who is standing next to you?
One of my friends is on the left of me and Katie McLaughlin is on the right of me.
She's right next to you in that photo, correct?
Yes, she is.
That was in June of 2021, correct?
Yes.
So if somebody testified that you hadn't seen each other in 3 years prior to January 29th of 2022, that would be wrong, right?
Objection.
And
He's trying to
with
get stuff in.
regard to
He's
the contact that
trying to
you
impeach
had with her
Katie
in terms of
McLaughlin
group
with
events,
Caitlin's
you
testimony,
would agree with
meaning
me that
prove to
it
the jury
wasn't
that
just
she lied.
day trips that you took with her, correct?
Correct.
You've also gone on road trips
This is
with her,
very
correct?
good. A great way to
I've
start the day.
Gone away on trips that she was with. I didn't drive with her or go with her or invite her, but she has been there. Yeah.
Okay, and what road trips have you taken overnight where you and Katie McLaughlin have been together since high school?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's fair.
You've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, have you not?
Objection.
So we need a time frame, Mr. Yannetti, not just
Yeah,
10
Sure.
years ago.
Since high school, you've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
Oh, did you go to Maine with her?
I did. And the year would have been like 2015 or 2016.
If I suggested it was July of 2016, would that make sense?
That would sound about right. Yeah.
And
I like how
while
she-
you were in Maine,
Katie looked
there
good.
were 7
Makes
of you in a
Caitlin
hot tub
look
together,
really
correct?
good right now.
Objection.
Sustained.
She's
You
almost
were in a
like
hot tub with
she's
Katie
laughing at
McLaughlin in
like,
Maine, correct?
yeah, like because she
Sustained.
doesn't
Let me approach you,
understand
Ron.
Yes.
why he's having this tone. Okay, great. She's not fully grasping why he's talking to her like this. She said, yes, we are not like she was a lot more clear in her friendship with Katie McLaughlin than Katie was with Caitlin, with the friendship with Caitlin when she was on the stand. I want to pause it just in case they come back fast. This is really, really good. She doesn't understand because she shouldn't have watched Katie McLaughlin's testimony. She should not have watched it. I hope that she didn't. So if she didn't, she's not fully understanding why he's coming at her like this. And it's not making him look good, and it's making her look good. So it's making this defense attorney look so bad right now. And the jury is enamored. I am the jury. Good morning. Hello. We just finished our coffee, sitting down, and now we're getting this explosive, defensive, offensive, he is claiming in his questions that she is a liar. And she's like, I didn't lie. You didn't really ask me any questions to define the relationship that me and Katie have. So do you have, like, I told you, like, we went to school together. We've known each other, like, I'm not buddies with her, but like, I'm not mean to her. Like, I don't hate her. So he's going at her with such intensity. And she's just like, okay, well, just ask me some questions and I'll tell you. Like, I'm not here to lie. I believe that she did not have anything to do with this crime. I believe that she has no idea where Colin went when he left the house or if he left the house. I believe that she's probably stuck in the middle of all of this bullshit, right? Because she's the daughter of the cop. She's the daughter of the guy. She's the oldest kid of Brian Albert. So she's pulled into all the crap. And she's like, I don't even live in that town. I don't live in this town. I haven't seen her in this many years, but like, I don't hate her. She's answering the questions with a smile. Did you see the smile on her face? That was legitimate. Like, I'm confused and like, I have to laugh this off because I don't really know how I'm supposed to take your energy right now. So it's making her look very good to me, at least. And if I was a jury, I'd be like, okay, so what's happening? Like, why are you going so hard on her? She's just sitting there, dude. She's just a small girl. No, she's just sitting there. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's crazy. That's crazy. She's looking at this makes her look really good. He's the he's going on attack so fast. He's going on attack. And he means this energy for the prosecution, not for the witness. He means this energy for Katie McLaughlin, not Caitlin. He means this energy for everyone else but her, essentially. He needs to
You
take a
mentioned
breath.
that you'd been to Maine with Katie McLaughlin in 2016. Where was it in Maine?
I'm not sure the exact town.
Right. Probably 4 hours away.
I'm not sure how long it took to get up there.
It wasn't 10 minutes away.
No,
And it wasn't a half hour.
no,
I don't like it.
was more than 2
It's
hours.
turning me
correct?
off.
maybe.
And you
Mr.
drove,
Yannetti.
correct?
I think that's how he says
Yes.
his
How
name.
many days did you
It's
spend in
turning me
Maine?
off.
I'm not sure, maybe two.
So you were up in Maine over a weekend?
Yep.
With Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Yes, as well as a bunch of other friends.
Oh, of course. But the answer to my question is, you were with Katie McLaughlin,
The
correct?
judge isn't feeling it.
Sustained.
The judge isn't
How many
feeling
times
it.
have the
It's
two of you
also-
been to the
saw her.
beach together since high school?
She's not.
Do you know? If you can answer that, go ahead and answer.
I know that we have been to a beach together, but I don't know how many times. I could guess.
Don't guess.
Okay.
Next question, Mr.
You
Yannetti.
said a beach. Does that mean that the two of you only go to one particular beach?
No,
No, you've gone to multiple beaches with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
not that I can remember. I can't remember how many times. I have one memory, but I can't say for sure how many times I've been to a beach with Katie McLaughlin.
If I showed
This
you a
energy
photograph
is
of the
not
two of you on
her.
a beach together
It's
in
for
bikinis, would that
Katie.
refresh your memory?
Objection.
Mr. Yannetti, you can show her a photograph.
Thank you. Find your quote.
Yes.
I hope you guys have snacks. I picked up.
Again, I'm
Mini
showing S for
Starburst.
identification, one particular photo.
I'm
in
so
S.
excited. to
You
have
take a
this
look at that
later
and look up
today.
at me when you're done. Does that
Mini
refresh your memory?
Starburst?
Yep.
You just pop them in. I'm so excited.
That particular photo that I showed you from
But
S
yeah.
for identification, what,
I hope
what
you have
beach was
snacks.
that?
I hope you have water.
I don't know
Are
the
you
name of the
staying
beach.
hydrated?
Where was it?
I believe somewhere in the Cape.
When we're listening, I gotta
And
do some.
Katie McLaughlin is in that photo, correct?
Yes, along with a bunch of other friends.
Of course, there are other friends, but you,
Mr. Yannetti, please no more, of course.
of course, you're on. With regard to that photo, once again, you are right next to Katie McLaughlin. Were you not right in back of her?
She's in front of me, yes. And the mutual friends that I already said that we have are also in the photo.
Of course. Let me ask you this.
Oh my
So,
God.
jurors, I'm going to strike that, of course.
Has
I need to stop. I really need to go pee. We have to go back. Who left? Who left?
that particular photo that I showed you from S for identification, what beach was that?
I don't know the name of the beach.
Where was it?
I believe somewhere in the Cape.
And Katie McLaughlin is in that photo, correct?
Yes, along with a bunch of other friends.
Of course, there are other friends, but you,
Mr. Yannetti, please no more, of course.
of course, you're on. With regard
It was
to
the
that
judge.
photo,
It was the judge who left. No way. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. She cackled into that microphone. I didn't know who laughed because I had to step away. I have to just fix a couple of things and go pee so bad. Oh my God. Immediately. No more mystery. Because no comments. Just ask the question. You don't need to respond to her answer. Just ask another question. It does not look good. You are not having a conversation. You are having a question and answer. This is a Q&A. This is a Q&A. Do not respond. Do not respond to her answer. Stop it. You look dumb. Oh my God. That was incredible. Can we just watch it one more time? I'm so sorry. But
and Katie McLaughlin is in that photo, correct?
Yes, along with a bunch of other friends.
Of course, there are other friends, but you,
Mr. Yannetti, please no more, of course.
of course, you're on. With regard to that photo, once again, you are right next to Katie McLaughlin. Were you not right in back of her?
She's in front of me, yes. And the mutual friends that I already said that we have are also in the photo.
Of course. Let me ask you this. Has anybody in
So,
this,
jurors, I'm going to strike that, of course.
has anybody in this courtroom today asked you about the other mutual friends who were there?
I can't.
Did I ask you today whether there were other mutual friends in that photo?
Objection.
Sustained.
You added that to your answer, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes.
Who are your college roommates?
I,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Who were your college roommates?
Yeah, sustained.
How many college roommates did you have?
They're
Objection.
so
Sustained.
freaking good. They're so good. I love them so much.
Fair to say that Katie McLaughlin has been with you and your college roommates.
yes,
When was that?
2015, 2016.
And there were 2 college roommates that you and Katie McLaughlin were with, correct?
I had multiple college roommates at that time, and 2 of them were the mutual friend that Katie and I share.
And in fact, there was an occasion where you were in a kitchen with your 2 college roommates and 1 other person, correct?
Objection.
Need a time frame or something, Ms. Giannetti?
Or that was around 2016, was it not?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. And do you recall which college roommates they were?
Objection.
Sustained.
And someone took a photo of you, your 2 college roommates, and 1 other person, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
In 2016.
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
What a burst of a morning. What a burst of a morning. I can't even believe what is happening right now. Why is it so dark in here? I feel like I'm really dark. Am I like dark? Wow. I'm shocked. I am shocked and I am appalled. The decorum is sort of fleeing from the room. The judge laughing, I think, is great. She was immediately able to recognize just how ridiculous it was to ask him to stop saying of course, because that is the main word in his vocabulary. It is his way, and probably has been his way, of getting around not commenting after a witness's answer to his question. But you really don't comment. One, the jury, I'm annoyed. It's very much when people are like, every other word you say, it can get annoying to certain folks. Some people, they don't hear it, they don't mind it, they don't care. Some people get really, really annoyed with stuff like that. So it's very important to watch your words as a lawyer, especially during a trial, especially when you're not supposed to respond after someone's answer. Just ask another question. Just ask another. Let the jury conclude. Let the jury conclude. Let the jury respond to the answer in their head, in their notes. Let the jury do that. That's their job. All you need to do is ask the questions. But also watch your tone. I think he really should have eased up after that first break, especially after the judge said, I'm going to strike, of course. Please, no more, of course. He should have eased up his tone. He should have taken a step back, taken a breath, slowed down a little bit. Yes, I have it at 1.25 speed, but slow down a little bit. Let the jury breathe. Give them, we started off really high. We started off really, really high. Let the jury breathe. Come back down, and then if you want to ramp it back up again, do that.
All right, Coach.
Yes.
And don't let the jury breathe just because you're approaching the bench.
I
think they need more
identification, ma'am. Look up.
ebb and flow.
Look at that and look up at me when you're done. Who's in that photo?
Myself, 2 of my college roommates, and Katie McLaughlin.
Okay. So Katie McLaughlin's the only one in that photo who's not one of your roommates, correct?
Yes,
And was this a situation where she just showed up unexpectedly, like all the other times? You had no idea she was going to be there?
Objection.
Ask the question differently. That it's sustained in that.
Thank you, Anna. Did you expect? By the way, whose kitchen is that?
it was the college house that I lived in.
That's your kitchen.
The house we were renting, yes.
You lived in that kitchen,
Yes,
and Katie McLaughlin's in your kitchen. correct?
yes.
Who invited Katie that day?
The 2 mutual friends that I lived with.
Certainly, you didn't invite Katie, correct?
I did not.
Because you're not close friends with her at all, correct?
I am not.
In fact, you don't really like her very much, do you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You guys were teammates on the track or cross country team back in high school, correct?
Why so sassy?
I don't recall that actually. We could have been. I'm not sure.
I mean,
Why so
Yes.
sassy? Oh my gosh. He's
once again,
so
place S
sassy
for
this morning.
identification before you, ma'am. If you look at the first page and then the second page,
I'm having a hard time. She's not coming off aggressive or defensive, and he's coming off very, very aggressive. Yes, the jury still remembers the Katie McLaughlin testimony. They do not remember the voir dire because they weren't there, so they have no memory of it. We
Yes.
do because we watched it. We were there.
having
Oh.
reviewed those 2 pages, does that
Needs to-
refresh your memory about your teammate, Katie McLaughlin?
Yes, it does.
And you certainly were teammates in high school, correct?
Yes.
I think she's exhausted. I think she's feeling like she just expelled so much energy
you would agree
listening
with
to
me
him and like
That
Fighting
relationship
with him, but
continued in terms of
she's
your
not
contact
being
with her,
defensive. I
all
think
the way
she's
up
like
through 2021,
exhaling out
correct?
of exhaustion. Like,
Yes.
I need more coffee.
Your Honor, I would offer the photos that are in S for identification as full exhibits in this trial at this point.
Objection.
The objection sustained. You should put those back up with the clerk, Mr. Unity.
Now, you testified that you knew Brian Higgins prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You knew him as a good friend of your father's, correct?
Yes.
He arrived at 34 Fairview Road, your parents' home, on January 29th of 2022 after you got there, correct?
Again, yes, because me and my parents were the first ones inside from what I remember.
Did you see what Brian Higgins drove to get there?
I did not.
You did not see where he parked his vehicle.
I did not.
At some point, you saw him inside the home, correct?
Yes.
And he made it into the kitchen and dining room area where you were, correct?
Yes.
You agree that at some point, Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, left that area to go to another room, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say there was at least some portion of the night when Brian Higgins and your father were out of your field of vision, correct?
I don't agree with that because the room that I had seen them go into has an open doorway and you can see right into the family room that they were in. So I could actually see them in there.
Gotcha. How long were you there when Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, were there?
Inside the family room?
I'm talking from that whole night. When you're at 34 Fairview,
Mhm.
how much time lapsed between the time you first saw Brian Higgins and Brian Higgins left the residence?
I can't say for sure. If I had to estimate, I'd say an hour and a half.
Okay. And so your testimony before this jury is for that full hour and a half, there was no time when Brian Higgins and your father, Brian Albert, were out of your field of vision.
Not that I can remember.
Now, earlier that evening on Friday, January 28th, you made plans to go out with your mom, Nicole Albert, your aunt, Julie Albert, and your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
From the beginning of that night, the plan was for Tristan to go home early, correct?
Yes.
And that was because he had to get up early to plow or shovel, correct?
Yes.
He had to get up really early, correct?
Yes.
The plan was for him to shovel or plow at 3 a.m.?
He was, from what I recall, he was on standby for like 3. It could have been any time after that.
Oh, I see. So it could have been that he had to get up at 3 or maybe a little bit later, correct?
Yes.
And it was for that reason that when he was at the waterfall with you, he only had a couple of drinks, correct?
From what I remember, yes.
And from the beginning of the night, you knew that it was going to be iffy as to whether he would be able to get much sleep at all, correct?
It wasn't really something we discussed.
Well, the reason he was going home early and only having a couple of drinks was to see if he could catch some sleep before what would be a very difficult work morning, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that in order for him to get any sleep, he couldn't stay at the waterfall very long, correct?
Yes.
And that's why he left early.
Yes, he went home to rest. We didn't speak about whether or not he would be sleeping.
It wouldn't shock you if he tried to go to sleep.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
You stayed believing that Tristan was going to try and rest and sleep, correct?
Yes.
And the plan when he left you was that you wouldn't see him again until after he was done with his plowing that morning, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay. So is it your testimony that the plan from the beginning was that Tristan was going to drive from Canton to Easton and get some rest, and then drive from Easton to Canton to pick you up so that he could take you back from Canton to Easton. That was the plan?
It may not have been set in stone, but it was definitely spoken about, and then that's what ended up happening. Yes.
Have you ever told anyone that before, Ms. Albert,
If
that the
you're-
plan from the start of the night was that Tristan was going to make 4 trips total from Canton to Easton?
Was that a
Easton to
sneeze?
Canton to Easton? Have you ever told anyone that before?
I don't remember if I mentioned that to anybody.
That was the first time you've ever said that, just now before this jury. Would you agree with that?
I believe so.
But
Almost
also,
2.5 years after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you decided
What?
at 1:45 in the morning that it was important for you to get home?
is he trying to build
At
doubt
1:45, around
with
that time
her?
is when
Like with
Tristan picked me up.
her and
A little bit
Tristan?
after that, but
Tristan,
I didn't want to
fine.
get snowed in at my parents' house.
It was important for you to leave 34 Fairview, correct?
Tristan is her boyfriend.
I wouldn't say important, but it was something that I wanted to do.
It was
Yes.
important enough for you to leave, correct?
Yes.
And you made the decision to have Tristan drive from Easton to Canton to pick you up, correct?
Yes.
How far is it from Easton to Canton?
From our apartment in Easton to 34 Fairview Road is about 18, 19 minutes.
Okay, and that's
That's
when
not
there's
bad.
not a snowstorm outside, correct?
Correct.
Of course, in a
That's not
major
bad.
snowstorm, you certainly can't drive as carefree as you can when you're driving in good road conditions, correct?
Right.
At
And
5 minutes.
Your boyfriend was making that trip multiple times that night, correct?
Yes.
When Tristan picked you up at
These jurors
1:45
are from
a.m.,
a similar
Did you bring
area, right
Chloe
near
out of the house
Canton.
with you
They're in
to take to
Dedham.
your apartment?
No.
They're
Okay.
used to driving a farther,
On January 29th,
further distance
2022,
than
You were
like a
there
city
at your
dweller.
parents' house from around midnight until about 1:45?
About a little bit after 1:45. Yes.
Okay, and during that span of time, almost 2 hours, you never saw anyone pull up outside, correct?
I personally did not.
No. And you personally did not look out the window either, correct?
No, I did not.
And you personally never heard anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
That is correct.
Right. You never heard any yelling, correct?
That is correct.
No screaming,
Correct.
nothing smashing into anything else,
Correct.
no revving of tires,
Correct.
no noises outside,
Correct.
nothing attracted your attention.
Correct.
You never saw any vehicle backup lights.
Correct.
You never saw any red lights outside.
Correct.
You heard zero evidence of anything that would lead you to conclude that there had been some type of car accident outside.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
You didn't hear a car accident.
Objection.
Ask it differently.
When you left 34 Fairview at 1:45, which door did you use?
I think I walked out the front door.
And the front door, can I have exhibit 66, Mr. Bates? With the court's permission, may that be displayed? Do you recognize exhibit 66?
That was a
as being the
fantastic line of
depiction your
answer.
house?
from Caitlin,
Yes.
in my opinion.
The front door to your home, there are actually
I didn't
two
hear.
of them, correct?
See,
Yes.
And when,
Think-
but when you say the
Anything.
front door, you're referring to the door
Go
that's
left.
lit up in that photo?
Yes.
great line of answers.
Take that off the screen.
Questioning was pretty much
I'd like to ask you some
useless
questions
to
about
me.
what you saw or didn't see within the first couple of seconds while you were stepping outside. Coming out the front door of your house, you would agree with me that your parents' front lawn is directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
By that time, snow had started to accumulate at 1:45 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
I did not.
As you stepped out of the house, did you see a black sneaker?
I did not.
Did you see 45 pieces of red taillight plastic?
I did not.
No. Did you see one piece of red taillight plastic?
I did not.
Did you see a 6'2" man on your parents' front lawn in front of you?
Objection.
Did you? I did not.
You saw nothing unusual on that front lawn of your parents' home, did you?
I did not.
Now, Tristan had parked in the driveway, correct?
I believe so.
When I say Tristan, I'm referring to Tristan Morris, who was your boyfriend, right?
Yes.
As you face the house, that driveway is to the right, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming out of the house, the driveway is to the left, which makes sense, right?
Yes.
Where in the driveway was Tristan Morris parked?
Don't remember if he was on the left. My guess would be the left side of the driveway because that would have been closest to me walking out of the house. But I can't say for sure exactly where he was parked in the driveway.
In any case, you walked to his vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And actually, when I say his vehicle, it was actually your vehicle, right?
Correct.
That was the Jeep that you had at that time?
Yes,
And as you were walking to that vehicle, you would agree with me there were no obstructions between you and your parents' front lawn, correct?
correct.
And as you were walking to that vehicle, again, no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red taillight, and no 6'2" man did you see on your parents' front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there were no, strike that. After you got into the vehicle, you got into the passenger's side
Yes,
because you had been drinking that night, correct?
yes,
And it wouldn't have made sense for you to drive home to Easton, correct?
correct.
So Tristan Morris backed.
No one should have been
his
driving.
Aurora
Everyone
Jeep
was
out of the
drinking.
driveway, correct?
Yes,
And the tail end of that Jeep, when he backed out, would have gone toward Cedar Crest, correct?
correct.
Which would mean that the car was now facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Yes,
And that would mean that your Jeep, being driven by Tristan, would have driven directly by your parents' full property line, correct?
correct.
And you were on the passenger's side of the car, correct?
Correct.
The passenger's side was closest to your parents' front lawn as you were driving away, correct?
Yes,
And you drove past the front lawn, correct?
yes,
You drove past the flagpole, correct?
yes,
And in all that time from when Tristan Morris pulled out of the driveway and drove right by your parents' front lawn, you never saw anything of the things that I previously asked you about, correct?
I did not, but I also was not looking.
You saw no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red plastic, and no 6'2" man, correct?
Correct, but I also was not looking out my window.
Okay, let me ask you this. Did anybody in this courtroom ask you if you were looking out your window?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That was an answer to a question that nobody asked you, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, at this point, you would
Oh,
agree
he's
with me
getting
that you've
hot.
essentially
He's
circled your
hot.
parents' front lawn, right?
Yes,
Yeah, you came out the front door and were facing the front lawn, correct?
correct,
Then you're walking to the left, which means that the front lawn is to your right, correct?
correct,
Then you're backing up out of the driveway, which means the front lawn is still to your left, correct?
correct.
And when Tristan pulls the car such that
Ow.
when Tristan Morris pulls the car such that the car is now
Siren,
operating
man.
parallel to your front lawn, now the front lawn's to your right, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all of that time that you were circling that front lawn, you never saw anybody or anything out of the ordinary on that lawn, correct?
I did not.
And you also didn't see any tire tracks in the snow, did you?
Not that I can remember.
Another moment.
Yes.
Whose tire tracks were they? Because Brian Albert Jr. saw tire tracks. He said he saw tire
Okay.
tracks.
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Turn your attention back to yesterday, you were asking questions about Courtney Proctor, is that right?
Yes.
And you were asked about whether or not you met her kids, and you said once. Can you explain that?
From what I can remember, I forget exactly where I was, but my aunt Julie Albert had pulled up in her car, and I was talking to her, and she had the 2 kids in her back seat. I think she may have been babysitting them. I didn't ask for specifics, but she rolled down the back window, and that's when I met the 2 kids, and that was it.
Well, how many years ago was that?
I can't say for sure, but definitely like 2 or 3 years ago, maybe.
The one time while they were in the backseat of a car for a couple minutes years ago.
Yes.
Did you ever met Michael Proctor prior to the day that he came in, or that he conducted an interview with you?
Never.
Now, as you were walking into the house, your testimony is that you saw Colin Albert walking out of the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Without getting too much into it, as far as photographs of you on a high school track team, that would have been sometime prior to your graduation in 2014, correct?
Yes.
About how many people were on your track team?
Over 30, maybe. About 30.
Now, when you were at the house at 54 Fairview Road on the early morning of the 29th, your father, Ryan Albert, and Brian Higgins were out of the room, being the kitchen and the dining area for some period of time, correct?
Correct.
And about how long period of time were we talking?
Minutes. I would say at most, maybe like 5 minutes. At most.
Now, you were shown a drawing, essentially, in Exhibit 66 of your parents' house at 34 Fairview Road, up on the screen just now.
Yes.
Have you ever seen that before?
Wow. I'm still like,
That exact photo, I don't believe so.
In
Do you know
shock
whether or not that was in the
of
photo,
that
or would you describe that
cross-examination.
was some sort of drawing or rendering of the house?
Yeah, I can't say for sure where that came from or what it is. I don't believe I've seen it before. Could you rephrase the question? Sorry.
No, that's fine. My other question is, did you happen to notice in that particular drawing that there were lights on near the front door and lights on near the garage? Do you recall
I
that?
think
I
she
did
did a
notice,
great
I guess.
job.
Do you recall whether or not those
handling
lights were
him.
on, or those lights even exist at the time that you were exiting the house on January 28th?
I don't recall. Yeah, I can't say for sure if those lights were on.
Now, you were asking questions about exiting the house and coming over to Tristan's car, getting in, your car that Tristan was driving, and then backing out of the driveway and driving away. At any point in time, did you look over to the unlit area on the left side of your parents' property near the flagpole?
Objection.
Form the question differently, Mr. Manning.
When you walked out the front door, where was your attention directed?
When I walked out the front door, I recall somewhat looking down, trying to make sure I didn't slip. The ground was completely covered with snow at that point.
She said
And
that
then my
yesterday.
direction was towards Tristan's car, so to the left. Then once I got in the car, I was turned again to the left, speaking with him for the majority of the first couple minutes of our car ride back home to Easton.
Now, so when you exit the door, you come onto the brick steps, correct?
Yes,
Brick steps are covered in snow at that point.
yes.
Do you recall what you were wearing on your feet? Were they high heels, flats?
I think I had high heel like boots on, something of that nature.
You're walking down the brick steps that are covered in snow in high heel boots, correct?
Yes,
And then you're walking over to your car and getting in the passenger side, correct?
yes.
And at any point in time, at any point in time in any of the sequence, did you have any reason to look over to the front yard area of your parents' home in the area of the platform?
I did not.
And then you get in the car and you're driving away and you're talking to Tristan, is that correct?
Yes,
And so Tristan is driving, you're in the passenger seat, is that correct?
yes,
So you're looking at him but away from the front lawn as you're driving away, correct?
yes.
Nothing further.
Very briefly, Judge.
Okay.
Maybe you just testified that the one time that you saw Courtney Proctor's kids, they were with your aunt Julie Albert, correct?
Yes,
And you just testified that that was about 2 or 3 years ago, correct?
that was an estimate. I can't say for sure, but yes.
It wasn't 10 years ago.
No.
2 or 3 years ago, so right now it's May 14th of 2024. 2 years ago would be May 14th of 2022.
Yes,
3 years ago would have been May 14th of 2029, correct?
correct.
Nothing further.
Okay, you are all set, Ms. Albert.
Thank you.
Mr. Lally, who is your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, call Mr. Tristan Morris to the stand.
Her boyfriend. Wow. I'm still recovering from that cross this morning. I am still recovering. Tristan Morris. All right. Caitlin's boyfriend. And I believe she currently lives with him. Was her boyfriend during January 2022 as well.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, whenever you are ready, Mr. Lally. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Tristan Morris, Morris.
And Mr. Morris, where do you live?
Easton,
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
Caitlin Albert.
And what is the nature of your relationship with Caitlin?
She's my girlfriend.
And how long have the two of you been together?
Roughly 8 years.
And with respect, well, let me ask you this.
Hey.
Do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a union pipe fitter.
And
A union a
how
union
long have you been
man.
doing that?
6 years.
You guys seen those TikToks?
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th,
So funny.
2022, into the following early morning of the 29th. Do you recall that day?
Early morning of the 29th?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
And on that particular Friday, what, if any, plans did you have yourself and your girlfriend Caitlin out?
For me, it was just an ordinary day. I went out and I met them for a drink.
And about
You
what
got
time?
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice.
Okay.
You indicated you went and met them. Who was them?
Microphone inside.
My
here.
girlfriend Caitlin, and that's all I remember.
And do you recall where
The
where was it?
mumbler.
Waterfall Bar and Grill.
That's somewhere that you and Caitlin had been to before?
Yes, multiple times.
And do you have any idea what time that was on the 28th?
I don't recall.
And do you recall who, if anyone else, was there in addition to yourself and your girlfriend Caitlin?
No, I do not.
Do you recall whether or not either of her parents were there?
I don't remember.
You're familiar with her parents, though? Is that fair to say?
Yes, I am.
You're familiar with her family, correct?
Yes, I am.
You don't.
And if you recall, about how long was it that you were at the waterfall there?
I couldn't estimate, but it wasn't that long.
And wasn't that long? Why? What was it that caused you to leave that night?
Later that night, I had to go plow. I was supposed to wake up pretty early.
And as far as plowing, is that something that you do sort of on the side on a fairly regular basis? Or?
Yes. When I can do it, I do it. It's extra money.
And how is it that, what if any relationships you have with the company that you're doing sort of plowing show up for?
It's my landlord's company.
And is that, when you say plowing, is that sort of residences, businesses, or something else?
All of those. Residence, houses, anything. Businesses, could be any of them.
So it could be a commercial parking lot, could be a condo, could be a business park, any of those things?
Correct.
Good leading,
And,
but
about
sure.
what time was it, if you know, that you were supposed to sort of be ready or on call to go out?
So we were waiting for the snow. I just had to be on call for 3 to 4 in the morning, just have my phone on standby and be ready to go. Just how it always is.
And so when you left, or when you went to the waterfall in Canton, at that time, was it snowing?
I don't believe so.
And when you left the waterfall to go home, why did you went home to rest? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I needed to sleep. Yes.
And when you left the waterfall to go home to Easton to get some rest or to get some sleep, was it snowing at that point?
I don't remember.
And at some point prior to you going out and either plowing or shoveling early that morning, who, if anyone,
I'm
was
getting the
contacted?
vibe that someone said,
Can you repeat the question,
If-
please?
if
After you went home
you
to rest or
just
get
don't
some sleep,
even,
well, first
like,
of all, were you able to get any sleep?
want to
Barely.
try to remember, like, I'm getting the
And
vibe
while you were
someone said,
home in
I don't
Easton, who, if
remember,
anyone was reaching out to
is
Yes, my girlfriend.
And
like,
so your girlfriend,
get you
Caitlin, was
through.
it calling,
you
texting?
know?
How was she reaching out to you?
I'm like, oh, well, if you don't remember, you
believe
can always
both.
say, I don't remember. That's okay.
And about
And
what
then he's
point
just
in
like,
the evening
all right,
did you
then I'm not
start
going to remember.
get
I'm not gonna-
calls or texts from her?
I don't
I'm
remember.
not going to remember anything.
And
I'm
at
done
some point,
remembering.
based on those calls and texts, what, if anything, did you do?
Can you elaborate?
At some point, did you leave Easton and go back to camp?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any recollection of when that was over the course of the evening or the early morning?
No, I don't
These
remember a time.
lawyers need to ask better
And in relation
questions.
to when you got, let me ask you this, as far as the
Because
calls and
boy,
texts
are
you
they
received
they
from your
confuse
girlfriend, Caitlin,
themselves.
was that something, was that one or two, or were they repetitive?
There was a couple different texts. Yeah.
And over the course of about how long period of time? Was it all within a couple minutes or half hour, hours? If you,
I don't recall.
and after receiving those, you went to somewhere in Canton,
It's
correct?
fair.
Yes.
If you don't
Where-
remember, you don't
34
remember. And I
Fairview
don't
Road.
want you to lie. I don't
You
want you to
familiar with that
guess. I don't
address?
want you to
Yes,
make a
I am.
number up.
And familiar with it because at some point during the time that Caitlin were dating before you moved in together, she lived there, correct?
Correct.
And
But it doesn't look
about
good
how
when
long a
like the
drive
majority
is
of your
that
answers
from
are I
where you
don't
live in Easton
remember
to 34th
to the
Fairview?
jury, which we are. We are
21
the
to
jury.
25 minutes, I would say.
We're a jury, not the
And
jury.
do you recall what vehicle you were driving on that occasion?
I do. I was driving a white Jeep Cherokee.
And whose white Jeep Cherokee is that?
Caitlin's.
And did you have a vehicle at that time?
I did.
What kind of vehicle did you have?
I believe it was a Ford Fusion.
Fairly older Ford Fusion.
2012. Yes.
And so why was it that you took the girlfriend Jeep Cherokee versus your older Ford Fusion?
I don't know
It
if
drives
you ever
way better in
tried
the snow.
plowing with a
And
Ford
so when you
Fusion
left your apartment
or driving in
Easton
the
to
snow
drive
with
to
a Ford
34th Fairview in
Fusion
Canton, was it snowing at that point?
from
It was.
2012.
Hold on one second. Ms. Giannetti, can you? Thank you. Go ahead.
So when you were, was it snowing at that point? Your apartment in
Oh,
Easton to
dear.
drive to 34th Fairview in Canton, was it snowing at that point?
It was.
Can you recall?
Hold on one second. Ms. Giannetti, can you? Thank you. Go ahead.
So I'm sorry. So when you were
Was
driving from
that the
Easton to
defense's
Canton, it was
phone
snowing, do you
going
recall
off?
how much snow had come down at that point?
I don't recall.
Ooh, not
And
good luck.
what, if
That
anything,
sounds
do
off.
you recall about sort of the snow?
They
that was
might have
on the
been
ground in
talking a
relation
little
to how
too
you
loud,
drove
too.
from Easton to Canton?
I was very cautious. I was 10 and 2 the whole time.
And when you arrived at 34th Fairview, where did you park?
I don't remember.
I was
you recall
very
where you
cautious.
parked on
I
the
was
street or the
10 and 2
driveway
the
or-
whole time.
No, I don't know.
No,
And when you
he's been
arrived,
sweet.
what, if anything, did you communicate to Caitlin?
I just told her I was here.
Was that through text or call? If you know?
Text, it would be.
You pull up at some point, park somewhere, text her your correct?
Yes.
And at some point, she comes out of the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever get out of the car or go up to the house or go inside the house or anything like that?
No, I did not.
And how much time was it between the time that you texted her that she was here to the time that she came out?
I don't remember.
Was it a long time or anything like that?
No, it wasn't.
Sorry.
And when she comes out,
It's just
do you recall sort of where within the front of the house she came out?
No, I don't remember.
You're familiar with 34 Fairview, though, correct?
I am.
There's a couple different doors on the front of the house, is that correct?
That's correct.
But you don't
I
recall
remember.
specifically which door she came
I
out of?
wasn't paying
No, I did not.
attention. I don't know
And,
what's going
when she
on.
came out, she came over to the car, correct?
Correct.
She gets in,
Ah.
which part of the car did she get in?
Passenger.
Front seat passenger?
Front seat passenger.
And at some point, you're leaving from 34 Fairview and you're going back to East, correct?
Correct.
Was there any sort of delay or any sort of long period of time that you were in the car in front of the house after Caitlin gets in the car?
No.
So essentially, she gets in and you pull away.
Correct.
And when you pull away from the house, where do you recall which direction you went into to go back to East?
I went up Fairview Road.
And so up Fairview Road would be sort of heading towards Chaps, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as you're going by the house, which side of the vehicle would the house? The driver's side of the vehicle or the passenger side?
Can you repeat that?
As you're going by the property at 34 Fairview Road,
Yeah.
which side of the Jeep that you were driving was facing 34 Fairview Road? Was
The
it
left.
your side or her side?
My side would be facing the street. If I'm coming down, my side would be facing the left side.
And what I'm asking is when you're driving away.
Away, yes, the passenger side would be facing her house.
And as you were coming there, would it be the driver's side or your side that was facing the house? If you recall which way you came.
I
Wow.
don't recall.
He's like, I don't
But as you're
remember
leaving the
how.
house, Caitlin's side or the passenger side will be facing the house, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the snow that's coming down as you're driving
Ask
away,
me
what if anything
questions.
did you have to do with regard, or what if anything did you do with regard to the vehicle? Did you turn anything on or anything as you were driving?
No, I did not.
So did you have a defroster on?
Yes.
Did you have windshield wipers on?
Correct.
So the snow was coming down at least at a pace that you had the windshield wipers on, correct?
Yes.
And during that drive, specifically on Fairview Road, but at any points during your drive to Fairview and from Fairview, do you recall anything as far as how the roads were, were they treated? Did you see plows out, anything like that?
I don't recall.
He wasn't paying
I have one
attention.
moment.
Yes.
He's pooped. He had to deal with her family for a little bit.
Now, as far as when Caitlin gets into your car, how
Yeah,
would you
go
describe
home,
her?
lay down, get some rest, get up
Normal
in
as
the middle of
always.
the night to plow, and
Nothing
then
out of the
go to
ordinary
work the
that you
next
observed?
morning.
Absolutely not.
She gets in the car, is it fair to say you guys haven't seen each other for a couple hours and start talking?
Correct.
And so when you're talking, you're driving, she's in the passenger seat, is that correct?
Correct.
And was she facing you while you were talking to her as you're
Yes.
pulling away? Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Morning.
Trial going.
Thank you.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
You've been dating Caitlin Albert for 7 to 8 years now.
Correct.
The two of you now live together.
Correct.
Are you still living in Easton?
Yes.
How long have you lived together for?
3 years.
When you first met her, where was she living?
Canton.
Where in Canton?
34 Fairview.
She was living there with her parents at the time,
Correct.
Brian and Nicole Albert.
Yes.
You met her parents, Brian and Nicole Albert, several years ago, correct?
Correct.
You've met all of Caitlin's siblings as well.
Correct.
You spent time at their house.
Yes.
You spent holidays with them,
Yes.
and you've been over there on weekends, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that over the last 7 or 8 years, you've been with the Albert family quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
And you've also been with the McCabe family, correct?
Yes.
And even though you're not married, you consider yourself just about one of the family, correct?
Yes.
Since John O'Keefe's death, you have continued associating with both the Alberts and the McCabe's, correct?
Yes.
Because you're still dating and living with Caitlin, correct?
That is correct.
And in June of 2022, a few months after John O'Keefe's death, you went to Ned Devine's in Boston with many, many men in the family, correct?
Yes.
That includes the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And that includes the McCabe's.
Yes.
Do you recall who was there that night?
No, I don't.
I showed you a photograph from that night. Is that fresh in memory?
Yes.
Can I approach Ron?
Yes.
I placed a photograph before you. Take a look at that and look up at me when you're done.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory about who was there that night?
It does.
By the way, how many people are in that photograph?
Do you want me to count?
With the court's permission.
Okay, go ahead and count. And after you count, let's mark this for identification, please.
Yes.
12. 12 people, including myself.
Okay, if I could have that marked for ID.
12, including myself.
Z for identification. Thank you.
you would agree with me, sir, that at that night at Ned Devine's in Boston, everybody there was, except for you, was either an Albert or a McCabe?
Yes, that's correct.
And the photo that you or somebody decided to take was all of you with your fists clenched, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I missed a little. Did anything happen?
Did you clench your fists that night?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did all of the Alberts and McCabe's clench their
Objection.
fists that night?
Sustained.
That photo was posted to social media, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And it was posted by somebody named Kevin Reardon.
Yes.
Who's Kevin Reardon?
My girlfriend's cousin.
He's actually the son of one of Nicole and Julie Albert's sisters, correct?
Yes.
And you've met him as well, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall the date that photograph was posted to social media?
No, I don't.
I showed you Z for identification again. Would that refresh your memory?
Yes.
And I'll take it back from, you've got a chance to look at it.
Yep.
Having reviewed Z for identification, does that refresh your memory as to the date of the posting of that photograph?
Yes.
Were you aware at that time that, and by the way, what date was it?
You just showed me.
I know, and I'm asking you to tell the jury.
It's June 5th. It was dated.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
Were you aware that June 5th of 2022 was 4 days before Karen Reed was indicted for this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Were you
He's like,
and the
I don't
Alberts and the
know.
McCabe's celebrating the indictment of Karen Reed?
Objection.
Were you?
No.
Were you?
Thank you.
This is crazy.
You've never
Okay.
testified before
Okay.
any grand jury regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You've never testified previously in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You were at 34 Fairview Road in Canton at 1:45 in the morning or about 1:45 on January 29th of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time.
Was it wildly different than 1:45 in the morning, or was it somewhat close to that?
I'm not going to make up a time. I don't remember.
Was it
Well
9 p.m. on the
done.
28th?
Don't
I
be a
don't remember times.
jerk.
So if I
Don't
asked
be a
you
jerk.
if you were there to pick up your girlfriend Caitlin at 9 p.m. on January 28th, you couldn't say if that's true or false?
No, because I'm not making up a time.
Okay, so it could have been 9 p.m. that you were there, not 1:45 in the morning.
I didn't say that.
Well,
Don't-
you've just said that you can't rule out that it was actually 9
You could
p.m. on the
say-
28th, didn't you?
Sure.
Objection, Your Honor.
It would
Can you
have
answer
to
that?
be
Did you say that?
I didn't say anything. I don't remember a time.
No, I understand.
So I'm not going to make up a time.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time.
I don't, it could have been later, it could have been early. I don't know a time.
But it couldn't have been 9 p.m. on January 28th. Could it have been?
I don't know.
Oh,
Okay.
I think he
What time were you at the waterfall?
really might
I
not
don't remember.
know.
Were you at the waterfall?
Yes, I was.
On what date?
The 28th.
Was it in the morning?
It was at nighttime.
Was it? Okay. What time did you leave the waterfall?
I don't remember.
Did you leave at 5 p.m.?
I don't remember.
Or could have been 5 p.m. that you left?
Could have been 5 in the morning. I don't know.
Oh, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? We don't need to do this for the jury. Why
Leaving
are we
aside
doing
what
this?
time it was, or strike it. Will you testify that you were at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th after midnight?
I don't remember a time.
Okay.
But you do remember being there, correct?
At the waterfall?
No, at 34 Fairview.
I remember picking my girlfriend up. Yes.
You do. You testified to that, right? Today.
Yes.
Yeah, like just
And when you were there, you had an opportunity to see the front lawn to that property,
I
did you
don't think
not?
it was prepped by anybody
Yes.
for this. I think it was
You
kind of
pulled
like,
into the
oh,
driveway?
come on, answer a couple
I
questions.
don't remember where I pulled
Meet
into.
'em, but it's good to see him type of thing.
Did
What?
you pull into any place when you got there?
I don't remember
What
where I pulled
happened
into.
yesterday?
So you say you
Did
don't
the
remember where
sunrise-
you pulled into. That wasn't my question. My question was, did you pull in any place when you got to 34th Fairview?
Well, I had to pick my girlfriend up. So yes, I did.
You did. Okay. Was there any place other than the driveway to pull into when you got to 34th Fairview?
No,
So it had to be the driveway, right?
must have been.
All right. When you pulled into the driveway, you waited a period of time for Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And how long a period of time was that?
I don't remember.
Was it more than a half hour?
No,
Was it more than 10 minutes?
I don't remember.
It could have been more than 10 minutes.
Probably wasn't.
And when you say it probably
Probably
wasn't, that means it
wasn't.
probably was less than 10 minutes, correct?
I don't remember the time.
During that time that you were waiting for Caitlin to come out of the house while you were in the driveway, there was nothing obstructing your view of the front lawn, correct?
Nope.
All right. And shifting gears for a second, this was on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, you did pick up Caitlin and take her back to Easton, correct?
Correct.
On January 29th, at any point that day or night, Trooper Michael Proctor never interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
Nor did he interview you the next day or the day after that, correct?
Correct.
Or the month of February, correct?
Correct.
Or the entire year of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Or the entire year of 2023, correct?
Correct.
The first time any investigator of this case interviewed you was May 7th of 2024, correct?
Wow.
When was that? I don't.
That was 1 week ago. That was last Tuesday.
That was 1 week ago.
You were aware
Crazy.
at the time you were being interviewed for the first time by any investigator, this case had already started.
Yes.
You were aware that this jury heard opening statements from both counsel on April 29th, which was over a week before May 7th, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't until over a week after opening statements that somebody from the state police finally interviewed you, correct?
Finally. That's
Nobody from the
crazy.
state police interviewed me.
What?
Who was it that interviewed you?
Who interviewed you?
Nobody interviewed me. I spoke to the DAs about coming in here. That was about it.
Okay, I thought you had just testified that on May 7th, that was the first time an investigator reached out for you.
Yes.
All right. And when I use the term
The
interview,
difference between
I don't mean that somebody put a bright spotlight on you and took you into an interrogation room. I'm just asking you somebody to ask you questions.
Yes.
I'll let it stand.
Thank you, Ron. And that interview did not take place in person, correct?
No, it did not.
That was a phone interview, correct?
Correct.
And your attorney was on the line for that, correct?
Correct.
Now, from the beginning of the night on January 28th, your plan was to go home early, correct?
Correct.
You weren't drinking much, correct?
That is correct.
You had to get up early.
Yes.
And it actually was really early. It could have been as early as 3 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So from the beginning, you knew that you weren't going to get much sleep, correct?
Yes.
And if you were going to get any sleep, you couldn't stay at the waterfall all night, correct?
That is correct.
So you left early.
Yes.
And you planned to go home, get whatever rest or sleep you could get, and then wait for the call to go out plowing, correct?
That is correct.
The plan from the beginning was not for you to leave the waterfall, go to Easton, and then drive back from Easton to Canton to pick up Caitlin, and to then take her back to Easton so that you could wait for the call for plowing. That was not the original plan, correct?
No, it wasn't.
No, of course it wasn't. So I apologize, Ron. I withdraw that
I would
comment.
very much like this lawyer, Ionetti,
But the plan
Ionetti?
changed, correct?
Yes.
to not try to
And that was
build,
because you heard from your girlfriend, Caitlin,
build
correct?
Yes.
doubt in the jury's
And I'm
brain
going to ask you a
that
question and
Karen
hope I
is
get an
guilty.
answer.
You
Do you
know,
recall
the
what
defense's
time
job.
it was that she
Make doubt
contacted you?
exist.
No, I don't recall.
Don't do that with your tone of
Did
voice.
anybody
Do that
instruct
with
you
your
not to
questions.
talk about any times that anything happened?
Absolutely not.
Do that with
How did Caitlin
pulling out
contact you
the
that night?
answers that you need from these
Via
witnesses.
text, via phone.
Don't
And you
do
were
it
in
with the
Easton when
tone
she did
of
that,
your
correct?
voice.
Yes.
She was at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And by the way, the
You're
snowstorm
just
was
gonna
no
piss the
surprise to
jury
you
off.
that
Like you're
night,
pissing
right?
me off.
No.
I mean, that's why you were waiting to plow, correct?
Yes.
That snowstorm had been forecast.
Yes.
And it had started snowing by midnight, correct?
I
don't
want to
remember
hear
when
the
it started
questions
snowing.
and I want to hear the answers. I don't
But,
want to
for
battle
some reason,
phone
Caitlin now
the
needed to get
entire
picked up
time during a
before you went
cross-examination.
plowing, correct?
Yes.
That
Talk
meant,
to him
despite the fact
nice.
that you had to
Talk to him
get up
nice.
potentially at 3 a.m., you now had to make the trip back and forth between Canton and Easton a second time, correct?
Yes.
And you considered it to be important enough that you agreed to pick up Caitlin, despite the changing plans, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you pulled into that driveway, you at least temporarily parked in the driveway waiting for her, correct?
Yes.
What other cars were in the driveway at that time?
I don't remember.
What side of the driveway did you park on?
I don't remember.
After you parked, you texted Caitlin to tell her that you were there, correct?
Yes,
And you previously testified that you don't remember how long it took for her to come out of the house, correct?
I don't remember.
And I started to ask you, and I'll just finish that line of questioning. At that point, the front lawn of the house was to your left, correct?
It would have been, yes.
Right. And there were no obstructions between you and the front lawn blocking your view, correct?
I wouldn't be staring at her grass, so no.
Okay. I didn't ask you where you were staring. I was just asking if there were any obstructions.
Okay, yeah.
And the answer to that question is?
No.
Was snow starting to accumulate at that time?
I don't remember.
Recall if there was any snow on the ground?
Yes, because I was driving cautiously.
And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
Absolutely not.
And as you sat in that driveway, you also did not see a black sneaker?
Absolutely not.
And you also did not see 45 pieces of red plastic
No,
or even one piece?
no,
And you certainly did not see a 6'2" man on the lawn of your girlfriend's parents' home, correct?
no, I did not.
You saw nothing unusual in that front area of the lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
Caitlin got into the Jeep.
Correct.
The plan was for you to drive the Jeep back to Easton with her, correct?
Yes,
You backed out of the driveway, correct? And you turned the rear end of that car toward Cedar Crest, correct?
not towards Cedar Crest. I was going up the hill. So
Okay,
it's favor.
if I
Wait,
suggested
but
to you that
he
going
doesn't
up the hill would take you
understand.
towards Chapman, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, and the other end of the street was Cedar Crest, right?
Towards that way, yes.
Okay, so the rear end of your car was towards Cedar Crest and you were facing up the hill towards Chapman, right?
Yes,
That would have meant that you were driving your vehicle
Talk
past
to him
really the entire length
nice.
of Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
yes,
And the front lawn would have been on Caitlin's side of the car, correct?
yes,
And you drove past the flagpole that you're familiar with, correct?
yes,
And as you drove past that entire front lawn, you never saw any of the things I previously asked you about, the baseball hat, the sneakers, the pieces of red plastic, or 6'2" man, correct?
I did not.
You saw nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And you saw no tire tracks in the snow leading to the Albert's front lawn, did you?
I did not.
You didn't see anything that would lead you to conclude that there had been a car crash there, correct?
Absolutely not.
Sustained.
No further questions, thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, anything, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly on. That photograph that you were shown, do you know what that was, what that gathering was in regard to?
No, I don't.
This is
Now, prior
this is
to,
quite a day. This is quite a day. And I
prior
know
to
the
leaving
judge is
Waterfall
like,
or,
can we?
during the course of any of
hurry
the
it
tests or
up?
phone calls that you received today,
I don't think they meant.
was there any sort of reason that was discussed as far as picking her up and bringing her to Easton before you went off to stop?
I think they meant like,
Can you repeat that?
there's no need to spend
From your
a day and
discussions
a
with
half
Caitlin, what was the
on a
reason that you
witness
went both
that
back to 34th
isn't
Avenue
answering
to pick her up and bring her home?
or
Hello.
answer the question
Why'd you do
in the
that?
way you want.
Well, she's high maintenance. I didn't really want to have to deal with it.
That was great.
She wanted to come home, is that correct?
Yes,
The judges.
And did she say why she wanted to come home?
I want to get snowed in.
I'll allow it.
Now, you've testified before that as you were driving around that night.
She's
you were
high
cautious against her
maintenance.
tenants. Was that right?
Absolutely.
So as you're driving past your girlfriend's parents' house, was there any
If
reason?
anyone has to testify
Was there any reason for you to direct your attention to the
me
front lawn area
or
of their
doing
home?
something to
Absolutely
me,
not.
I'm gonna need you
Nothing further on.
to not tell the
You are
jury
all set.
Thank you very much.
that I am high maintenance.
The next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, you're on the call. I'm off the call. Ms. Sarah Levinson to the stand.
All right, that is all for Tristan. Sarah Levison. I'll see how it's spelled. Let's scoot and boogie.
In case I'm here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. I see you screw up and pull down that microphone, talk really loud into it. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name? For the record?
Sarah Levinson, Levinson.
And where do you live, man?
Canton,
How long have you lived in Canton?
my whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My parents.
Now, do you work there?
Yes,
What do you do for?
I'm a registered nurse.
And how long have you been a registered nurse?
3 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28, 2022 into the early morning of the 29th. Do you recall those days?
Yes,
Do you recall what days of the week?
What's the
Friday was the
relationship
28th, Saturday the 29th.
And as far as that evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans did you have for that evening?
My plans were to go to my friend Brian's house for his birthday
Yeah.
celebration.
And so your friend, that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that correct?
Correct.
You know how old he was turning for his birthday?
23.
And how long or how did you know Brian Albert Jr. at that time?
We met in high school. He's the grade below me. So I would say now it's been about 10 years. So about 8.
And that his house as far as 34 Fairview Road, had you been there before?
This is
Yes.
one of the few
Time,
girls that
Yes.
Brian Albert Jr.
And on that particular evening, how was
had
it
over
that
at
you
34
came to-
Fairview
how did you get
the
there?
night
My friend Julie's
going
father.
into his birthday, so
drove
the
us.
20th through the
And your friend
29th,
Julie, is
the
that
night
Julie
that
Nagel?
all this happened.
Correct.
And
At
yourself and
midnight,
Julie Nagel, how long
he
have
was
you
turning
known each other?
23.
Middle
Something like
school.
that?
So a little bit longer than how long I've known Brian for.
And you and Miss Nagel,
She
were you
does.
in the same grade?
She's
together?
pissed that
Yes.
she got pulled into this.
And so her father drives you
Okay.
from your
You don't
house,
wanna
picks you up at
be
some point,
here.
brings you over to 34 Fairview.
Correct.
Do you know about what time it was that you arrived at 34 Fairview?
I'd be pissed if I
Between
was just
7
going
and
to
8
celebrate
p.m.
someone's friend that got
When you
pulled
arrived,
into
who, if
the
anyone,
case of the
besides,
century in this
who, if anyone, was in
town.
the house at Fairview?
Blech.
It was Brian Jr., Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert.
And what was, as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that particular evening?
We were all going to meet at Brian's house. His family was going to go out, his mom, aunt, and sister. And then we were kind of going to go from there, whether we were going to go out or stay home. It was up in the air.
Because it was
And
snowing.
When you arrived there,
You're going to
so at some point his mother Nicole Albert, his aunt and sister leave the house.
Correct.
How long a period of time was it from the time that you and Julie arrived to the time that Brian's mother, aunt, and sister left?
15 to 25 minutes, I would say.
And did you have any idea where they were going?
No.
Now, as far as during that time after they left, what was it? Do you recall sort of where in the house you were hanging out, or what you were doing?
We were in the family room and in the kitchen as well.
In the kitchen area within the Albert house at 34 Fairview, were you familiar with that?
Yes.
And the kitchen and the dining room, are those sort of same thing, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay,
The family
question.
room that you're talking about,
Do you think she's
let me
pissed
ask
she
you,
has
sort
to
of,
be there? Or
with respect to 34
Does she
Fairview,
know
there are
something
basically
and
two
she's-
front doors.
So, Mr. Lally, I think we can move on from the general description of the house, please.
One last question in regard to that. So the family room that you're talking about, is that?
we
where
know what
that
the house
is?
looks like at this point. We've heard enough.
If you're
testimony.
looking at the house, it's to the
Not-
right.
It's fine. Just be like,
Now, what is it that,
where were you?
at some point in time, did other
Mr.
people
Lally
say
gets
you and
pulled
Julie
in.
and Brian Jr.
What was the weather like? Was it windy? Did you have to shovel the
Between
apron?
8 and 9 o'clock.
What room were you in? Where's
And
that
who
room
was it that came over
located?
between
Can you
8 and
see through the wall? Blah, blah,
Courtney Alba,
blah. He gets
Catherine
pulled
Duty,
into-
Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent.
I'm going to ask you to spell all of those last names for us, if you would, please.
So Courtney Alba, ALBA. Catherine Duty, it's KATHRYNDOODY. Emily Fabiano, the last name FABBIANO, I believe it might be 1B. And then Mary Kent, KENT.
Thank you.
And with respect to Ms. Alba, Ms. Duty, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Kent, how did you know?
I knew Catherine and Emily since elementary school. Mary and Courtney I had known since high school. Courtney I was more of an acquaintance with because she was friends with Brian.
So she was more friends with your friend than you had sort of a mutual friend, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, during the time that you were at the house on Fairview, you mentioned earlier you were in sort of the family room area. Where else
The
did you go?
squeaks can stop.
Just the
please.
family room, the kitchen / dining room, and then the bathroom off the kitchen.
And just so I'm clear as far as what I'm asking, when I'm saying you sort of plural, so you in addition to all the other people that you just mentioned, was there any other area of the house that's
Okay, I think we're back. I'm so sorry about that. The power went out. And apologies. And when the power goes out, everything goes out. Internet. But I guess the stream is still going. I'll have to double check. But let me. Oops. There it is.
We were drinking.
And in general terms, if you recall, what was the group sort of drinking that night?
Like spiked seltzers. I know Brian was most likely drinking White Claw because that's really all he drinks. I remember
Hey, we're back.
one of the other girls bringing Trulies. I'm not sure about the other people, but around that type of stuff.
And do you know how much each of the people sort of had to drink while they were there?
I'm not completely sure. No one was tipping over.
It's fair to say that whatever people had, it was sort of commensurate with each other. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, over the course of the evening, so you're eating, you're drinking, was there like music going or anything like that?
Yes, music.
And if you recall, like sort of how was the music being played?
Through a Bluetooth speaker.
And over the course of the evening, in addition to the people that you've just mentioned, at some point did somebody else come by?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin Albert.
And did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
High school, like late high school.
And how was it, or how well did you know Colin Albert?
Not very well. Like I said, I'd been friends with Brian for about 8 years at that point, and I know Colin's older brother, Christopher, pretty well. He's my age. I grew up with him, known him since elementary school. So it's kind of like we weren't friends, I wouldn't say, me and Colin, but we were cordial.
So he's a younger brother of somebody that you went to school with?
Correct.
And he was your friend Brian Albert Jr.'s cousin, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to Colin, do you know about what time he arrived?
I can't say for sure. I'm not sure.
Sometime before or after the other Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Dewey arrived?
He was there when Miss Fabiano, Kent, and he was there when Miss Duty, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Kent were there. I'm not sure if Miss Alba was still there because she left separately from those three.
And you mentioned that you had come over to the house getting a ride from Miss Nagel's father, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how the other women got over to the house as far as Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, Miss Alba, and Miss Duty?
They got dropped off. I'm not sure by who.
So fair to say there weren't like a line of cars out in front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And about how long, with respect to that group that was there as far as you and the other young women, about how long a period of time were you all at that?
2 to 3 hours.
So do you know about what time it was that Miss Alba, Fabiano, Miss Duty, and Miss Kent left?
Miss Alba left before the other three. Her boyfriend picked her up, and then Miss Kent, Miss Duty, and Miss Fabiano all left together. I know it was before midnight.
And when they left, was Colin Albert, was he still there?
I believe so.
And you know how much time or overlap there was between Colin Albert and the other women as far as Miss Kent, Miss Fabiano, and Miss Duty?
I don't remember exactly.
Now, from your recollection of that evening, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor within the house over the course of those few hours?
Everything was good, happy. We were celebrating. No issues.
No issues with anybody that was in?
No.
Now, after, at some point in time, later on in the evening or in the early morning of the 29th, who, if anyone else, came through?
So Mr. Albert, Brian's father, Mr. Higgins, Mrs. Albert, Brian's mother, Caitlin Albert, Brian's sister, Jennifer McCabe, Brian's aunt, and then Matt McCabe, Brian's uncle.
Let me sort of break it down and ask you a bit like this. So as far as the order of people arriving, at some point did you learn where they were coming from?
Yes.
Where were they coming?
Brian's father and Mr. Higgins, as far as I knew, were coming from New York. They were at a funeral for a fallen police officer. And Brian's other family members, aunt, uncle, mother, and sister, they were out in Canton. I wasn't sure what establishment.
And so those people that you described, did they all come at the same time, or did they come in sort of staggered fashion, or how did they arrive?
Brian's father and Mr. Higgins arrived first, but they all arrived within 5 minutes of each other.
And first, in reference to Brian's father, Brian Sr., you had obviously met him on prior occasions, correct?
Correct.
And Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met before, or you had known prior to that evening?
No.
And when Mr. Albert Sr. and Mr. Higgins arrived at the residence on Fairview, was Colin Albert still there?
I don't remember.
Do you have any recollection of those people being in the same room at the same time on that?
I don't remember.
And so, as far as Brian Jr., your friend, his mother's name is Nicole, is that right?
Correct.
His sister's name is Caitlin.
Correct.
And did you know both of them prior to the evening of the 28th?
Yes.
And with respect to Caitlin, how would you describe your sort of relationship with her?
We were friends in high school.
Fair to say that you were closer with Brian Jr. versus Caitlin, correct?
Correct.
And same question in regard to Colin Albert. Do you recall whether or not he was there in the house at the time that Nicole and Caitlin came?
I don't remember.
And then as far as Jennifer and Matthew McKay, were you familiar with them prior to the evening of the 28th?
I knew who they were. I'm not sure if I've ever had a conversation with them prior to that.
When you say you knew who they were, how was it that you knew who they were?
I knew they were Brian's aunt and uncle.
Had you ever met them before or had an occasion to see them anywhere before that you can recall?
I know I had seen or met Jen before. I'm not sure about Matt.
And same question in reference to, as far as Colin Albert, do you recall whether or not he was in the house at any point in time when the McCabe was there?
I don't remember.
You recall Colin Albert leaving the house at some point?
Yes.
You just don't recall when it was in relation to when the other people arrived from wherever they were?
No.
And you recall how it was that he left the house?
He got a ride.
You know who he got a ride from?
Objection.
No. Do you know?
No.
Next question.
Now, when these other people came to the house, we'll refer to them as the older adults, as a fair portrayal of them,
Sorry, can you repeat that?
than the rest of the people that were there earlier, correct?
Correct.
So that group that came in later, as far as when they arrived, where were they in relation to the house? Like, where were they situated?
We were all in the dining/kitchen.
So all in that same sort of area.
Correct.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, do you recall anybody from that group of people sort of going anywhere else in the house that you saw?
Not that I remember.
And with respect to the house on Fairview Road, you're familiar with where the basement is located in the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time in the evening, did you see anybody from that group, either before or after, go anywhere near the basement or go into the basement area of the home?
No.
Now, with respect to the sort of mood and demeanor after these other folks come by, do you know about what time it was that those people started coming back in from wherever they were coming?
12:15. It wasn't that long after it struck midnight.
So sometime after the strike of midnight, these other folks start to come back to the house.
Correct.
And from that period, from 12:15 or so, from that period, about how long was it after that that you were at the house on Fairview?
I left between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
So about an hour and a half or so after they got there.
Correct.
Now, with respect to that hour and a half or so after they got there, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor within the home during that time?
Same thing. We were celebrating, happy, dancing, all that.
The drinking continued, correct?
Correct.
No issues or arguments or anything that you observed, correct?
Correct.
Now, within the area of the kitchen dining area, at some points, do you recall where people were? I'm talking later in the evening when the folks come back to the house after midnight. Do you remember where those people were sort of situated around the kitchen dining room area at that time?
Yes.
And could you describe to the jury sort of where they were?
So the dining room table is a square. So, and it was in front of the front window. So in front of the front window where their back would be to the window was my friend Julie Nagel. I was sitting then, I don't know, was that perpendicular? I haven't taken math in a long time. I was sitting here. If the window's here, I was sitting on this side, facing kind of, I could see the front door. And then to my right, Brian Sr. and Mr. Higgins were standing. So they're back towards the kitchen. And Mrs. Albert Nicole was sitting with her back to the front door area. And Jen and Matt and Caitlin, I don't believe were sitting.
And over that course of hour and a half or so after those folks came back to the house sometime after midnight, did you observe any other people walking or coming into the house at any point?
No.
Let me ask you this. As far as on January 28th into the 29th of 2022, did you know anybody by the name of John O'Keefe?
No.
And did you know anybody by the name of Karen Reed?
No.
And with respect to either of those people or any other people, no one else came into the house while you were there?
Correct.
Now, at some point in time, your friend Julie, did she go outside of the house?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that was in regard to?
Her older brother, Ryan, was coming to pick us up to take us home. So she went out to talk to him. Prior to him arriving, she said something to me along the lines of Ryan's coming to get us, which Jen McCabe said.
Assistant.
Question. And so in relation to when folks arrived back from wherever they were coming from to 34 Fairview, when was this that you had this conversation with Julie about her brother coming to you guys?
Around 12:30, give or take.
And at some point, did Julie go outside the house?
Yes.
And did you have any occasion to look outside at any point when she was out there?
No.
And about how long period of time was Julie outside the house?
No longer than 5 minutes.
And after that, her going outside no longer than 5 minutes and coming back inside, were there other arrangements that were made as far as how you and Julie were going to get home that night?
Yes.
And what were those arrangements as far as what was your understanding of how you were getting home that night?
Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe would drive us home.
Now, Jen McCabe, around that time that Julie went outside of the house and came back in, what, if anything, did you observe her?
Her phone was plugged in behind me, charging. She was checking it periodically.
And again, if you could remind the jury, sort of what was it that was behind you as far as where was it?
So where I was sitting behind me was a wall. And then behind that wall would be the family room.
And so I guess what I'm asking is, was there something specific that her phone was like resting on, or was it just sort of hanging out of the plug, or how was it positioned?
I think it was just resting on the floor.
And with reference to her phone, was that something that Ms. McCabe came over and looked at any point in time while it was charging?
Yes.
How many times?
I'm not sure, to be exact.
Let me ask you this, was it once or more than once or something?
More than once, I would say.
And without any reference to anything that was said, was there some conversation that you had with Ms. McCabe during the time that she would come over and check or look at the phone?
Myself, no. In general, I remember her saying someone was coming.
And that someone that she indicated was coming, again, no one ever actually came in the house or was around the house that you were aware of, correct?
Correct.
And so about what time was it that you left the home on Fairview on that particular evening?
Between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
And you left with your friend, Ms. Nagel, as well as Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle they had or what they were driving on that evening?
Some sort of like large Subaru type. I don't know the exact make or brand, but a large.
I'm here and listening.
All I could say was like a not a
when the
Subaru,
power goes out,
not a Suburban. I don't know cars. Like a Tahoe,
I have
like
to
a big
do some
car.
things
So like a
to
bigger
bring this
SUV,
back
correct?
on.
Yes.
So, but I'm listening.
And within the SUV that you eventually got into and took a ride home, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, from within the SUV that you got into, was there, as far as the back seat was concerned, was it 2 rows, 3 rows, or something else?
It was 3 rows.
And where was that vehicle parked when you came out to get into?
In the driveway.
And when you came out to go from the house to the car, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what was the weather doing at that point?
It was snowing.
And as far as the snow that had come, was there any sort of accumulation on the ground that you saw?
Yes.
And so based on that, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of your walk from the front door to the McCabe's vehicle in the driveway?
So we exited the front door and went down the front walkway to the driveway. As I said, it was snowing. Julie and I were like arms linked, and I was looking down at my feet to make sure I didn't slip.
And why were you looking down?
I wore shoes that my mother told me not to wear because they didn't have traction, but they went with my outfit, so I wore them anyways. And I knew if I had slipped and fell, she would say, "I told you so." So I made sure not to do that.
And when you get to the vehicle, do you recall sort of who was driving and who sort of sat where within the vehicle?
Yes. So Matt was driving. Jennifer was in the passenger seat. Julie was behind Matt on the driver's side, and then I was behind Jen.
And when you get into the back of the vehicle, do you recall, was there any sort of conversation about, did either Mr. or Mrs. McCabe know where the two of you lived at that point? No.
They did not.
So I imagine there was some discussion as far as where to, or what was the address or something like that.
Yes, correct.
Do you recall if that was something that was like plugged into GPS, or were you just sort of giving verbal instructions about where?
I don't remember.
And do you recall as far as the order of who got dropped off first versus yourself and Ms. Nagel?
Yes,
And who got dropped off first?
Julie.
And about how far a drive is it from the address on Fairview to Julie's?
Less than 5 minutes.
And same as far as, so from Julie's house, you then went to your house, is that correct?
Yeah, about 5 minutes, I would say, from Julie's to mine.
So 5 minutes or so from Fairview to Julie's, and 5 minutes or so from Julie's.
Correct.
Now, when you get in the back of the vehicle, do you recall any other sort of discussion while you were in the driveway before you left?
So yes, we got in to the car. Matt forgot his jacket inside, so he went back to get his jacket. And Julie and I were in the back seat looking around. One of us noticed, I remember, a loaf of bread, just a lone loaf of bread in the back seat. And we said something to Jen because we thought it was weird. And she said something along the lines of, "Oh, anyone want a peanut butter and jelly on the way?" Like making a joke. So we were looking back at the third row.
And so Ms. McCabe is in the front seat of the vehicle at this point?
Yes,
So she sort of turns to talk to you while you're in the back seat?
correct.
And when she turned towards the center of the car, or the window, or something?
To the center.
And if you recall, Mr. McCabe gets his jacket, comes back in the car, and at some point backs out of the driveway.
Correct.
And when Mr. McCabe drives from there headed towards Ms. Nagel's house, do you recall which direction that the vehicle was facing as far as going by the house on Fairview?
So,
Let me ask it probably in a better way.
okay.
So at some point, did you drive past the 34 Fairview Road residence on the way to Julie's house?
Yes.
And when you did so, which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing the Fairview Road residence? Was it the side that you're on or the side that Julie's on?
The side I was on.
And at the time that you were driving past that, was there a conversation still that was going on in the backseat of the car or with anybody else?
Yes.
And who was sort of engaged in conversations with that?
Myself and Julie.
And so you're looking at her direction while you're talking to her, is that correct?
Correct.
And as you're driving past the house, what, if anything, does Julie say?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Rowley.
As you're driving past the house, what, if any, conversation were you having with them?
Objection.
And so I'm going to see counsel at sidebar on this one issue. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Ms. Levinson, without respect to what Ms. Nagel said to you in the car, the two of you were conversing, correct?
Correct.
And as you're pulling past the house, she says something to you, correct? Or says something out loud.
Not farther up the street.
And so when you're talking about farther up the street, where was the vehicle in relation to the house at 34 Fairview when she says something?
The house was behind us.
And so based on what she had said, where does your attention go?
When she was speaking to me, I looked at her. Once she said what she said, I looked the other way to the window.
And at the time that you looked to the window, what was sort of outside the window in reference to 34 Fairview? Was any part of the residence still, or the lawn or anything else visible to you at that time?
No.
And so was a neighboring house, is that fair to say?
One of the neighboring houses, yes.
So whether it was a next door neighbor or a couple houses down, it was past that point, correct?
Correct.
And was there any further discussion that you recall in the backseat of the vehicle between yourself and Julie in relation to that earlier statement?
I asked for clarification.
Did you receive any further clarification?
No.
Let me have a moment, John.
Yes.
Nothing further for this witness, John.
All right, so this is a good place for us to take our morning recess. See folks in 15 minutes.
All right, to the court, please.
You are muted.
Thank you. Maybe see you close back.
All right, let's bring Ms. Levinson in, please. All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Norm. Good morning, miss.
Good morning.
You have lived in Canton your whole life?
Correct.
Graduated from Canton High School?
Yes.
Have been friends with Brian Albert Jr. since high school?
Yes.
I believe you said it's been probably about 10 years now that you've been friends?
Correct.
And the two of you actually went to the junior prom together, correct?
Correct.
You consider him a close friend.
Correct.
You've been to his house many times.
Yes.
You've gone inside the home and you've spent time in the backyard as well.
Yes.
Oh my
You've gone
God.
swimming in the
You
pool
guys
that they
can
have
hear
in the
me.
backyard.
Sorry.
Yes.
And in high school, you would hang out in their basement, would you not?
That's correct.
And you know that there's in that basement a bulkhead door that leads to the backyard, correct?
I never noticed it.
You're also on good terms with other members of the Albert family.
Correct.
You know his brothers and sisters, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert, Brendan Albert, Kayla Albert, and Jack Albert.
Yes.
You also know his cousins?
Depends which ones, but yes.
Some of them.
Yes.
You know that Jennifer McCabe's daughters are Brian Albert Jr.'s cousins, correct?
Correct.
And you know both of Brian Jr.'s parents, Brian Albert Sr. and Nicole Albert, correct?
That's correct.
And you actually call Nicole Albert by her nickname, correct?
Sometimes, yes.
And what is that nickname?
Coco?
And you know Brian Albert Sr. relatively well, having been over the house so many times, correct?
Depends what you qualify as well, but yes.
You find him a little standoffish.
He's quiet.
Weird question.
But in any case, you're comfortable at the Albert home.
That's correct.
And you were at the Albert home on the night of January 28th, going into the 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Got there around 8 p.m.
Correct.
And you didn't leave until around 2 a.m., give or take, on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
So again, ballpark figures, if you were there from 8 p.m. until 2 a.m., that means that you spent about 6 hours at the Albert home that night into the early morning.
Correct.
And you yourself never left the home during those 6 hours, correct?
Correct.
You were inside the home the entire time.
Correct.
Were you interviewed by any police officer, state trooper, or other investigator about the events of that night on January 29th of 2022?
On that day?
Yeah, were you interviewed?
No.
What about the rest of January or even February of 2022? Were you interviewed by any investigator?
No.
The fact of the matter is that no investigator connected with this case took a statement from you in terms of an interview until about 9 months later, correct?
Correct.
And that
Wow.
was done at the district attorney's office on October 21st of 2022.
Why were the people there
Correct.
not questioned?
Now,
Why were the people there
that
not
night while you were at the
talked
house,
to?
you
I
agree
had
with
it-
me that there were people coming and going from the house the whole night, correct?
I mean, you would have to be more specific.
Okay, so I'm not talking about like every minute on the minute,
Mhm.
but during those 6 hours, you saw people come and you saw people leave, correct?
Yes.
But you were not standing guard at the door to take note of everyone who was entering or leaving or the times that they were entering or leaving, correct?
Correct.
You were not, keeping a log, for instance, of when somebody came in or when somebody left.
No.
And when you got there around 8 a.m., you came with your good friend Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
Julie's father dropped you off there.
Yes.
You saw Nicole Albert, Julie Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Brian Albert Jr. when you arrived, right?
Correct.
Then Julie Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Nicole Albert left, right?
Yes.
But then 4 other friends of Brian Jr. arrived, right?
Yes.
And you would name them when Mr. Lally was asking you questions before the break, right?
Yes. Correct.
So with those 4 friends, with you and Julie and Brian Jr., that meant that at that point, there were 7 people in the house, right?
Yes.
Actually, there were 8 people because Colin Albert was there as well, correct?
It depends on what time you're referring to, but yes.
He got dropped off there at some point.
Yes.
And then he was one of the 8 people, including yourself, that you were with.
Correct.
You never saw him walk in the door, did you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember seeing him actually enter the house, correct?
Correct.
But during the night, you actually sat right next to Colin Albert at the table, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And with regard to Colin Albert, I believe you testified, you really wouldn't say he's a friend of yours, right?
That's correct.
He was more of an acquaintance, was he not?
That's correct.
Somebody that you met, but you didn't hang around with, right?
Yes.
Boy, oh boy, he's
you
really
have never
nailing
been
that
in a hot tub
acquaintance,
with Colin
friend,
Albert,
close
correct?
friend. BS
Not that I know of, no.
Never took a trip to Maine with Colin Albert, right?
Objection.
Oh, right.
Because going away on a road trip, that'd be something that you do with a friend, right?
Oh,
Sustained.
right. I don't like the way
Okay.
she is answering.
And with regard to those 4 friends of Brian Jr. who arrived, your best estimate is that they came sometime between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m., right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. I'm talking about
I don't-
Courtney Albert,
don't
Catherine
like the way
Duty,
she-
Emily Fabiano,
I
and Mary
definitely don't
Kent.
like the question.
Strike that. You know what? Let me
I
withdraw
definitely don't
that
like
question
the
and rephrase it.
questions.
They
I think
left
she just
sometime
doesn't
between
want to
11
be
p.m. and 12 a.m.
Correct.
I think she's just
You
really,
can't be sure precisely when they left because again,
which would
you weren't watching the clock to make note of when people made their exits, correct?
and that's so
I know
fair.
they left before it was Brian Jr.'s birthday on the 29th, so I know it was before midnight, but other than that, no.
Right, and that's like an
And if
hour
you
span
feel
of
that,
time that they could have
Someone on the
left,
jury
within,
feels
correct?
that.
Correct.
You never saw Colin Albert physically walk out the door, did you?
I don't remember.
And then at some point before midnight, Brian Albert Sr., Brian Higgins, Nicole Albert, Jennifer McCabe, and Caitlin Albert all arrived at the Albert home, correct?
Yes, I don't know if you said Matt McCabe, but
And
yes.
Matt McCabe as well.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert arrived at about the same time?
Yes.
And that Caitlin Albert, Jennifer and Matt McCabe, and Nicole Albert all came back around the same time?
Correct.
Now, from that point until the time that you left around, and that was around 2 a.m., right? Give or take?
Correct.
From that point until around 2 a.m., the only person who left the house was your friend Julie Nagel, right?
Correct.
Your understanding was that she went outside to talk to her brother Ryan Nagel, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And in addition to not remembering seeing Colin Albert leave, you also did not see Brian Higgins physically leave, correct?
I don't remember.
And you also don't remember seeing Caitlin Albert leave, correct?
No, I don't remember.
You would agree with me that throughout the night while you were at the house, Caitlin Albert was playing music on her phone?
Yes.
There were surround sound speakers set up in the kitchen dining room area?
Surround.
I
sound
don't remember
speakers?
that.
I
There
think
were speakers though, correct?
Possibly.
So
I don't remember.
your memory is not that Caitlin Albert had a song or songs playing on her small iPhone, was it?
No, it was on a speaker. I'm just not sure if it was surround sound or a Bluetooth speaker like it was previously in the night.
All right, fair enough. People were singing and dancing, right?
Correct.
Pretty much everybody was singing, correct?
the prosecution told them listen.
People were talking.
Questions. I'm
Correct.
sure.
Everybody appeared to be in a good mood and having a good time.
Yes.
Kept
And with the
everyone.
music, the singing, the dancing, the talking, the drinking, there was a lot of activity going on in the kitchen dining room area, correct?
Yes.
There was plenty of, to pay attention to with regard to the people that were in that area, right?
Yes.
Ryan Jr. was in the kitchen essentially the whole night.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was charging her phone on the kitchen island at one point.
Behind it, but yes.
Did she pick up her phone in your presence to make any calls or text anybody?
She picked up her phone. I'm not sure what she did with it.
But in any case, you'd agree with me, it was noisy in the kitchen.
Yes.
And the kitchen's in the back of the house.
Yes.
Now, you had seen the Albert family dog, the German Shepherd, Chloe, prior to that day, correct?
Yes.
And Chloe was not a very outgoing dog around people, correct?
Correct.
In fact, your impression was that she was a former police dog, correct?
Possibly.
Right or wrong?
Maybe. I don't know.
While you were in the kitchen with all of the singing and dancing and talking and music going on, you did not hear Chloe bark, correct?
Correct.
You did not hear Chloe growl, correct?
Correct. Not that I remember.
You did not hear somebody get hit in the back of the head with anything, correct?
What?
Go ahead, you can answer that.
Correct.
And while you were there sitting, you could not hear what, if anything, was going on in the basement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. You were catching a ride
Yeah,
home
you know what?
with the McCabe's ultimately. correct?
Clobbered.
Correct.
At that time, you believed that you, Julie Nagel, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe were the last to leave 34 Fairview.
Correct.
So at that time, you believed that Brian Higgins and Caitlin Albert had left before you, correct?
I believe so.
But you
Wait
didn't
a
see
minute.
Brian Higgins or Caitlin Albert physically walk out the door. At least you have no memory of that, correct?
Correct.
Could
And
she
when you
just be
left, you didn't check every
confused?
room in the house to see who was still there, correct?
Correct.
You never went down to the basement that night.
That's correct.
And when you left 34 Fairview, the snow was starting to stick to the ground at around 2 a.m.,
That's correct.
but there weren't mounds of snow or snowbanks that had formed, correct?
Correct.
And when you left the home, you could still see part of the red brick of the walkway that leads to the driveway, correct?
Correct.
And when you got to the driveway, you could still see part of the color of the pavement, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you could still see some grass on the front lawn at 2 a.m., right?
I don't remember, but
If I may have a moment.
Yes.
Whoever is squeaking, stop it.
You testified at a hearing on May 11th of 2023, so just about a year ago, in Boston, correct?
correct.
And neither the prosecution in this case, Mr. Lally and Ms. McLaughlin, or any of the defense team was there, correct?
Correct.
Some other lawyer was asking you questions, right?
Objection.
Sustain, move along with this.
Sure. You were asked the question, quote, could you see the grass sort of on the lawn? That was when you were leaving. And your answer was yes. Do you recall that question and answer?
I don't recall that.
If I suggested to you that that was the question and answer, would you dispute it?
Objection.
Sustain.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether there was that question of you and that answer given?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Do you not remember whether you were asked that question that I just read and the answer that you just gave?
I don't remember.
If you saw that transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Possibly.
Page 187, Counsel. May I approach?
Was there an objection? No? Yes, you may.
Thank you. Actually, I'm sorry. I just handed it to you and then took it away. I'm sorry about that. Lines 10 and 11, I would direct your attention. And just read it silently to yourself, please, and look up at me when you're done.
She's not happy. He also like,
I may approach to grab that. Having reviewed that transcript, does that refresh your memory as to what you testified to a year ago?
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
With the word being sort of.
Yeah, well, I believe I read,
Yes.
The question.
I'm just clarifying. Yeah.
but I did read it accurately. right?
Correct.
Oh,
I don't know if he's doing what he wants to do right now. I don't know if he's doing what he wants to do right now.
Okay. Where was the McCabe's car parked?
In the driveway.
He's getting to a point, but it's taking.
What other cars did you see in the driveway?
I don't
at that
know.
time?
I'm feeling icky.
I
I'm feeling icky.
believe the by Albert family, I mean the ones that owned that house.
The parents.
Yes, correct. Their cars.
Do you know how many?
2.
And where were those 2 cars parked? Were there 2 lanes in the driveway where cars could park?
Yes,
And which lane, to the left or the right, were the Albert cars? Or maybe they were in both.
I believe both, closest to the garage.
Okay, so they were pulled up closest to the entrance of the garage.
Correct.
In tandem, right next to each other.
Correct.
All right. And where was the McCabe's car behind? Which car?
If you're looking at the house, the lane to the left, I believe.
Okay. Now, when you first walked out of the Albert home, you'd agree with me that the front lawn was right in front of you, correct?
Yes.
There were no obstructions blocking your view of that front lawn.
No.
And there were lights on next to the Albert home front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there was also a lamppost where the front walkway is, correct?
Correct.
And between the 2 garage doors, there's also a spotlight, is there not?
Correct.
And you would testify that snow had started to accumulate, right?
Correct.
And against that white snow, did you see a black baseball cap?
No.
Did you see a black sneaker?
No.
Okay, this is the
Did you
first
see a
time that he went in with the.
220-pound man
There was
sprawled
these
out
lights.
right in
There was
front of you
these
on that
lights.
lawn?
There was also these
No.
lights. There was
Did you
also
see
this
45
light.
45 pieces of
Where
red
has
plastic?
that been
No.
in the
One piece of
previous
red plastic?
cross-examination
No.
in his rep?
So you saw nothing unusual on that front lawn as you walked out of that house, correct?
That's correct.
As Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Julie Nagel were
wish-
walking
I
toward
wish
the-
that was there in
McCabe
all the
car,
other ones.
none of them pointed to the front lawn to direct your attention to anything, correct?
That's correct.
In
The
fact,
jury.
you would testify that Matt McCabe
answers
forgot
back
something
in
and had to go back in the house, correct?
Correct.
Which means he actually came out of the house twice that night, correct?
Correct.
And the second time he came out, he still would have been facing that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And the second time that Matt McCabe came out, he didn't point at anything in the front lawn, correct?
That's correct.
And then the 4 of you were in the McCabe car, right?
Yes.
Matt McCabe was driving.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat next to him.
Yes.
Julie Nagel was seated behind the driver, behind
We'll be
Matt
back.
McCabe, right?
Yes.
And you were seated in the second row passenger seat to the right,
Yes.
behind where Jennifer McCabe was sitting.
Yes.
And the car backed out of the driveway, correct?
Yep.
And the rear of the car was then facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And the front of the car, where you were going to drive toward, would be toward Chapman Street, correct?
That's correct.
Which would have put you driving right past the Albert property line, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you were closer to that property line than Julie Nagel was, correct?
That's correct.
As you drove past?
Yes.
And as you drove past that front lawn, you saw nothing out of the ordinary, right?
I wasn't looking, but yes.
Okay.
Nothing
And
caught your eye.
We previously talked about the fact that you were first interviewed by investigators on October 21st of 2022, right?
Correct.
And the investigator that spoke to you about 9 months after January 29th of 2022, you will agree with me, was Michael Proctor, correct?
That's correct.
And almost a year after that, you were visited by 2 female members of the defense team, were you not?
Objection.
My home was.
Do you recognize Ms. Little seated at council table as being one of those 2 females?
Okay, I'm going to see it, Tyler.
Oh, it's different. It's different when the judge says, "Come on up here, come on." Then may we approach, Your Honor? It's different. It's different. It means different. It means different things. Just different energy. Gives the jury like, uh-oh, someone's doing something naughty, right? The room is so small. The room is so small. So they have to go over and whisper.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Levinson, that you decided not to speak to anybody from the defense team?
That is correct.
And
She has that
you
right.
hadn't before you and I just started this discussion, correct?
That is correct.
Nothing further, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Ms. Levinson, with regard to the basement at 34 Fairview, when was the last time that you were in the basement area of the home?
Early college. So 2017, maybe.
She doesn't have to speak to anyone if she doesn't want to. It
Period
should
of
not
time
be
that you were
held
talking
against
about
her to
when
not
Ms.
speak,
McCabe had her
not
phone on the
speaking to
charger
anyone.
and was coming over to check on it.
She ain't got to
You
speak to
recall whether or not
nobody.
Colin Albert was
Nobody
still in
has
the
to
house
speak
at
to
that point?
anybody. You especially don't
I
have to
don't
speak to
believe so.
cops ever.
You don't believe it was, is that correct?
That is correct.
Get a lawyer.
You come out of the house,
Don't talk to cops.
you were asking questions about the lawn.
Don't
The portion of the front lawn that you are
Get
talking about, as far
a
as you
lawyer.
observed, where is that in
He'll give
relation
you
to the driveway?
I made up
To
the
the,
best.
well, if you're,
Let me ask you a different
But
way. So as
in
far
my
as with respect
experience,
to the front lawn
get a
area of
lawyer.
the home, what part of the lawn did
Even
you
the
make
ones
any
that are given to
observations of, or
you,
did you look at or see it when you were walking from the doorway?
they have a job
the-
to do too.
when
They're
I
gonna do their
walked
job
out of the
To
front
the best of their
door,
ability.
I went down the steps of the stoop and
Stoop.
I looked
Such a
in
great
front
word.
of me, like down, not straight. So it would be the grass that borders the front walkway.
So you weren't looking at sort of the entirety of the front lawn, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you spoke with Trooper Proctor, was he the only trooper there, or the only state police officer there when you spoke with him?
No.
Do you recall who the other trooper was?
I don't remember the name specifically. It was not like a common last name, though. I know that.
And
Was
as
it
far as defense
not the
investigators
B
or anybody
word
else
that
from your
has
house,
been gone
chose not
viral
to speak with them, is that correct?
from this
Correct. I was not
trial?
home when
We watched it. I did
what
not
Mr.
linger on
Ionetti was
it
talking about. My parents were home,
because I am a
but
mature adult.
out of respect, I contacted the defense to
Some
tell
people
them
did linger on it.
the next day. I believe that I had nothing to have a conversation with them about.
Why not?
I know that legally I didn't have to and
Hey,
didn't have anything to say.
respect.
Nothing further.
Put some respect on that. Legally, I don't have to talk to you.
Okay, thank you.
So I didn't. I'm tired of this nonsense, so I didn't.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
You're not
Yes,
pulling
Your
me
Honor,
in.
call Ms.
For
Julie
nothing.
Nagel to the stand.
I gotta talk to you. I love that. I love that. What's she I don't know if she's hiding anything. In my opinion, I honestly think she has been holding to something that she had nothing to do with. She's exhausted. She's tired of it. Her name is being dragged through the mud. People are probably harassing her, I'm sure, because her first last name, the city she lives in, the city she grew up in, the college she went to, all of her friends.
Whenever you're ready,
I feel
Mr.
like
Lally.
she's just kind of done with it. I
good
didn't
morning.
get she was hiding
doing?
vibes. I got
Could you
She's
state your name and
pissed
spell
off
your
and
last name?
annoyed vibes.
Yep, it's Juliana Nagel, Nagel,
And where do you live now?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
I live with my parents and my brothers, but mostly now just my parents.
And how many brothers do you have?
I have two older brothers.
And what are their names and how much older than you are they?
My oldest brother Ryan is 31, and then my other brother Sam is 27.
And do you work now?
I do. I work for a car rental agency.
How long have you been doing
A little over a year and a half.
Cool.
Now, ma'am, if I could put your attention to
I keep
January
reading your
28th,
chat, really.
2022
Is she
into early
hiding?
morning.
It's so funny. Where do you think she's
Do you
hiding?
recall, where you were
What
that
do you
evening?
think
do.
And where did you go?
To my
Sarah
friend
was
Brian Albert's
hiding?
house.
Did she
And
know?
your friend,
I don't
that's
know.
Brian
I didn't
Albert
get that
Jr., is that
vibe.
correct?
Yes, Junior.
She
Yep.
might be.
And
My
how is it
vibes
that you
aren't
know
right
Brian Albert?
all the time.
We went to school together, high school, so I've known him for quite some time.
And was Brian Albert Jr., was he in the same grade or the same class as you?
He was a year below me.
And do you recall about what time it was that you went over to his house the evening of the 20th?
I'm not sure exactly, but I would say probably around like 6.
And do you recall what day of the week that was, the 28th and the 29th?
I believe a Friday.
So Friday and Saturday, is that correct?
Mhm.
And how did you get,
Yes.
how did you get to Mr. Albert Jr.'s house that night?
My dad drove me.
And who, if anyone else, did your dad give a ride to?
My friend Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah Levinson?
Since middle school, I would say.
And you're familiar with Mr. Albert Jr.'s house at 34 Fairview Road?
Correct. Yes.
And have you been there on occasion over the course of your friendship?
Yes.
Now, what was, as far as your understanding, what was sort of the plan for that evening?
Just hang out, have some drinks for my friend Brian's birthday. Just together and hang out.
No,
And when
right.
you arrived there, who,
Music,
if anyone in addition to
chat.
yourself, Ms. Levinson,
Gossip.
and Brian Albert Jr. were present at home at that time?
From what I can recall, I just remember Brian Jr. Yep.
And at some point, did some other people come and join the group of the three of you at the home?
Yes.
And when about was that in relation to when you and Sarah left?
I can't remember. I don't recall the time frame.
Sometime after that?
Yes. Yep.
Was it that came to join the group at some point?
It was me, Brian Jr., Sarah Levinson, Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary Kent,
Duty. Sorry.
Courtney Alba,
That's
Colin Albert, and then that's what I can remember from
You went through this.
in the early part of the night.
That
And
Sarah went
with
through.
respect to Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Kent,
Courtney,
Ms. Alba,
Catherine, Emily, like she went through all those people.
Correct.
How did you
This
know them?
is nerve-wracking.
Through Brian Jr.
They in the same grade or class?
It's one
as-
thing
as
to
you
be a
and Ms.
witness in a
Levinson?
trial. It's
in
another thing to be a
Brian's
witness in a
class.
high-profile trial.
Correct,
It's
yep.
another thing to be a witness in a high-profile trial that's being
And so fair to say that you were
broadcast
closer friends with Brian Albert Jr. and
freely
Ms. Levinson than the four girls.
everywhere.
Correct. Yes.
So we have to
You mentioned,
put that into
as far as
perspective
those
when
four
we're
individuals, Ms. Fabiano, Ms.
judging
Kent, Ms. Judy,
these
and,
witnesses.
Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Judy, and Ms. Alba. Did they come together as far as you know?
I don't remember. I'm not sure.
Do you have any idea how they got there?
No, I do not.
Now, with reference to, you
Wasn't paying
mentioned Colin,
attention.
correct?
Mhm.
And how do you know?
So
Um,
on the mhm, they have to be yes or no.
Okay, got it.
So what was that answer?
Do you mind repeating the question?
I mean,
Thank you.
that's the question. So with reference to Colin Albert, did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes,
And how did you know Colin?
through Brian Jr.
And what, if anything, did you know about the relationship between
It would have
Colin
been so
Albert and
funny
Brian
if she said, of course.
They're cousins.
Albert? And about how old was Colin Albert around this time frame of January 28, 2020?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know.
You know whether or not he was in high school or college or something else?
High school.
And when was it that he arrived in relation to the four young ladies that you were talking about?
I don't remember. A little bit after though.
Okay, so at some point in time after they had arrived.
Yes,
And they arrived after you, is that correct?
correct. Yep.
And over the course of the evening within the Albert house, where is it sort of within the home that you and sort of the group were congregating?
We were mostly in the dining room area with the kitchen. It's like an open floor plan a little bit.
And do you recall? what
Don't linger,
specifically,
Lolly.
or
Don't
generally
linger.
speaking, what you were doing while you were hanging out and celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
We got some food ordered from Deanie. Just hanging out, drinking.
That's the first time I
mostly-
heard that
that was it.
mentioned.
Do you recall any music playing or anything like that?
Yes.
And how was that sort of set up, or what was it playing?
Yeah, I can mostly remember it being set up from the overhead speakers in the kitchen, like in the ceiling.
And was that being played through somebody else's like phone or device or something like that?
Yes.
And do you recall who was sort of in control or who was?
No, they
controlling
had this
the
house
music?
set up
I
for a
believe it was
party.
Caitlin Albert.
Overhead
And
speakers
so
in a
prior to-
house?
At this point in time that you're talking about,
Mhm.
sort of the initial with.
Not my
with Caitlin
house.
there at that point?
Yes, she was.
I'm sorry, during the point in time when it was yourself and Ms. Levinson, the other four young women that you were talking to, Colin Albert, was Ms. Caitlin Albert there at that point, if you recall?
Not at that point, no.
So that's what my question was
Okay.
in relation to that time, who, if anyone, was.
I-
in charge.
Okay. No, not at that
I
time. I don't
know
remember.
I know it's very
Now,
hard.
with respect
You have
to,
to wait until he's done talking to respond.
now, obviously you were there and you were drinking, people were drinking, correct?
Yep.
Recall sort of what
Yes.
people were drinking?
I know at the time I was drinking Michelob Ultras, but mostly just White Claw.
I really wish lawyers would really prep their witnesses, not on what they're going to say, but on when they're going to say. I know it's very nerve-wracking. Wait until I'm done. Yup. Okay. Sure is not an answer.
Clause,
It's driving me
yours.
crazy.
From what I can remember.
And was anyone within this sort of initial group that we're talking about here drinking any more or less than anybody else?
I don't believe so, no.
And during this sort of initial period with these initial people, how would you describe sort of the mood or their demeanor within?
Yeah, everyone was having a good time. It was Brian's birthday, so, you know, we were there just to have fun.
And at any point in time with this sort of
Everyone was
initial group,
having
did
a
you see
good
anybody go
time.
to any other area of the house beyond sort of the kitchen, dining room area?
No.
Now, at some point, did members of this sort of initial group, did they leave the house at some point over the course of the evening?
Yes.
And who left first? And that's, you know, who left first and about what?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who left at what point, but I know that Catherine, Duty, Emily Fabiano, Mary, Ken, and Courtney Alba left. I would say, and Colin left like before midnight.
And did they all leave around the same time, or did they leave at sort of staggered for?
I would say staggered times.
Now, with reference to Colin Albert, do you know about what time he left?
Yes.
I would probably say 11:30, 11:45.
Now's the time to tell
Do
you
you have
witness.
any idea sort of how Colin, similar to what I asked about the
And
other
it's not
young ladies?
because
Do you have
we
any
can't
recollection as far
understand the
as how he got there or
conversation.
how he left or anything like that?
We're more than
I'm not
capable
quite
of
sure, no.
understanding a conversation when
But do you
multiple
recall
people are
specifically
talking.
seeing him leave from the house?
It happens every day.
Yes.
And which door would he have
It's
left?
for
I'm not sure exactly
The
what door, but
report-
I know someone did
report
pick him up,
reporter?
but I'm not sure who did. So
and
so
the
when it comes
ease
to
of
the front door
rereading
of
the
Fairview Road, there's
transcript.
two doors in the
And
front area of
Mm-hmm.
it's
the house.
yes,
so
And as far
frustrating.
as with respect to either of those two doors, you don't remember him leaving from some other door of the house,
So
correct?
frustrating.
So
Imagine you're
if
on
he left
Jeopardy.
and when
You
he
can't
left, it
answer
would have
it till
been
the
from one of
question's
those
done.
front doors.
You were disqualified from
At some
answering.
point, at least after
They should.
Ms. Candace Fabiano, Ms.
They should
Judy,
give
and
them-
Ms. Alba left, did people that lived at the house
But
or other
also,
people sort of come back to the
They're
house?
anxious.
And about what time is it?
I know, I'd
would
be anxious.
I'm not too sure, but I would say a little after midnight.
And who were the first people sort of
I
to
too am
arrive?
an
in this
active
so-called
listener.
second?
I don't remember who came, like who was first, who was second, like that. But I know who came, but I don't know what order.
And who were the people that came?
Yeah, so
And
it
I
was
want to interject.
Nicole
I
Albert,
want
Brian
to
Albert, Brian Jr.'s parents,
say it.
Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins, and that's it. And Caitlin Albert, sorry.
And so when they came back, as far as the other four young women that you were talking about, they had already left. Is that correct?
Yes,
And Colin Albert, was he still there when those people came?
Of course.
he left as well.
I will.
And so
everything
Brian
I say, of
Albert's
course, for the
and
next
Cole
year,
Albert,
I will
Brian
think of the
Albert's
moment the
parents.
judge said,
Correct, yes.
no more, of
Grandfather's
course.
expired
And then he
January
said,
28th.
of course.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that correct?
Yes,
Of
And you're familiar with them prior to
the
this?
anxiety,
yes.
the
How are you familiar?
pressure.
I'm through Brian Jr., just hanging out with them a few times, so just know them through the family.
And so through the family, well, my next question is,
Do
what
you
if any
think that
relationship
the
do they have to
pressure,
your friend
okay,
Brian
if you
Albert?
know you're innocent,
They
100%
are his aunt and uncle.
nothing to do with this.
And
Do you
then
think
with respect
pressure
to
of
Brian,
testifying will
was that
get
someone
you
that you
more,
knew
like,
prior to January 20th?
I
being
did not
pulled
know.
into it?
You met the first time
Or
that night at the Fairview.
if you
yes.
like, I have a little something to
And
hide.
when they came into the house, the sort of
Pressure.
second group, where was it that they went
I
and
don't
sort
know.
of congregated around the house?
I've
Yeah,
never
we
had
all
a
were still in the same room in the family year. The floor plan, which is the kitchen and the dining room area.
At any point in time, well, let me ask you this, they come sometime shortly around or after midnight, is that fair to say?
Yes.
About how long after they arrived, or about what time was it that you left the house for the evening?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
At some
Ask
point, you
a
went home
better
that night?
question,
Yes.
Molly.
What time was
I would say give or take like 1:45.
it? And so between the time that they came back to the house around 12:15 or so,
Mhm.
between that and 1:45, how would you describe sort of the mood and the demeanor in the house at that night?
It was still all the same. Everyone was having fun, hanging out.
Music still playing, people drinking, having a good time?
Yes.
And over the course
I'm
of this
enjoying
time,
how she's
as far
answering,
as the
like,
group
the
that you
whole
talked about
body
within the kitchen
answers.
and dining room area, did you see any of those
And
people?
it doesn't feel
go
like
anywhere else?
anything is being
I mean, to the bathroom,
obstructed.
but
She's not like
I know at one point Mr. Albert,
doing
Brian's
like
Jr.'s dad,
thinking
took upstairs to let the dog out back. But
body
he just
is
opened the back door and
animated.
watched them from the door and brought him right back upstairs. So that was the only time he like went upstairs. But
her head shaking.
And as far as the
Yes,
kitchen dining room area, do you recall
answering.
sort of how people
It's
were
giving
situated,
very like
around that area during the time that the second group was there?
truthful.
yeah, we were all sitting in like the kitchen table. It's like a square table, so we're all just hanging out around there. Some at like the island in the kitchen, but
And
mostly all
we've
just there
heard the
together.
story
Do you
many
recall
times.
specifically, I know we're
Um,
talking about 2 years ago, do you recall
this
specifically
is the
where people were
problem
in that area around the table?
with testifying
I
in front of a
don't
jury,
know.
You recall
in front of
what-
anybody. Just
Um,
testifying.
I was sitting like in the corner, so I could see
When
like
you're- Especially
the
in something like
island.
this, where
the
you're starting
kitchen
with
table,
something where everyone is having
like the
the
front
same
door
experience.
and like the
story is
windows, I guess.
same. It's very
Yeah.
easy
Where
to
you were
just
seated around the
tell
table,
it how
did
it
you see
is.
front?
Yes.
Your body's going to
And so
respond.
beyond the people that
Tough
you've already
questions,
talked about being in
You're
that
going to have a
dining room area
different
in that section
physical
too.
response.
Did anybody else come into the house that night while you were there?
And that in
And
itself
at
can
the
feel
time on
like
January
live
28,
if someone watch
2022,
it.
were you familiar with either a person
Even
named
if it's
Donald
not.
or a person named Karen?
No.
And at any point in time, not knowing them, did you see anybody else come into the house while you were there between that 12 to 12:13 and 1:45?
No one else came in. No.
So even if these types of witnesses, the friends that were there before everything sort of went
Do you
down,
recall who
feels
was
like a
sort of
waste of
around you,
time.
where you were at the table?
The prosecution
Immediate
doesn't
amount
think it's a
of
waste of time.
I would say
The defense cross-examining
Jennifer,
them, not a
McCabe,
waste.
Sarah Levinson, Caitlin. I can remember like sitting at the
It
table
might
like
be a
with
waste
me.
of time.
Yeah.
But it also might not
Now,
be.
at some point in the evening, let me ask you this: what if any sort of plans did you have as far as how you were getting home?
Yeah, I did text my brother to see if he could pick me up on his way home with his friend, on their way home to come pick me up, which they did.
Which of your two brothers was that?
My brother Ryan.
So you texted Ryan to see if he could come pick you up?
Yep.
And did you have to give him an address or anything like that, or how did you explain to him where you were?
I just said I was at Ryan Jr.'s house, if he could pick me up.
And is that somewhere that your brother had picked you up from on prior occasions?
Yes.
And about what time, if you know, did you send that text to your brother about getting picked up?
I'd probably say a little after, probably like 15 minutes after midnight. Yep.
And as far as the other people in that second group that you were talking about,
12:15
did
is
you reach out to
very
Ryan to
active.
get picked up with those other people there?
12:15 is very
Yes.
active in this house.
And you indicated that your brother then came to the house at some point?
Yes, he did.
And about how long after you texted him did he arrive? If you know?
I'm not quite sure.
And when he arrived, did he come into the house or did he reach out to you in any way to let him know?
He just texted. Oh, sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Did he reach out to you at any point to let you know that he was?
Yes, he did text me saying that he was outside.
And upon receiving that text, where did you go?
I went out through the front door.
Now, before you went out through the front door, what, if any, conversation, well, let me strike that as far as conversation, but who, if anyone, did you speak to about the fact that your brother was outside the house?
Yeah, I just mentioned saying my brother's outside. I do remember someone or a few,
I want to hear the answer first.
just a few people saying, "Oh, just have your brother come in." So I went outside, and it was my brother in the passenger seat, his friend Ricky, and then his ex-girlfriend Heather. I asked them if they wanted to come in. They said no.
I'm going to let that stand, but next question.
So you go outside to,
They were offered to
Go
come
outside to
in.
your brother,
They're
right?
like,
Yes.
no,
and you recall which
no,
of
we
the
don't,
two front
we
doors
don't
you
mess with
used to
the
go outside?
Albert.
I used the front door.
Front door is the one with the brick steps, is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
You come down the brick steps, go down the walkway. Do you recall how you came down to where your brother was?
I walked down the steps through the little path, and then down the driveway. And they were parked right in front of the driveway.
So they were parked right at the end of the driveway?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle was this that you came up to?
It was Ricky's pickup truck, of Ford F-150.
And you mentioned that there were three
wonder
people
why
in the
they
truck,
didn't
is that
wanna
correct?
go in.
Yes.
Where were they seated within the truck when you
Ricky was driving his truck. Ryan was in the passenger seat, and then Heather was in the back seat.
You mentioned that Heather is Ryan's ex-girlfriend, is that correct?
Correct.
Were they dating at this time?
At that time, yes.
Now, with regard to Ricky is someone who's a close friend of your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
You know him pretty well.
Like,
Yep.
you, Ricky?
As you get to the truck, do you recall how it was that you were speaking to your brother Ryan? Was it through an open window? Did you open the door? Or how were you communicating?
He rolled down his window.
And when you came out to the truck at the end of the driveway, what, if any, other vehicles did you see in the area of the house on Fifth?
Well, before when I went outside, I did notice another vehicle before my brother pulled up.
Oh,
So you had gone outside before your brother had, or Ricky had fully sort of parked the truck?
No, he was like fully outside already, and then I went out, and it was just Ricky's truck.
And so at some point later, there was another vehicle that came up?
Prior.
Right.
Correct.
And can you describe that vehicle for the jury? So what did it look like? What kind of vehicle was
Yeah, it was a black SUV.
it? And had you ever seen that vehicle before?
No.
And you go up to the truck and you're talking to your
you've
brother,
seen
is
a
that
black
correct?
SUV
Yes.
before.
Now, with regard to, about how long a period of time were you talking with your brother next to the truck?
I would say maybe 3 minutes max, not even.
And did you invite your brother and his friends inside the house?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They said, no, we just want to go home. And then I was like, I'll find out another ride home.
And so that brings me to my next question as far as arrangements for you coming home. Was there any prior to you coming out of the house, was there any talk or discussion about how you would get home if you didn't go home?
Yeah, Matt McCabe and Jennifer did offer to drive me home if I didn't want to go home with my brother. So I just stayed and then took their offer.
Hold
You
on,
decided
that's
you wanted to stay
interesting.
and took them
Hold
up
on.
offer.
I'm
Correct,
sorry.
yes.
I just need
And
give me
in
two. Give me one 60 seconds time frame to check. She asked her brother to come pick her up. Hey, I'm at 34. I'm at Brian's house, or whatever. Come grab me. I'm ready to go home. They show up. She peeks. Okay, so she texts him. She peeks outside. She sees a black SUV. Hey, I'm here. She goes outside. Hey, they said you can come in if you want to come in. Like, we're gonna keep partying a little bit. And they're like, no, we don't want to go in. She's like, you know what? I'll find another way home. They drive away. That black SUV is gone by the time she goes out there. No one sees anything. No one sees anything. And then Jen McKay was like, yeah, we'll give you a ride home if you want to stay. Blah, blah, blah. What? I'm confused. You asked for a ride home. Get in the
In
car and
addition
go
to
home.
yourself, who, if anyone else, went
Is
home
that
from
confusing
the
anybody else?
residence on Fairview with you guys?
It was me and Sarah Levinson.
Especially
bring you back to
those
that
are
period of time when
conditions
you're
along the
outside.
way. We're currently happening.
The vehicle that you were talking about, where is that in relation to the pickup truck that Ricky saw?
Well, it was like the SUV wasn't there when my brother was there. It was like before. Like when I was inside, I noticed it.
And so at the time that you were talking to your brother, the pickup truck, was the SUV still there?
I don't believe so, no.
And so where was that SUV parked in relation to where the truck was?
So when I noticed looking out the window, I did notice the SUV in front of the mailbox, and then pulled up a little bit in front of the yard, and then stopped, and then pulled up again towards the flagpole.
What?
So you saw it in sort of 3 different locations at the time that you were seeing it?
Correct, yes.
And again, where were you in relation to the vehicle at the time that you made these observations?
I was inside at the dining room table, looking out the window.
And at any point in time, did you see anybody come out of that?
I did not know.
And at any point in time, did you see any sort of, well, when you came out initially or when you were looking out and when you came out, do you recall anything about the weather and sort of what it was doing at that point?
It was, I would say like flakes of snow, a little dust on the ground.
And so from the dust on the ground, from either the SUV or the pickup truck that Ricky was driving, did you see any sort of like imprints in the snow from tires or anything like that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if there was that much snow or what it was?
Correct.
And as far as anywhere in and around where you had seen the SUV at either of the 3 spots that you saw it, did you see any sort of like footprints in the snow or on the ground or anything like that? And did you see inside of the vehicle, see anybody inside at any point in time?
No.
And you never saw anybody get out of that vehicle at any of the 3 different points where you saw it parked, correct?
I did not know.
When you saw the vehicle parked at those 3 sort of separate different locations,
What the hell is going
was the
on?
vehicle on? Was it running, if you could tell?
I'm not sure. No.
You didn't see, it's cold. You didn't see car smoke. What is it? Vapor? What could
Down there,
exhaust?
Yes.
Exhaust. I couldn't think of the word that comes out of a car. I am so confused right now. You saw a black SUV. You didn't see anybody. Where were you when you saw this? Tell me the exact spot inside this house where you saw this happen. And you didn't see anything. And there was no taillight pieces. No, those reflect, right? Those catch the light. What? You can't just buzz.
Hey, well,
Is
I'm
that-
your attention to what the agency marks as Exhibit 71.
I need
to-
information.
Okay.
Put Karen Reed
Right now, I'm
there.
just going to ask you to take a look at those and look up when you're finished. And at some point, I may ask you to use this.
Put her
which is
at the
laser point, press
scene.
on that button and point it up.
We are on day
Okay.
11.
So
Put her
first,
at
we
the
can just look
scene.
at 71, 72, and 73.
I need more than a black SUV to put Karen Reed at the scene. Like the judge is like, what are you looking at? I need to know what you're looking at. What? You can't just sit. Court
No, sorry.
reporter. Like I need
Generally,
this.
with respect to those 3 photographs, do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That it's my friend Brian Albert Jr.'s house.
Is that roughly what the house looked like at the time of January 28th, 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yes.
I could ask you to flip just back to the first one that I showed you, Exhibit 71. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish that to the jury at this time?
Okay.
All right, here's the house again. because we don't know what it looks like. The jury does not know what it looks like.
Sorry, to your right. This is what you have before you as Exhibit 71, is that correct?
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer that's on the desk in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to the door that you were talking about, that you came out in order to come down and talk to your brother.
Yes. That one right there.
Now, with respect to Ricky's truck, when you came out to speak with your brother Ryan, where was the truck parked?
The truck was parked right here.
And with respect to that vehicle, the black SUV, where that vehicle was initially when you saw it? Is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where that. Okay. If I could draw your attention to the next executive session, the flip to Exhibit 72, and gentlemen, if I can have that on. Again, what's up on the screen is that what you have before you as Exhibit 72.
Yes.
Now, the second position that you indicated you observed that black SUV with relation to the house, could use the way to point draw the jury's attention where that would be in this photograph.
Objection, sidebar, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Lally, I'm going to need
Feel
you
free
to
to
speak
stand up.
up. I broke into my Starburst. I had to. We're almost done with Tuesday, which is awesome. We'll take a little breather. And then we'll start Wednesdays. By almost done, I mean like we have like, I don't know, 30 minutes left. If anyone missed it, mini unwrapped Starburst.
Up on the screen is Exhibit 72.
I literally, they're my favorite.
You indicated in your testimony that you saw the vehicle from inside the house at 3 different.
I need nothing else
Yes.
in this world.
You indicated the first point in the last photograph is the second point that you saw the vehicle in. Is that depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
You could use the laser pointer just direct your attention to that second point. If I can ask you just to flip to the next exhibit, number 73. Someone like to have that up. And Ms. Nagel, with regard to the third point, or the third different location that you observed that black SUV on that morning, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention where you observed it at the third point.
Yes. I know what I'm getting after these.
That's all with this, Ms. Gilman.
Kit Kats are my absolute favorite. Oh, love it.
Thank you.
Love Kit Kats.
So, Ms. Nagel, you speak with your brother outside, and then at some point after a couple minutes come back inside, is that correct?
Yes.
And the people that you would mention that were in the kitchen and dining room area, were they still in that area?
Yes.
Trying to mute myself when I'm chewing my juicy
And
Starburst.
at some point over the course of the evening,
To be fair, the technology of
eventually starts
Starburst
to
and
wind
like
down
to make
and
it
people
juicy,
are leaving the house, is that
absolutely
correct?
incredible.
Yes.
Can you recall what order it was that
Love
people left the house on that?
I'm not quite too sure. No.
And with respect to yourself, you indicated that you left with Ms. Levinson and the McKay, correct?
Yes.
Before I went on
And do you
stage for
recall
like
who,
a
if anyone
play,
else was present in the home when you left?
especially if I
Um,
spoke a lot,
I'm not sure. No.
And so when you left,
I would
how
always
was
eat
it
a
that
couple
you
Starburst.
came out of residence at that point?
Warms up your jaw,
Out the front door.
and it coats your
Same
throat.
front door that you had indicated earlier.
Yes.
So let's move on with which door, please. Go ahead.
You
Thank
come
you.
out from that door, where was it that you
Went into Matt and Jennifer's car.
do you recall anything about the car, what type of car it was, or
It was an SUV, but I don't know what kind it was.
Was it a black
and where was that
SUV?
vehicle parked when you went over to?
I was in the driveway.
And do you recall sort of how you came from the front door to the driveway?
Just walked on through the path of the pathway in the front yard and then out the door.
So sort of along the brick path through the driveway to the car.
Yes.
Recall when you got in the car, where it was you were seated or where anyone else was seated in the car?
Yeah. It was Matt driving, Jennifer in the front, and then me behind Matt, and then Sarah next to me in the back behind Jen.
Drama hack.
Now, after you get in the car, about
It
how
really
long
is
was it before
amazing.
The car backs out of the driveway.
I'm
This
not
is
quite too
secret.
sure.
If you
And,
want to
what, if any,
quick
conversations
hack
you
to like,
recall as far as
if you like Flemmy,
going on during that period of time prior to the car
eat a couple
backing out of the car?
plain
I
Lay's
don't know. I don't
potato
remember.
chips.
Now,
The oil cups the phlegm. I'm telling you.
when the vehicle
Killing you.
leaves from the house,
It sounds so
at
weird,
some
but it's
point
so
it's
true.
going by the house, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall which side of McCabe's vehicle was facing towards the house? And by that, I mean, was it the side you were sitting on or the side that Ms. Levinson was?
The side that Sarah was sitting on.
And that would have been the passenger side, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that the vehicle was driving by the house, what is it that you were doing at that time?
We were having a conversation. So Jen was kind of facing towards the back, towards me and Sarah. We were talking about making PB and jelly sandwiches because there was some peanut butter and jelly and bread in the car. So talking about that. But yeah.
And so when Ms. McCabe she's in the front seat, is that right?
Yes.
And she's talking to you and Ms. Levinson, correct?
Yes.
And how is it that she's positioned, talking to you in relation to the seat that she's in?
It's a
Yeah,
good
I'd say
one.
she was
I'm
kind of
telling
turned
you.
back a little bit
It's
towards
a good
us in the back seat.
And what I'm asking is, she turned towards sort of the center of the vehicle, or she turned towards the window next?
Towards the center of the vehicle.
And you're speaking to her and to Ms. Levinson, correct?
Yes.
Which direction are you facing?
Facing towards Sarah and Jen.
And which direction is Sarah facing as you're having this conversation?
Towards me.
Oh my
And
god.
as you drive by home, what if anything? did you-
Mr. Lolly
I did
creates
notice
the weeds
behind
that he's
Sarah and Jen.
like,
I did notice
he gets-
like a
he gets in the weeds
something
that
out of the
he
ordinary,
creates.
like a black blob in the ground by the flagpole.
He's laying the fertilizer
And,
for the weeds that he
from
wants to get in.
where you were situated in the car, do you know sort of what was the lighting like over in that area of the yard that you saw by the flag?
It was pretty dark out, but the snow was kind of heavy at that point, so couldn't really see too much. But
So the snow's coming down at that point?
yes.
And if you know about where in relation to the flagpole was this black object that you saw?
I'd probably say like close to like the street, but like in their lawn, right kind of in front of the flagpole next to it.
Now, I'm sorry to do this again, but Ms. Gilman, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask that exhibit number 72 be back up on the screen.
Okay.
We saw a black object.
I'm sorry, I should actually ask for exhibit number 72. Now,
She's not a black
I was saying,
object.
If I could ask the area where you saw this black object.
But we don't know what
you
color
see that area.
Jen and Matt's SUV was.
Yes.
She never told us the color of that SUV.
Point of direct your attention to where a
Also,
specific issue could be, where
At
the
night,
curve is.
to me, almost all cars are black if they're not white.
Now, as the vehicle is going by the house, as you make that observation, what, if anything, did you say in the backseat of the car?
I did say out loud, I was like, I think I might have saw something. I'm not kind of sure what it was. But I was also intoxicated drinking. So didn't really know what I saw. But Sarah was like, what, Julie? And I was like, I don't know what it was. And then that was kind of really it.
Could have been a cat,
And that was sort of the end of the conversation in reference
Could
to
have been
that, is that
anything.
correct?
Correct. Yes.
or it could have been John's hat or shoe.
That may,
Or body.
moment, Your Honor.
And the prosecution, again with this witness, has not put Karen at the scene unless we're just supposed to believe that the only black SUV in this entire town is owned by Karen. This is getting very frustrating at this point. I'm frustrated.
Ms.
And if
Nagel,
I was a
could-
juror, I'd be so exhausted. Like,
That's
why
one
are
more
you telling me
question.
the
With
same story
regards to
over and
the
over again and not
object
putting
that
this
you
person
saw in that
who's
area of the
on
flagpole,
trial
can you
at the scene of
describe
the crime?
how big an
before she
object it
found
was
it?
that you saw?
I'd probably say like 5 or 6 feet, like long, but
And at the time that you're driving by at that point, you can tell what it was.
not quite sure. No, it was just too quick to tell.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
All right. This is going to be an interesting cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nagel.
Good afternoon.
On January 28th of 2022, you got to 34 Fairview Road at about 6 or 7 p.m.,
Correct.
and you didn't leave until 1:30 or 2 a.m., correct?
1:45 around there. Yeah.
Okay. So you were there approximately 8 hours?
I'm not really sure about the math, but I guess so.
A lot of hours.
Yep.
Other than the people who lived at the home and slept there, you were one of the ones to spend the most time there that night, correct?
I'm not sure.
You got there early.
Holy crap. Those sirens
You got there
Just-
early, correct?
tried,
Yes.
And you left late,
tried
correct?
to take me
Yeah.
out.
And you were inside almost the entire time, correct?
Yes.
Mother-
So you came in contact with just about everybody who came into that house, correct?
Yes.
And you know that everyone
Did
who was
you
in the
do it?
house that night is a witness in this case,
You do
correct?
Yes.
The only time you went outside before you left was when your brother Ryan arrived, correct?
Yes.
And even when you went outside, you stayed on the Albert property, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you had some contact with your brother out there, correct?
Yes.
And you know that he's a witness in this case as well, correct?
I do. Yes.
Yeah,
And just
I'm gonna
having
pause it real
contact-
fast. I used to watch this channel called The Fry Life. Mary has cystic fibrosis, and she made a mention one time that when you hear sirens, that you are hearing quite possibly like emergency personnel arriving to someone's maybe worst day ever in their entire life, and that like really stuck with me for a long time. And so whenever I hear sirens, there's always a moment like I give like a second and like to kind of like reground myself from like whatever's happening in my day in my life where something awful is happening, so you don't hear them for good things most times. Sometimes it's a parade, but this could quite possibly be someone's worst day in their entire life. So yeah, I hope everyone is okay as well. I always, whenever I hear sirens like that, I always take a moment and just, try to put a little like good vibe back into
With all of these witnesses in this case,
the world.
Trooper Proctor didn't talk to you on January
Hope for the
29th, did he?
No.
Or the rest of January or the whole month of February,
It's not
correct?
easy to hear.
Correct.
He didn't interview you about these statements that you're making today until October of 20.
I'm just going to rewind just real fast.
Correct.
In fact, with all of these witnesses in this case, Trooper Proctor didn't talk to you on January 29th, did he?
No.
Or the rest of January or the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
He didn't interview you about these statements that you're making today until October of 2022, correct?
Wow.
If that's what it says on paper, yeah.
October 5 of 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know.
It was many months after January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Over 8 months after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
Okay, don't.
When
why
he
are you-
spoke to you on October 5, Trooper Proctor asked you for the first time to remember the details from 8 months before that, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And you are good friends with Sarah Levinson, correct?
Yes.
Certainly over the last 2+ years, the two of you have discussed what happened on January 28th and 29th, correct?
Hi, Crystalline. I hope the
Yeah.
doctors are with everything went
And you
okay at the
know
doctors.
that
It's always
Michael
good to see you.
Proctor
I
only
love
interviewed
meeting you in
you
chat.
after the defense in
you're
this
doing
case
well.
made him file the
I
motion to
am
get Sarah Levinson's name from the
frustrated
DA's
with
office. correct?
The objection sustained. Next question.
So you've known Brian Jr. since your sophomore or junior year, correct?
Yes.
And you actually graduated Canton High School in 2016, correct?
Correct.
But you've known him since 2014 or 15,
Yes.
9 or 10 years?
Yep.
He's a good friend.
Yes.
He's a close friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
And on January 28th of 2022,
Okay.
you were one
But
of a
it
select
stays
group
good.
of his friends who went to his house to celebrate his birthday the following night, right?
Yes.
And you don't go to somebody's house who you graduated high school with 10 years previously to celebrate their birthday if they're just an acquaintance, correct?
Objection.
I don't know.
I'll let the answer stand.
When you got there, other than Sarah Levinson and yourself, everyone at the
Don't
house
do
was a
this
member of the
friend
Albert
game
family,
again.
correct?
Don't do it again.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. You and Sarah Levinson are not actually Alberts, correct?
Correct. Yes.
But everybody else at the house was when you got there.
Okay. People are allowed to have friends outside their cousins.
No.
You named Brian Albert Jr., correct?
Mhm. Yes.
Julie Albert,
I did not know.
Nicole Albert,
I did. Yes.
Caitlin Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert Sr. might have been there.
Yes.
And you knew the Alberts well enough to know the names that we
Again.
just discussed, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, the McCabe's were related to the Alberts, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
And you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe before that night, right?
I'm sorry. Can you?
Yes. Before January 28th of 2022, you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Yes.
You had been to their home before,
Who's home?
the McCabe's home.
I don't recall.
You'd driven their daughters around, correct?
I have, yes.
And you had actually pet sat for the McCabe's golden doodle, correct?
Correct, yes.
Their home.
Yes.
And so the answer to my previous question is certainly you've been to their home, correct?
Yes.
And their golden doodle was named Bailey, correct?
Yes.
In fact,
Bailey
you
the
knew,
golden doodle.
Jennifer
That's cute.
McCabe well enough that you called her by a nickname, correct?
Yes.
What was the nickname that you referred to Jennifer McCabe by?
JJ.
And you knew that JJ was Nicole Albert's sister, correct?
Yes.
Now,
Do I need to start giving my friends nicknames?
the night of January
I feel like
28th
I
into the
just call my friends
29th,
their name.
you saw Brian Albert
I
Sr.
don't have nicknames.
After he came back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You were on the first floor of that residence the whole night, were you not?
Yes.
I guess
and
I have some
You
nicknames.
have a specific memory of
Not a
Brian
lot.
Albert Sr. walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, correct?
Yes.
When Brian Albert Sr. was walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, he maintained control of Chloe's collar. Did he not?
He did, yes.
Do we
You
really
like
need
dogs,
nicknames?
right?
I do.
But you didn't pat Chloe, correct?
I have, yes.
That night.
No.
You've never pet sat for Chloe, correct?
No.
But you did hang out regularly at the Albert home for years because of your friendship with Brian Jr., correct?
Yes.
Which meant that you have had contact with Chloe over the years, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that Chloe's a very different dog from Bailey, the McCabe's golden doodle, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Bailey is a friendly dog, is he not?
Objection.
Sustain.
Chloe is not friendly, correct?
Objection.
I'll let you have that. Can you answer that?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, Chloe is not a friendly dog.
I mean, I would say so, yeah.
It was clear to you that she is not good with people, correct?
I'm not aware.
Just
On
tell the
January
truth about the
28th,
damn dog.
29th, while you were in the kitchen dining room area, you'll agree with me that there was music playing for most of the night, correct?
For a decent amount, yes.
And that area of the house has surround sound speakers?
Yes.
Everybody was in a good mood?
Correct, yes.
Talking?
Yes.
Drinking?
Yep.
Singing?
I don't remember.
Dancing?
Yeah.
If music
And
is
all the action
playing,
was in the
I'm
kitchen dining room
singing.
area, correct?
Yes.
And that was where your attention was mainly focused, was it not?
It was, yes.
Because that's where everybody was.
Yes.
You were not monitoring the basement door, were you?
No.
And you never went down to the basement, correct?
No, I did not.
Prior to January 28th of 2022, you knew who Colin Albert was, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was your friend Brian Jr.'s first cousin, right?
Correct.
When you were at 34 Fairview, you did see Colin there, correct?
I did, yes.
I believe that he got there shortly after Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert left the residence, correct?
At some point, yeah.
And you say at some
You
point.
see
that's
how
because you're not sure of
stifled
the
her
exact time when he
physical
left,
response
Correct.
with her answers
You're
is?
not also
during
not sure of the
this
exact time when he left, correct?
Her
I
defense
would say
is
11:30, 11:45. Around there.
straight up.
He wasn't
Guru.
somebody who
She
was
was all
important to you that
this.
night, was he?
You know, she was all that.
Not really, no.
Direct.
You weren't paying
Now
attention
she's
to
getting a
monitor
little leg shake.
when
That's
he came or when he
running through her
left,
whole
were you?
body because she's
No.
moving. So you can see the leg shake, right? And it's like
I
tilting.
said no.
You never physically watched him walk out the door, correct?
I don't remember.
Why?
You can't even say which door he walked out, correct?
I don't know.
You know, like, do you really
never
think
saw
the
him get
answers
picked
to
up.
these questions is going to
I did not know.
make you or something?
You
I
never saw
don't
any
know.
car arrive for him,
I don't know.
and you never saw how he got home.
No.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, after midnight, your brother Ryan Nagel and you lived in the same home, correct?
At the time, yes.
At about 12:15 to 12:20, you texted your brother Ryan for a ride home, correct?
If that's what the timestamp says, yes.
All
Do
right.
you have a screenshot
Enough
of
with
that text
that.
message?
I hate that.
Somewhere, yes.
I get it, but
Did
I hate that.
you provide that to any investigator or assistant district attorney?
I don't remember.
You recall whether any assistant district attorney or investigator asked you for a copy of that text message?
I don't know.
Is that text message still on your phone?
I don't know.
Did you delete that text message?
I don't know.
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move this along, Stephen.
When you texted Ryan that night, you were contacting him because you thought it was an appropriate time for you to leave, correct?
Yeah.
How long did it take your brother Ryan to get to the Albert home after that text message?
I don't know.
Was it an hour?
I don't think so, no.
Was it a half hour?
I do not know.
So you have no idea how long it took him to get there and how long you stayed after you texted him, correct?
I don't know, no.
By the time you're texting Ryan, Ms. Nagel, how much do you think you would have? to drink
Nicholas,
since
remember
6 or
Nicholas?
7 p.m.?
Philippitas?
A decent amount.
Would you say that another word for it would be a lot?
Was
No.
the
What were you
like
drinking
ideal
that night?
witness,
Michelob Ultras.
also a lawyer,
And
but still
How
the ideal
many
witness.
did you have?
I don't
Just
know. I
answer
don't
the
remember.
Did you bring your
Defend-
own Michelob Ultras to
Not
the party?
necessary. I'm innocent.
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna answer you
You
truthfully.
don't remember whether you brought any beer to the party?
I don't know.
Where was the beer?
I either brought it or I don't know. I don't remember. It was 2.5 years
Wait.
ago.
Where was it?
Whoa. You don't remember if you brought
In the
beer?
fridge.
You have no memory of like running out of beer that night, correct?
I don't remember, no.
There appeared to be plenty of beer to go around, correct?
For myself, yeah.
Between the time that you texted your brother Ryan and the time he arrived, it's fair to say that you changed your mind about going home with him,
You
correct?
can't remember if you
Yes.
brought beer.
You changed
or
your mind
not.
while you were still inside the
How did
Albert
you
home,
get-
correct?
I did not say that, no.
Well, I'm asking you now.
Remember if you
No.
brought beer?
You changed your mind only after you left the residence and went out to talk to him?
Yes.
You claimed on direct examination that he was the one that said, why don't you stay longer?
No, that's not what I said.
That said that you wanted to stay longer.
If myself.
So you told him that you wanted to stay longer, correct?
Yeah. I did.
And when you went outside, you learned that he'd come and his friend, is it Ricky D'Antuono? How do you pronounce the name?
It's Ricky D'Antano.
D'Antuono.
Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
Ryan had come in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I butchered that. When you went outside,
butchered
you
that.
saw that your brother Ryan was in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
Correct, yes.
He was sitting in the front passenger seat of the truck, correct?
Ryan, yes.
The truck was parallel to the Albert's residence, correct?
Yes.
It was not parked in the driveway.
No.
The truck was facing toward Chapman Street, going up the hill, correct?
Yes.
So Ryan's seat would have been the closest to the property, right? Passenger seat
I'm sorry, closest to the what?
to the Albert home.
Yes, correct.
You walked down the driveway to get to the truck, correct?
Yes.
His SUV was in the driveway at that point, was it not?
Yes.
And at that point, second, I want to go back, if I can, to when you were inside the house, because you had testified that when you were inside, you looked out the window and you saw a different vehicle, correct?
I did, yes.
That was a black SUV.
Yes.
And you testified that you saw that from within the house, you saw that black SUV move 2 times, correct?
More than 2.
So it was at first parked near the mailbox,
Yes.
and then you saw it move forward, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then you saw it move forward again to near the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And was there a third time that you saw it move?
I saw it pull up, stopped, pulled up again, stopped, pulled up again by the flagpole, stopped. That's all I saw.
All right, and that was all while you were inside the house, correct?
Correct, yes.
When it was pulling up like that, Ms. Nagel, it wasn't going 80 miles an hour, correct?
It was not, no.
It wasn't going 50 miles an hour, correct?
I mean, I didn't have a radar gun on me, but no.
It was going at a safe speed, correct?
Yeah.
It wasn't going a very long distance,
Answer the
correct?
question.
Each time?
No.
It's a matter of several feet, correct? Adjusting its position,
Why so?
Just
why so
pulled up and
sassy?
stopped a few times.
right? And as you saw it pull up and stop a few times from within the home, its direction was always forward, correct?
From what I saw, yes.
You never saw that car back up, correct?
No.
You certainly never saw it speed at a crazy pace backwards, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Now, I'd asked you about the.
Never saw the
text
car
messages
go
that you had
backward,
with your friend
like,
Ryan,
in reverse.
and you could not recall whether any investigator or
Which the
assistant district attorney
prosecution
asked you
claims.
for screenshots of that, correct?
Karen reversed
My friend or my
John.
brother?
Did I say friend?
You did, yes.
Thank you for correcting me. I did mean your brother Ryan, thank you. And I appreciate the fact that you're paying attention. At least one of us is.
Yeah.
So with what I
Ooh,
asked you about
did you see
the
eyebrow raise?
screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan, and whether any investigator or assistant district attorney had asked you for them, correct?
I don't remember.
Didn't remember, right. But somebody did ask you for a screenshot, correct?
Yes.
Who was that?
JJ McCabe.
And by JJ, you mean Jennifer McCabe?
Correct. Yes.
When JJ asked you, do you remember when it was that JJ, Jennifer McCabe, asked you for a copy of those screenshots?
I do not remember. No.
Did you provide them to Jennifer McCabe?
I did. Yes.
Did Jennifer McCabe, when she asked you to provide her with those screenshots, claim that she was an investigator in this case?
Objection.
You can answer that.
Do you mind repeating that, please?
Sure. When Jennifer McCabe, or as you call her, JJ, asked you for screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan, did Jennifer McCabe tell you that she was investigating this case?
No.
And you have no memory of providing those screenshots to any investigator other than Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I don't remember. No.
Okay. Now, when you're ultimately leaving the residence, it's about, I think you said 1:45 a.m. is your best guess?
Yes.
You walked out which door?
The front door.
And that would be the one to the left, right? The real front door of the house.
Yes. Correct.
That door faces right to the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You left with Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Sarah Levinson, correct?
Correct.
And you all went out the same door, correct?
I know what door I went out. I don't know about, it could have been. I don't know if they went through the side, but yeah.
Fair to say that walking out
Go back to the
front door
screenshot
of
of the
that
text
house, you
messages
saw
and
no
Jen
body
claiming
on
to
that
be
front
an
lawn in front of you, correct?
investigator.
When I walked out?
Correct.
I don't care what door they
None
went
of
out.
the other three people yelled out that they saw a body, correct?
Correct.
You got into Jennifer McCabe's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you were seated behind the driver, correct?
Yes.
And the driver was Matthew McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat.
Yes.
And Sarah Levinson was sitting next to you behind the front passenger, correct?
Yes.
Matthew McCabe backed the car out of the driveway and then headed up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
That meant that the passenger side of the vehicle was closest to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
So that meant that Sarah Levinson and Jennifer McCabe were in the seats that were closest to the Albert home, correct?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Sure. As Matthew McCabe was
The whole
driving
car
that
backing up
vehicle
and
alongside the Albert
confusing
property line,
everybody.
Jennifer McCabe in the front passenger seat and Sarah Levinson in the rear passenger seat were the closest two people to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And as the car passed in front of the Albert home, you saw no tire tracks in the snow, correct?
I don't remember.
You claim now to have seen a black object in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Object is the term that you used when you were finally interviewed about this matter, correct?
A black object. Yes.
Right. You never before ever told any investigator that what you actually saw was a black blob, correct?
I don't remember.
And
Black what?
you also
Sorry.
never
A black what?
saw was a black blob, correct?
A black blob.
I don't remember.
And you also never ever
What?
told
What is going
any
on?
investigator that this black object that you described was actually 5 feet or 6 feet long, correct?
Correct. Yes.
The very first time you're now mentioning this testimony that this black object, as you describe it, was actually 5 or 6 feet long was just today, after 12 noon on May 14th of 2024, correct?
Lally asked me how big it was, so I just told him right now. Yeah.
Yeah, Lally, when you say
Wow.
Lally, you mean Mr. Lally.
Yes, Mr. Lally. Correct. Yes.
Mr. Lally just asked you during this trial, again,
Yeah.
right before this jury. That's the first time you've ever been asked or ever given an answer as to how big that object was, correct?
Not necessarily. No.
What?
Did you review any report that was taken when the investigators spoke to you regarding this case before taking the
What
stand
is
today?
going on? I am so.
You've never
This is just giving me
testified,
more questions. I'm not getting
in a
answers
grand
here.
jury regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
You've never testified in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
In this hearing, in this case,
Besides today.
no.
And you would agree with me that it is nowhere on record that this black object that you talk about was ever 5 or 6 feet long prior to telling the jury that today?
Objection.
You have to ask that differently, Mr. Moody.
Today, this afternoon, is the first time that you've provided testimony or information to any official regarding this case that the object was 5 or 6 feet long.
No,
I'm sorry?
no.
Who did you tell prior to today?
About what?
That it was 5
I
to
thought
6
we were
feet
talking
long.
about the fact that you now testified that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long. You recall that?
Today, yes.
And my question to you was, you've never mentioned that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long until the last hour or so when Mr. Lally questioned you about it, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you were passing the property, you did not think it was a body.
At the time, no.
You claim that you told everyone in the car that you saw something, correct?
Correct.
And your friend Sarah said what? Or something to that effect, correct?
Correct.
And there was no further conversation after that, correct?
Not that I can remember. No.
And you didn't think that it was a person who was
How
in
drunk
trouble,
were you?
correct?
Objection.
She even said,
Did
I
you
was
think that at what
intoxicated.
time, Mr.
When you were leaving the property, after leaving the house at 1:45 a.m. and getting into the McCabe vehicle and passing the Albert lawn, you did not think that you saw a person who was in trouble, correct?
No.
Or a person that may have needed help, correct?
I don't know, no.
And you were right there, correct, passing the property?
I was passing the property,
Not
yes.
as close to the property as your friend Sarah Levinson, but you were in the back seat on the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
And you were in a car such that if you thought that you saw something, it could have been a person, all you had to do was tell the driver, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell the driver that you saw somebody who was in trouble?
Well, I said it out loud in the car.
So is it your testimony now that you said out loud in the car, there's a person who's in trouble?
That's not what I said, no.
You didn't mention a person at all in the car, correct?
No,
Did not tell Matthew McCabe, hey, stop the car, correct?
I did not know.
If you had seen a person in the snow
Did you?
lying there,
No, it was.
you would have done something about it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You didn't ask Matthew McCabe to stop.
No,
You didn't ask him to back up.
nope,
You didn't ask him to check on whatever it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
no.
You had your phone with you, correct?
Yeah,
Your phone was working, correct?
I don't remember.
You used that phone to text your brother.
An hour and a half before.
Are you testifying today that your phone was completely out of charge?
I don't remember, no.
Text your good friend Brian Albert Jr. to tell him that you saw somebody lying on his front lawn?
Did I text him
Yes.
that night?
As you are supposedly seeing this black object,
Wait,
immediately after that, did you text Brian Albert Jr. to tell him about that black object?
So in that form, it's sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Moody.
You had your friend Sarah
this is
Levinson with you, correct?
crazy.
I did in the
This
car,
is-
yes.
You knew she
This
was a
is
nurse, correct?
Yeah,
I
You
don't
didn't
know
tell
if
your
she
friend
thought-
Sarah that you just
I
saw
don't know if
somebody
she
lying in the
was.
snow during a blizzard who might need some help,
I don't know if
correct?
she thought it was a
I did
person.
not know.
That Brian
I don't
Jr.'s
know. I
father
don't
was a
know
police
what-
officer,
I don't-
correct?
What's
Objection.
going on?
Let's move this. Are you just about done with this line of questioning? I'll give you a little bit more.
Just a couple more questions and I'm
Okay,
done.
go ahead.
I'm
You knew that
exhausted.
he was a police
And
officer,
the
correct?
jury,
yes,
And obviously a first responder as a police officer, right?
yeah,
And you knew that that was Jennifer McCabe's brother-in-law, correct?
yes,
And Jennifer McCabe was in the car with you, correct?
yes,
You didn't tell Jennifer McCabe or JJ to call her brother-in-law, correct?
no,
The fact of the matter is, you did nothing, right?
yeah,
And that's because
yeah.
you did not see a body on that lawn, correct?
Objection.
Is that true? Can you answer that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You didn't see a body on that lawn.
I mean, I don't know what I saw, but I saw an object.
You were drinking for hours.
Is that a question?
Yes, you were drinking for hours, is that correct?
Yeah,
And you were intoxicated as you were leaving that home.
Objection.
Were you?
yes,
You were drunk, right?
some would say, yeah,
You would say.
yeah,
And you believe that except for
She's
Matt McCabe,
been
who was
drinking
driving,
since
everybody in the
like
car was drunk, right?
6:30,
Objection.
and
I
she
don't
never
know.
ran out of beer.
I'm going to let that answer stand.
You have
So I don't know.
previously
But
testified,
she was intoxicated.
I'm sorry, strike that. You have previously given a statement indicating that you believe that everybody in that car except for Matthew McCabe was drunk. Do you deny that?
I don't remember at this moment.
All right. You told investigators that when Brian Albert Jr. called you the next morning and you found out about the tragedy the previous night, you, quote, put two and two together, correct?
I did, yes.
And when you put two and two together, you did not call the county police, correct?
I did not know.
Not call the state police, correct?
Nope.
Not call the district attorney's office.
No.
You would agree with me that you just sat on this revelation, correct?
I would.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that's sustained in that form.
And you were not interviewed by any investigator in January, February, March, or any time over the spring or summer of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time frame, but not right after, no.
And when an investigator finally
Holy
spoke to you,
crap.
it was Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
I'm like
He was the one who took your statement on
printing
October
notes
12th,
down.
2022, correct?
If that was the date and time, yes.
And that was
Wow.
over 8 months after you were driving past the Albert home at around 2 a.m. while you were drunk and supposedly seeing some black object, correct?
Before 2 a.m., yes.
And you know, Ms. Nagel, that as of October of 2022, the defense had, in this case, had publicly announced that
Objection, Your Honor.
had no soft
Right.
body on that property.
So that question's improper. I'm going to strike that question.
He's trying to get his money.
All right.
So
All right.
we're gonna break. I have to bring you back tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, so jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know when you see it. And we'll see you tomorrow. And tomorrow's a full day.
All rise for the court, please.
All right. That is the end.
You can stand.
Lady, you need to stop
Stand,
drinking.
stand, and then when the last juror goes, I can go.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Lady, you need to stop drinking. That's crazy. All right. So let's let the jury go. And see if
Yes.
there's anything else.
So you can come in and we'll do it right now if you want.
Oh, she is
Your
the
Honor.
judge.
Sorry, may we approach this as a scheduling thing?
She's like,
Counsel, we're still on the case. So why don't you come on up?
she's like, I gotta go. I got things to do. I'm a busy judge. Okay, so they're approaching. Skedaddle through that.
All right.
He was like, okay, goodbye. I'm leaving. Okay, great. Wow. Yes, this is Tuesday's trial. That was crazy. Okay, so let me tell you, let me tell you, Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky, wow. Woo. Okay. All right, so day 11. I took so many notes just today. Today has been crazy. Today has been wild. Today has been energetic. And we're not going to go anywhere. We're going to keep this stream going, and we're just going to start Wednesday stream, which is today. It's happening. We'll start from the beginning. I can actually take that out. I don't need to listen to anything right now. Okay, so let's just have a little chit chat about that before we move on, because I need to. Okay, the morning started off blazing hot, blazing hot. Ionetti, the defense attorney, the tall one, he was firing them off to Caitlin Albert. Caitlin Albert was who finished was yesterday. Yesterday we watched Monday's trial. So she was brought back, still in the middle of cross-examination, or might have been, she was still in the middle of cross-examination, and Ionetti was like just interrogating her in interrogation. It was crazy, and I personally think the way she handled it was top tier, absolutely top tier. Now, to her defense, in my opinion, she does work at the DA's office. She does work with the district attorney's office, in a completely different department than, I don't know, like judge trials and stuff like that. But she's probably got friends who have told her maybe some things. It's been a couple years. Everyone's talking about this. I don't know. That's just an assumption. But in my opinion, she really thought about how she was going to approach all of the questions, and she handled herself beautifully. And I think she did a fantastic job for the prosecution. She did a fantastic job for the jury to keep the jury on her side. She kept the jury on her side the entire cross-examination. He was drilling her about Katie McLaughlin. He was drilling her. Oh my gosh. That was absolutely incredible. Absolutely, absolutely incredible. Then we got Tristan Morris, her boyfriend, who just wants absolutely nothing to do with this. Tristan Morris wanted absolutely nothing to do with this. He did not care. He was not paying attention. He just showed up. He had some food, had some drinks, went home, and then had to go plow. He wasn't paying attention to the questions. I don't know. I think he was just having a hard time understanding the questioning. He has not made any statements or had any testimony prior to this. He was just kind of thrown up there. He did not want to be there. He did not want to deal with this. He did not want to be pulled into this. I don't know. From my opinion, I think the jury would very easily be able to be like, what's going on with Tristan, right? Like, why was he not, I don't know, like, he wasn't active in this testimony. So I don't know. It was just kind of, I don't want to say a throwaway witness. I don't think it did anything for the defense, and I don't think it did anything for the prosecution. I think it might have honestly just annoyed the jury a little bit. Sarah Levinson was a tough witness as well. She was the friend at the house, Brian Albert Jr.'s friend. I don't know. She said, the one thing that I got from that was she said she could still see grass on the lawn as she was leaving around 2 a.m. So like the snow wasn't falling like everyone was saying it was. And she says that she was one of the last people to leave. There was like a group of people that left and that Caitlin and everyone else left not way before, but before her. Her and whoever left with her were the last people to leave. Juliana Nagel was the witness that we just saw, who I need a minute to process. Did you see something in the yard, or did you not see something in the yard? Was it 5 to 6 feet long? Did you not see something? It's hard because they are intoxicated. They have been drinking. She especially had been drinking beers that get you drunk. I don't know what beers don't get you drunk. But she had been drinking beers, and she was drunk. Does she know if she said something? Does she know what she what the hell is going on? I don't know. I have more questions than answers from that entire day. The entire day 11 gave me more questions than answers. We still have yet to have any sort of proof, any sort of recognition that this black SUV is Karen's SUV. We have no proof, nothing that she was there. But we do have, especially from the prosecution, a lot of humans that, I don't know, weren't really kept track of. Colin, Tristan, Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky, and the other one, her brother. I think Ricky was the friend. Whatever, the Brian is the friend. So Brian Jr., Julie, Caitlin, Katie. There's so many white names. I can't. They're piling on. Okay, we're going to jump into day 8. Let me share my screen. I am going to be listening. I am going to go take a little potty break. But I will be listening, and I will pop off the screen, and let me get this going. Where is this? Here we go. We are did I say day 8? We're on day 12. I don't know what day I said, but today is day 12. Like today, currently, this is just a few hours behind. It's now 1 p.m. Well, it's just about 1 p.m. 10 of. This started around 9 a.m. And this is all today. so we will get that started. All right. I don't know if they were a little late or not today. Oh, wow. Okay.
Before A. Thank you.
All right. We are in 1.25 speed. I have no words for the last witness. It made me upset. I wasn't uncomfortable. I was on the edge of my seat. I was listening, but I was not satisfied with getting any answers whatsoever. There were no answers. She was drunk. Hey, it's the DUI guy. This is a lawyer that he's a funny guy. I think it's the DUI guy. Is that his name? He's interesting. He's an interesting one. What's going on? Okay. Can we get court moving?
Are muted. You are unmuted.
Oh my God.
Court, all rise to the jury.
All right, the jury is coming in. Karen looks tired.
Hear ye, now sitting in the Dedham Superior.
I can't
Wall
listen to
versus
that.
Karen Reed.
All right, good morning.
Appreciate you being ready and willing to go forward. We did spend a little time this morning with the lawyers moving things forward, so our time was well spent. We appreciate your patience. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions? Did you
Yes.
all? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or sure. All right, thank you. May we have Ms. Nagel, please?
You saw this with the evidence you recorded during the case.
All right, Ms. Nagel is back on the stand.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and we are back to redirect. There might be a recross.
Morning, Ms. Nagel.
Good morning.
Just a few questions for you. In regard to the interview with the conversation that you had with Trooper Crawford, were there any other troopers present during the course of that conversation?
Yes.
Recall who that trooper was?
I can't recall his name, no.
Now, if I could turn your attention back to January 29th in the early morning when you were leaving the house on Fairview. You indicated that you saw a dark object in an area of the front lawn, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had been to the house at 34 Fairview on several different occasions prior to this day, correct?
Yes.
Ever been over in that area of that front lawn? Was that an area that was used, that you observed by the homeowners or anyone there?
Not really. No.
And what, if anything, do you recall about the lighting in that particular area of the yard?
I mean, it was dark out, but with the snow, it was kind of, you could see a little bit of a glare.
Do you recall any sort of street lights or anything like that in that area?
I can't recall, no.
Now, you see this object, which you described as approximately 5 to 6 feet long, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And in the area of the flagpole, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you saw it, were you expecting or anticipating something over in that area of the yard?
No.
And when you were driving past it, is that the first time that you saw it?
Yes.
Now, if you had realized or had recognized that dark object 5 to 6 feet long in that area near the flagpole, had you realized that was a body, what would you have done?
I'll allow it. I would have, called 911 if I thought it was an actual body, and told everybody else in the car as well.
And your testimony again was that you put sort of 2 and 2 together the following day, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
So if you realized it was a body, you would have called 911, correct?
Yes.
And that's because you would have realized that was very important information, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
If you realized it was a body, you would have realized that was very important information, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony today is that you realized it was a body the very next day, correct?
The next day after I had a conversation, yes.
You didn't call 911 at that point, correct?
I did not know.
You called the police business line.
I did not know.
Did you speak to any police?
Nope.
Right. And you would agree with me, Ms. Nagel, that object became 5 to 6 feet long yesterday for the first time.
Objection.
not necessarily.
Ask the question differently, Ms. Tinetti.
The first time you've mentioned to anybody that that object was 5 to 6 feet long was yesterday to this jury 2.5 years after you supposedly saw it, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay. All right, Ms. Nagel, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Call to call Ms. Terry Kuhn to the stand.
While she's coming in, can I see counsel just about this witness for a second, please? Mr. Judge.
Next witness testifies. I just want to tell you that sometimes we call witnesses out of order. Sometimes witnesses have to be called in a certain time frame because of their schedules or some other instance. And the lawyers were kind enough to work this out among themselves. So
We appreciate it. All right.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Terry Kuhn. It's Terikun.
And Ms. Kuhn, what is it, what do you do for work?
I work for UC Davis at the Veterinary Genetics Lab in the Forensics Unit.
And what is your job title there?
My job title is Forensic Scientist, DNA Technical Lead. My UC classification is SRA4.
And that UC classification as far as SRA4, what does that mean?
Oh, Staff Research Associate.
And how long have you worked there?
Almost 25 years now.
And if I could, I'd like to talk a little bit about your educational background, starting with undergraduate. Where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive?
So I went to Sacramento State, or California State University, Sacramento. I received a minor in chemistry and a biological science degree in molecular biology.
And following receiving those degrees, where did you go educationally?
I went to UC Davis and I received a Master of Science degree in Forensic Science DNA.
And was that prior to you joining the lab there, or what, if any, relationship did that have?
I actually started my job at the lab after my undergraduate degree in 1999, and I started my postgraduate degree, I believe, in 2009 and finished in 2011. So I was actually already working at the lab at that time.
Now, with regard to the forensic program at UC Davis, what, if any, role did you have in sort of the creation of that lab?
I was actually one of the people who helped establish our forensics program in our lab, and I currently help with all the training, and any future forensic scientists that we employ, I do their training as well.
Now, have you been invited to speak at any sort of conferences or things of that nature in regard to your work in forensic science?
Yes, I've spoken at the California Association of Criminalists, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, the Northwestern Forensic Sciences, and Rural Livestock in the Western states.
Have you been published in this particular area?
Yes, I've published 7 times, most of them in Forensic Science International Genetics.
And when it comes to those publications, are you familiar with the process called peer review?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and how that implicates things that are public?
So anytime we go to publish, we put out an article to whatever publication we would like to, and it goes through a peer review process, which the article is sent out to peers in our industry, and they review our work to see that it is solid. And if they approve it, then the article does get published.
Now, over the course of your years with the lab at UC Davis, how many forensic samples of DNA have you tested?
Oh, in the thousands.
If you could describe to the jury the type of work that your lab performs.
So we have 2 sides of our lab. We have a service side, which provides diagnostic testing, parent verification testing, and then we have our forensic side. We do animal parent verification as well. We also do match comparison, which we compare samples to see if they're coming from the same source, and we do species identification.
Now, what kind of cases do you typically see like in the lab?
We can do anything from homicides to helping people see if remains are their lost pet to provide closure for them.
And what Are there sort of different types of agencies that you've done work for over the years of your work with the lab?
We've worked for police agencies, humane agencies, animal control agencies, and even private individuals, anybody who believes they can use our services.
And the lab that you work for, UC Davis, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is. It's accredited. Oh, sorry.
Answer my next question. As far as the lab accreditation, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process is and what's entailed in accreditation?
So our lab is accredited by a group called ANAB, and that's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation. They accredit labs to ensure that the policies and the procedures that we're following, they set a standard for those, and they come and check our standards. Are we meeting those standards? And it's also the same standards that most crime labs are associated with.
Now, in reference to that, labs that do DNA testing specifically and only in regard to humans, the accreditation that your lab has versus the accreditation that those types of labs have, what kind of difference is there?
There's no difference. The accreditation is the same.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, what exactly is DNA?
So DNA is the blueprint of your life. It's what makes your eye color what it is. It's makes your hair color, how tall you're going to be. And you get one half of that from your mom and one half from your dad.
And where is DNA found?
So DNA is found in most cells. It's in the nucleus of the cell. You get one copy of DNA per cell. There's also another kind of DNA called mitochondrial DNA. And in a cell, that is found in the plasma of a cell, and there'll be thousands of copies of mitochondrial.
And if you could explain sort of the difference between mitochondrial DNA versus what would you classify the other type of DNA?
So nuclear DNA is, again, that individual type of DNA. It's the DNA where we could say that that's you or that's a particular animal, and it would be a statistic of, 1 in 3,000 or 1 in 350 million type thing. Mitochondrial DNA actually runs along the maternal line. So if, you're a mom and you have a couple kids and a grandma there, they would all share the same maternal type.
And how is DNA used in forensic science?
For what we do in forensic science for animal DNA, we use it for parent verification. We use it for determining if two samples come from the same source, and we use it for species identification.
And is DNA testing just generally accepted in the scientific community?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury sort of DNA typing, that process? How does that work? What is it sort of specifically that you do?
So the main steps are when we get a sample, we need to lyse open those cells. That DNA is in the center of the cell. Those mitochondria are there, but they're protected by a cell wall. So our first step is to lyse that cell wall and release the DNA. Once that is done, we want to see how much DNA that we have. And so we have something called qPCR or quantitative PCR that allows us to tell how much of that nuclear DNA is in a sample. From there, we would go to a DNA typing. As you can imagine, if you only have one copy of DNA in a cell, it would take a lot of cells to be able to visualize that DNA. So we have to go through a process of making multiple copies. We use something called pointers. It tells us what parts of the DNA that we're looking for that can vary from species to species or from test to test of what we're trying to do. And we amplify that in a process called PCR. And that can be you could think of it like a photocopier. Every time it goes through a cycle, it makes a copy. So if we start off with one copy, we get 2. From 2, we get 4. 4, we get 8. And by the end of this cycling, we have millions of copies that actually allow us to be able to visualize that DNA. And then the last step is actually visualizing it. The DNA actually has to run through a matrix. It's kind of like a sponge with all the little holes. Small pieces of DNA go out first, and we can see those first, and the larger pieces of DNA come out last. So it's allowing us to both see the DNA, and it separates it by size.
And did you do the forensic testing with regard to samples that were submitted to your lab in this case?
Yes, I did.
And as far as those steps that you just described, are those the steps that you followed in regard to this?
Yes, they were.
And do you have sort of standard procedures for what you do in the lab?
Yes, we have standard procedures or SOPs that we follow for all of our work that we do.
And so fair to say in this case, you followed those same sort of standard procedures and protocols?
Yes, I did.
Now, what kind of efforts are taken in your lab to preserve the evidence or prevent contamination?
So what we do to preserve evidence, prevent contamination, one of the things we use is a bleach product. So anytime we're using a surface, be it for sample collection, doing PCR, doing the extraction, we're wiping down everything with this bleach product, doing our work, and then wiping it down again. Samples are stored according to what we have. So dry evidence is stored in a locked cabinet. Wet evidence, such as blood, is stored in a fridge. Tissue is stored in a locked freezer. The fridge is also locked as well. So they're also kept in their original packaging, and they're sealed, and they're only unsealed and used when they're being actually manipulated for sample collection.
And what samples did you receive in this case?
In this case, we received 2 swabs.
And Dara, may I have just a moment?
Yes.
You're close.
Sir, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a series of 7 photographs. I just asked you to look at those. And then
Okay.
And just in general terms, you recognize what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes, this is the evidence that we received.
And those photographs that you would have taken as you were unpackaging the samples in this case?
Yes, and they contain a sticker on there that has our case number, the date we received it, and my initials.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll walk you to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so we have our first expert witness. I don't know why they're taking a little bit of time getting ready, prepping, and all that stuff, and that's fine. This is our first expert witness. She's probably got
Your
a
Honor, may I
busy
return these to the
schedule.
witness, and with the court's permission, may I publish them to the jury?
Yes.
A lot of expert witnesses are expert witnesses.
Now,
Exactly that. They
with regard
this
to
a
the
lot.
first exhibit that you have before you,
They're sort of
what's up on the screen that you
assigned
have before you as exhibit 74?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe to the
to
jury
be
what we're
expert
looking at?
witnesses.
So this is the evidence that we received. The little sticker on the bottom is the one that we applied at our lab. It includes the case number, the date, and my initials. And we do this to ensure that, so that we can show that this is how the evidence arrived. It arrived in a sealed and packaged manner.
I'm not sure if they
And,
qualified her
the
as witness
following
yet.
exhibit
though.
number 75.
This
that's
process
actually
is
another photograph, same packaging, is that correct?
So it's the same packaging, but it's the
Um,
back of the packaging, because in
might
this
have
instance, that
napkins.
actually shows where the evidence was sealed as well, and the date as well.
And who, if anyone, or what entity did you receive this package from?
Can I look at my notes? I don't recall the exact entity.
Yes, you can.
Expert witnesses typically have notes, binders, folders full of information, full of their data that they can refer back to.
So the client in this case was the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, Adam Lilly.
In
And so-
a
but as
much
far as the
more
sample
loose,
from whom you received, was that Massachusetts
environment than
They were the
non-expert
people I was in contact with about sending them. We consider the client is the one who submitted the sample on our submission form.
But the person who physically sent the sample from one lab to the other was the MSPCL, is that correct?
Let me look at their form here. There was a form that came with it as well. Let me find it. So yes, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police Forensic Services Division Crime Lab was the one who submitted the samples to our lab.
And are you familiar with, did you have any conversations with a forensic scientist at the State Police Lab in Massachusetts named Maureen Hartnett?
Yes, I did.
Is that someone that you have worked with on prior cases in the past?
Yes, I have.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, number 6. Again, what's up on the screen is that what we have for you.
Yes.
And if you could just describe to the jury what we're looking at.
So that brown packaging you saw before, this was actually what was inside of that brown packaging.
And,
So
the
I
next,
believe
exhibit.
this to be
And this is that same item that was inside, but the back side of the packaging.
swabs from John's arm wounds. He had wounds on his
And
right
that
arm.
shows the 2 swabs that were contained inside that packaging.
and her facility testing to see if,
And that was the first swab that we selected for testing.
dog DNA could have been tested or be the
What's contained
cause
in
of
those
those
photographs, is that
wounds.
a fair and accurate portrayal of what you received and sort of how you delineated those items as far as labeling them by your case number?
Yes, it was.
And for the case number, as far as the FCD and the number, sort of how was that?
And this is the
determined, or what was that?
prosecution's witness.
So FC always refers to forensic case. In this case, D is for dog because they were asking for dog DNA testing. If it was C, it would be for cattle. F would be for feline, but the FC is always the beginning part. The third letter always kind of denotes what species we're looking for.
Now, for
The defense will have their
receiving
own
those
witness
particular
as
items, are you also given any sort of identifier as far as from the outside lab or the external vendor, as far as what label they have for the sample, or where the sample came from, is from the outside lab?
We did receive a piece of paper that with the submission saying it was taken from a shirt.
And do you recall specifically what the item number was or where it was swabbed on that shirt?
No, do you remember that?
I do not know. It would be on that piece of paper, I believe.
Would that also be delineated somewhere within your report and your findings?
The case number would be in our findings.
And I'm sorry, not specifically in your findings, but within the context of your report with that.
In the report, the case number that they gave us is listed in the report.
Your Honor, do you have your report with you now?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to refer to a report to that.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And I'm sorry, what is that?
Did you want the case number there?
The case number and the item number.
So the case number was listed as MSCLP number 22-02184, item 7-18.16.
Now, with reference to these samples, did the samples arrive as you expected as far as their packaging and things of that nature?
Yes, everything was arrived sealed, and as you saw, that was documented in our with our photos, and it's also documented in my notes.
Did you test all of the samples that were submitted now?
Yes, we did.
And what is it that you were asked to test?
We were asked to determine species via canine qPCR. qPCR is that quantitative PCR that tells us how much DNA is in a sample, and it is specific for canine because the next goal they asked is if we could develop a DNA profile to possibly use for a comparison with a reference sample to be submitted later. If we weren't able to see anything with canine DNA there, we were asked to do our species tests called Meat ID.
Now, first, with reference to the sort of nuclear DNA testing that you did, what were the results of that initial testing?
For the canine qPCR testing, we did not see any canine DNA.
And when you say,
Interesting.
if you could explain to the jury or expound upon that, as far as what are you looking at and what are you seeing or not seeing that leads you to that?
So the canine DNA we're looking for in that is that nuclear DNA, that DNA that's used for an individual, because the idea was if we see canine DNA in the quantitative qPCR, then we know we have canine DNA on that swab, and we can try and use that to develop the DNA profile for a later comparison.
No dog DNA.
Now, per the
According to this
questions
witness.
that you were asked or what you were asked to test, upon not finding any canine DNA from the PCR testing, the qPCR testing, what if any steps did you take now? What further testing?
The next test we performed was our Meat ID test. It's a general species test. It tests for 12 species altogether. They would include dog, cat, bison, cattle, horse, sheep, goat, mouse, rat, pig, and rabbit. I'm pretty sure I got them all, but I can't guarantee.
Now,
Wow is right.
and I'm sorry to jump around here a little bit.
Wow is
but when
right.
Going back to sort of the qPCR
I
testing,
agree.
can you explain to the jury sort of what is it, what type of instruments are you using and what exactly goes into that process?
So we're taking the sample and we're using primers that concentrate, that point to a small piece of DNA for canine, and it's supposed to amplify it. And every time it's amplifying, it's actually releasing a color, fluorescent color that it's measuring. So if there's canine DNA, this fluorescent color keeps popping up, and it gives it a measurement in which it will tell us how much of the canine DNA we have. But in this case, the test did not see any fluorescence for canine DNA. So it was a negative result.
I want to know what
And
the
then
percentage
as
of
far
error
as,
in these tests
when you
is.
say canine DNA, is that dogs specifically, or what if anything else would be included within canine?
In this qPCR test, other canines will work, or canids will work, like wolves, coyotes, and we are now doing some further testing on foxes, but we have not concluded those tests.
Now, as far as the
Foxes.
meat ID test.
Isn't it just
that you're
fox?
Talking about that sort of second, can you explain, again, to the jury sort of what is involved in that?
Isn't the
What do you
plural
think?
of fox?
So the meat ID test actually targets the mitochondrial DNA, which makes it a little bit better. There's, like I said, there's 1,000 mitochondrial in a cell versus that one nuclear DNA. So it's a lot more there. It's also a circular piece of DNA. So it's a little bit more hardy. It sticks around. And we have regions of the mitochondria that are specific to each of those species that I listed. And if we have,
This is so interesting to me.
we have pointers that actually will give us 2 different peaks. If we get 2 peaks that are both for pig, we have a pig result. If we get 2 peaks for dog, we have a dog result, or the same can go for any of the species that we have. If we only get 1 peak, then we don't quantify that as being a positive result for that species.
Oh, okay.
And so you would need more than 1 peak in order to make that sort of opinion or qualification as far as species go?
Right. We always have to have the 2 peaks for the species that we're getting results for.
And so with regard to the meat ID testing that you did with these swabs, these 2 swabs, what if any results did you receive, or what if anything did you observe upon completion of the testing?
So for both the swabs, we did see pig. And we also actually I did a little bit of a test where we only concentrated on the dog portion of the meat ID. You can think of it as when we have all 12 species there's a lot of competition going on. By just concentrating on the dog meat ID, it eliminates all the competition. It gives us a better chance of getting a result if there is canine DNA there, and that result was negative. So the only result we got for both those swabs was for the pig.
And so again, just to be clear, as far as
They found pig DNA on him?
canine was concerned, there was not even 1 peak? From what you
There was absolutely no canine DNA.
Now, as far as the pig is concerned, what, if anything, could that be from?
I don't know where that could come from. That would be speculation on my part. It's a sensitive test, I can tell you. So yeah, it would depend on where that shirt had been and what the person had been doing with it.
Can you get pig DNA if you drop a piece of bacon on it? How did you get pig DNA?
Source, could that be from beyond just an animal? Could it be from some other source such as food or something like that?
Yes, it could be from food. We have tested the meat ID test. In fact, that's what it was developed for, was for testing food products. And so we've seen it come from cooked pork, cooked bacon, in terms of pig. I do remember those were tested specifically.
Did he make bacon earlier in the day in that same shirt? And then there's bacon juice? And it just so what is going on? You got pig DNA.
Sure.
This trial is too much for me. I have bitten off way too much pig that
Your testing in regards to both qPCR and the meat ID testing, there was absolutely no canine DNA that you observed on the 2 samples that were submitted to you from the state police lab.
Asked and
That's correct.
answered.
We observed no canine DNA.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you.
The cross-examination is
Just to
going to be
finish that
crazy.
thought, and start off, there was no canine DNA detected in your testing, correct?
Correct.
So when you say there was no canine DNA, that's a little bit of an overstatement, correct?
There was no canine DNA in the swabs that we tested.
Exactly. Okay, perfect. So the Massachusetts State Police did not send you any actual items of clothing or cuttings or source material, did they?
No, they did not.
As a matter of fact, the only thing to be tested were the swabs that you received, those 2 swabs that we saw very nicely photographed.
Yes.
You'd agree that your analysis of those swabs is only as good as the starting material with which you have to work, correct?
That would be correct. I only have the swabs to test. That's the only thing I can talk about.
So the integrity of any DNA testing has to start foundationally with the proper recovery techniques for what's being tested, what goes on the swab.
I have no idea how the agency collected the swabs.
So you're left, I guess the next question would be, you're left to assume that proper techniques were used to swab the source material.
Yes.
And for a forensic scientist,
She's not on trial.
that assumption may not
an
always
expert
be
witness
valid.
talking
Well,
about
in
her
cases
scientific
cases can vary for us. Sometimes we get the actual source material. Sometimes we do get the swabs. It's dependent upon the agency sending it in. It depends on their policies and procedures, which I cannot dictate.
Right. So that because
Where did the pig come
if the
from?
swab is not collected properly, or the source material is not swabbed properly, then you're left with sort of a garbage in, garbage out analysis, right?
But I wasn't there to see the swabs being collected, so I have no idea. I couldn't comment on that.
So
She
that
can't
answers my
comment
next question. You
how
were
it
not
was
present when the swabs were taken, correct?
No.
You couldn't oversee the collection of those swabs.
No.
You didn't take the swabs yourself.
No.
Okay. And you never did receive any of the source material from which those swabs were taken.
No, only the 2 swabs.
You do understand very clearly from your testimony and
Your point has
UC
been made.
Davis, University of California Davis lab, and the impressive work that y'all do, you do understand proper protocols for evidence collection, correct?
Right, when we do collection at our lab.
For one thing, you keep proper logs, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, in your report, there's a log, a couple of pages of logs that literally detail down to the minute when somebody touched those swabs, correct?
Correct.
That's because it's important to maintain those types of logs to avoid contamination on the one hand, right?
I don't know if keeping the logs prevents contamination.
That's a fair correction. The logs would give you an idea of who touched something when, and if there was some contamination, you might be able to work backward to figure out how that contamination occurred.
Correct.
That's why the logs are in place, correct?
It's to be able to see step by step where everything was going.
It maintains a very, very specific chain of custody.
Correct.
So everybody that touches
Prevent
those swabs or that
error
item, it's going
or
into an
easily
evidence log
find
and out of an
error.
evidence log before being tested. That's highly, highly regulated, and it's marked on a log.
It's documented in my case notes and it's documented on our internal chain of custody.
So there's literally multiple documents that that memorialize the movement of that evidence, right?
As it goes through our lab, yes.
Right, and your lab, that those criteria include the time that something was touched,
Yes.
the place where it was touched,
We don't document the place.
meaning it was taken out of this particular locker and put on this,
Oh, yes.
the person that manipulated those items.
Where it was
that-
moved
that-
from.
Okay.
That's incredible. The police did
You were
not do
asked
that.
about the processes
any evidence.
that your lab undertakes to
They didn't
avoid
do that
or
with
reduce
any evidence.
contamination.
Correct.
You were asked that by Mr. Lally on direct examination. You recall that?
Yes.
You went through what your lab and the accreditation process, the protocols that you employ to make sure that contamination is reduced, hopefully to a minimum.
Yes.
But you don't know what any other lab might employ in terms of their reduction of contamination processes.
No, I don't know this.
And you specifically don't know what the Massachusetts Crime Lab did or didn't do with this subject material before you got the swabs.
Correct.
She's
You don't know if they took any
she's doing
steps, as a matter of
fantastic.
fact, to
She's a
reduce
pro.
contamination of the source material before the swabs were taken.
I don't know anything about how they took the swabs.
She's like, I wasn't
You
there.
would
I
agree
don't
that,
know.
For instance, if
This
the
is my
source
job.
material had been tossed on the bottom of the
test it.
hanging floor, that could encourage contamination of that source material.
Objection. Can you answer that question?
I don't know because we haven't tested that sort of thing.
Well,
It's an interesting question. I do agree, but we have not done any validation, which would be able to prove that sort of thing.
well,
Remember the blood samples
if
in
the
the red
item
solo cups in a Stop and Shop
is
paper bag on the floor of a
supposed to be
fucking garage.
non-contaminated, right?
If
It's
you're new
supposed to be
here,
relatively
this is a
pristine,
brand new channel. Feel free to
and it's off on the
subscribe.
floor.
My name's
That
Lily. I'm
might
not a
encourage
lawyer,
Contamination of that particular item.
but I am a
It's supposed to
chatty
be left
juror.
as pristine as possible, correct?
Again, I don't know the history of the item, so I couldn't speak to it.
Yeah.
All right, so I think you have to move on from that.
Her
If
answers
in
are going to be the
fact,
same. He's
the
made his
source
point.
material was not packaged properly, would that encourage contamination?
But I didn't see how the items were packaged.
I'm not asking that, I'm asking you hypothetically, if an item, a source item, is going to be tested.
You made
is
your
not
point, move
packaged
on.
and properly, that could
You were
encourage
instructed to move
contamination.
on.
I have not seen that. What I have seen when something's been packaged incorrectly is I've seen the induction of mold growth, which has prevented bacteria, which causes bacteria, which eats away at DNA. So it doesn't give me contamination, but it does mean that I don't see DNA.
There might be, if something is handled inappropriately, for instance, if something is handled sloppily before it's tested, it might reduce the validity of the ultimate test that's undertaken, correct?
Objection. I'm going to sustain that.
Oh yeah,
There are certain proper swabbing techniques
she's
involved
not going to take
in
offense
the preparation of a
because
swab, correct?
Yes.
That includes
He's not-
wearing gloves, using clean tools, correct?
Correct.
he's
It
not
includes proper
asking her
documentation
questions
for
about
swabbing.
what,
Correct.
like her
The
action.
documentation might include
He's just
the
asking her
location or
questions about the
description of
scientific
exactly where
discovery.
the item was swabbed.
And right
Is that
now,
right?
he's just
Correct.
trying to make
That
a
would be
point.
helpful in your analysis to know exactly where something was swabbed.
No.
You did your job. That's
What
great.
about any visible markings
But your
to
job
show where
is
swabbing
good
was taken? Is that normally
because the
done?
people who did their job
Again, it
before
varies
you,
from lab to lab what we
Really
get. I
department
unfortunately can't dictate what every other lab does.
That's
They all
what
have their own policies and procedures, and we work with labs across the United States and the world.
If you were swabbing something in your lab, which is an accredited lab, would you encourage marking exactly where something
But I
was
do
swabbed? so
agree.
it's
She is
later
holding her own.
documented?
She's
When I swab things in my lab, I actually circle on the item. There's a note with the case number, my initials, the date, and also a ruler present in the photo.
So if we have to go
That's
back
really nice.
in your circumstance that you just described, if we have to go back and try to replicate exactly where that swab was taken, you can do that.
Yes,
And you think that's obviously an
as an
important
expert
protocol.
witness.
that's
this
the
is not
protocol
first
in our lab.
coming up
So
with,
the
against
swabs that
the-
are used are sterile swabs, obviously.
Yes.
In fact, isn't it true that crime labs discourage, for purposes of DNA swabbing, discourage the use of swabs with wooden sticks because they can encourage contamination as opposed to plastic sticks?
I have not heard that.
The swab is supposed to be moistened, right?
I do suggest that people moisten them with water in order to make a better transfer.
And that needs to be distilled water, sterile water. Right?
Sterile water.
And you swab over an area of interest, and then generally you would photograph the area that's being swabbed, correct?
I do.
You would want to air dry that swab
Yes.
before you package it. Is that right?
When I do my collection, I don't need to air dry my swabs because their next step is actually the extraction process. So I'm not doing collection and then pausing. I'm doing collection and starting my extraction.
When you, as a matter of fact, when you're collecting biomaterial, tissue samples, for instance, blood, other biomaterials, you would not want to package those in plastic because that would encourage some sort of
count as a science
mold growth.
course?
Mold and bacteria, yes.
So it's discouraged putting blood, for instance, in plastic containers.
Correct.
You certainly wouldn't put blood material that you're working with in non-sterile containers, would you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would you put biological material in non-sterile containers?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We don't have, everything that we use is sterile. All of our tubes that we would use, or once we do a collection, we put it in a tube for the extraction process. Those tubes are autoclaved and they don't have contamination. They are sterile.
You would use a solo cup.
I'm sorry, what?
Objection, Your Honor.
Solo cup.
The objections.
You wouldn't use a
You
red
would maintain
solo
a strict
cup,
chain of
right?
custody over that item to ensure the integrity and the admissibility of that DNA evidence.
I did, yes.
And
It's crazy.
I think we've
That's
covered
exactly
this.
what
You may
they
have
did.
answered this already, that your personal protocol is that you actually photograph where everything is being swabbed from, correct?
Correct.
If there was DNA present on a source item, and it wasn't sampled properly or swabbed properly in the right spot, then that DNA would likely not be detected, correct?
I don't know why, I don't know the circumstances or why you would
And his
swab
point
things,
has definitely been
in a
made.
specific
I-
spot. I know in my lab how we do
I
things.
fully agree with it.
What I'm asking is, if you have a source material, and there's DNA over here,
And she
and
can't
it's swabbed
answer
over here,
the question.
you would expect this swab to
About
detect
something she
that
didn't-
DNA.
That's correct.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to
I'll let
strike.
it stand. I'll let him have it.
What information were you provided about these two particular samples?
I wasn't really provided any information. I had to work with the person from the crime lab asking about what they wanted to test and try and narrow down the testing in terms of species, simply because it helps us make sure that we're directing the testing in the correct way for the answer that they're, or for the question that they're answering. So knowing the species in this case was important. It also made it so that we made sure that the testing was affordable as possible.
Understood. Would it be important for you to understand the condition of the material that was being swabbed as you engage your analysis?
I'm not
Condition meaning, was it clean? Was it dirty? Did it have blood on it? Did it not have blood on it? Things of that nature.
No, since we don't get to choose how evidence is given to us, nice and clean with nice and clean DNA would be perfect, but that's not our perfect world we get samples from. So
Hardly ever happens, does it?
no, it hardly ever happens.
It would be important, however, to know whether or not there were obvious inhibitors on the source item when it was swabbed.
Knowing that there's dirt would be helpful, or possibly blood, because those can inhibit, but not necessarily. We don't necessarily have to know that ahead of time.
Were you told in this instance that the swabs were taken from a garment that had blood on it?
No.
Is blood an inhibitor?
It can be, yes.
Is garment dye an inhibitor?
Yes.
Were you told that there was blood on a dyed garment when you received the swabs?
No.
Your report indicates that the swabs that you did test, these two swabs, quote, did not indicate the presence of canine nuclear DNA, but did indicate the presence of inhibitors, end quote, correct?
That was in our qPCR.
Right. You explained that, quote, this result is obtained when either, number one, the canine nuclear DNA is degraded, is that right?
Correct.
Number two, it's, quote, obscured by inhibition, end quote.
Quote.
Or number three, there is no canine nuclear DNA present, correct?
Correct.
So in your report, you indicated that there are three reasons that you list for the possibility of not finding or not detecting the canine nuclear DNA in that sample.
Correct.
All right. Two of those three reasons allow for the idea that the DNA is actually present, but it's either obscured by inhibitors or it's so degraded that it can't be detected.
The nuclear DNA.
Right. But it still could exist.
It could, yes.
It's just not, you can't see it if it's obscured, and you can't see it if it's just degraded.
Correct.
Explain how an inhibitor works in your testing.
excuse me, an inhibitor just actually stops the PCR process from happening. And so therefore you would see no results.
So did you find inhibitors in this sample?
In the nuclear DNA testing, yes.
And was that the qualitative polymerase chain reaction test, qPCR test?
Yes.
Wow. This is,
And in fact, an inhibitor is pretty much any chemical that's
give me
literally
more
going to
extra
inhibit
witnesses.
the enzyme from helping make the copies.
Correct.
Certain dyes inhibit,
Yes.
and certainly blood inhibits.
Heme from blood, yes.
And because of that, at least in that sample, the nuclear DNA sample, you're not saying that there was no canine DNA there. You're saying that the testing did not detect it.
In the qPCR nuclear test, correct.
Good. Point made. Point made. Have a good day.
And you've
Thank
heard,
you for
obviously,
coming.
There's a famous quote in science: "The absence of evidence is not evidence of absence." Right?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jurors what that phrase means?
Objection.
Sustain.
It means just
Have a
because
good
you don't find something means it's not there.
Objection.
Sustain.
You were able
The
to
jury
detect
come to
the
that
presence of
conclusion.
pig DNA.
Correct.
And I think you
Yeah.
said on
It's
direct
about the pig.
examination that that could come from a number of sources, including food sources, right?
Correct.
Could come from dog treats.
Pardon me? Yes.
Could come from dog
Ooh.
treats. But dog treats that
Bit of a
are
stretch.
pig ears, literally. Right?
Objection.
Allow it.
I believe so.
Or it could be that the shirt that was the source material was contaminated, not properly preserved.
I can't say where that DNA came from.
You're not aware of any feral pig populations in Massachusetts, are you?
I'm not.
Dog saliva would
Hello,
obviously
everyone.
be
If
a-
you're new
a
here, my
good
name's
and rich
Lily. I'm not a
source of
lawyer.
DNA,
I'm a
correct?
chatty
Do you agree?
juror. Feel free to subscribe.
It depends on the
New channel.
context.
Join, join me.
We have cases where
the
I mean, I
chaos
can
that
refer
is
to two
this
cases that
trial.
we did recently where there was small bites and we were able to get nuclear DNA from those sources.
Because there's probably saliva.
Yes.
Right. So saliva contains active, living, growing cells that slough off in the salivating process, right?
Correct.
That's why oftentimes for 23andMe or other companies, they want you to swab the inside of your cheek.
Right.
DNA, right?
Yes.
So that's a
Some of them make you
relatively
spit in a
rich source
cup,
of DNA.
and I will never.
It depends on the amount of contact in the attack.
However, dog claws, the claws, would not be a good source of DNA, would they?
No.
Here we go.
And the reason for that is because the claws are like human fingernails. They're made of keratin.
Correct.
Keratin is dead, hardened cells.
Correct.
And not a good source for DNA.
Not in terms of scratching. We can do something where we pulverize them and we can get DNA from them then.
You have to have the claw.
Generally, yes, we have to have the claw material.
I spoke over it a little bit, but I want to make sure we're clear about that. We're talking about you can possibly get DNA in a mitochondrial test if you have the claw and pulverize the claw.
Correct.
Possible to find some DNA. But in terms of touch DNA,
We don't.
difficult to find it from a claw.
I really can't speak about touch DNA because it's not something we've tested or validated in our lab.
So you didn't have any claws that you tested here.
No.
Matter of fact, you were just testing swabs from a shirt.
Correct.
And you've already agreed that keratin is not a good DNA source because it's dead cells, not live
Correct.
cells. Would you agree that one of the reasons that it's difficult to detect canine DNA, it was difficult to detect canine DNA in this case, is because it was potentially degraded? Right?
Objection.
Ask the question differently.
Sure. In your report, you indicated that there were two obvious possibilities of not detecting the DNA. One was obscuring because of inhibitors, and one was degradation. The DNA would be too degraded.
Again, that was for the nuclear canine DNA.
Understand that? So to be clear, in your conclusion, you're not testifying today that there was no dog DNA on that source shirt that was swabbed. You're saying that the two swabs that you got did not detect the DNA, correct?
In our meat ID test, we also have a test for an inhibitor. It's also called an IPC. It's the same initial internal positive control. And that's what did not work in the nuclear testing. It did work, and it worked very well in the test on the meat ID. So there wasn't any inhibition that we were seeing on the meat ID test.
But that's the ID test that you found.
Right, but it also was testing for dog at the same time.
But when you tested for dog for nuclear DNA, that test was either inhibited or so degraded that you couldn't tell.
For the nuclear test, yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Lally.
Ms. Kuhn, on that last point, it was, when it pertains to the nuclear DNA testing, was either inhibited, degraded, or wasn't there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as samples in your line of work, are you typically going like outside of the lab or going out to like a scene or anything like collecting samples in that regard?
No, everything is sent to us.
So when you're collecting from a sample, it's done in the lab setting, is that correct?
And if we get the item, we're collecting it. But we have times in this case where the samples are sampled at the other crime lab, and then we just get those samples. So it happens both ways.
Now, if you recall, what if any conversations did you have with Ms. Hartman or anybody from the Massachusetts State Lab in regard to the swabbing or the collection process?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I gave her our basic swabbing practice. Even though they are a crime lab, I would assume that they would know what they were doing, which would be to swab with a sterile swab, using sterile water, allowing the swab to dry completely, and then packaging in paper and storing at room temperature before sending it to us.
And when you received it in those, so 7 photographs before you, was the packaging that you received, was that
I
appropriate?
think
Was that what you
assuming,
expected?
Yes, it was what I expected.
I assume they know the process. That caught
When
the
you
jury.
described,
That
on
caught
the
my
regs, As
attention.
far as the mitochondrial
I think that got the
DNA
jury's
testing and
attention.
meat ID as being hardier DNA, is that correct?
So yes, the mitochondrial DNA is a hardier DNA. There's a lot more of it when we're testing for nuclear DNA. Like I explained before, there's only one copy of DNA in a cell, which is for the mitochondrial one cell. There's thousands. So you can have a lot more there. It makes for a better test, at least in terms of species. It's just a more sensitive test.
And there were no inhibitors or anything like that in the mitochondrial, the meat ID testing that you did?
No, the IPC worked very well.
Okay. All right.
I may approach this to retrieve these.
Yes.
All right. I mean,
Did you have
look,
anything further, Mr. Jackson?
Very brief there.
Okay.
You indicated that you gave Ms. Maureen Hartman certain protocols to follow in terms of her swabbing and recovery. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Hartman had also failed certain of her proficiency exams?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ooh.
I am going to strike that, and the objection sustained.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set. Thank you very much. All right. Could I see counsel just briefly, please?
That all right, that last question from the defense. Are you aware that the person that you spoke to, that you gave instructions to, is actually an idiot? He said failed some like standard protocol reviews or something like that.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Parents' eyes are so telling. Interesting. She's
And
such an
Mr.
interesting
Jackson and
person.
Mr. Yannetti, you're prepared to go forward with Ms. Little's absence with Mr. Nagel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
He was gonna. Interesting. I don't know. All right. Next witness, please, and thank you.
You saw this with the honesty of the court and during the case, now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Ryan Nagel, Nagel.
And Mr. Nagel, where do you live?
I live in Canton.
How long have you lived here?
All right.
30 years.
This is the previous
And
witness
who, if
for the
anyone, do you live in
expert,
Canton with?
I live with my
brother.
girlfriend now and her son.
Juliana,
And
I believe the name was.
prior to that, who, if anyone, did you live with?
My parents, my brother and sister.
And you have 2 siblings, a brother and a sister?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
And your sister's name is what?
Julie.
Now,
Juliana.
and do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for?
I'm a union tin knocker, which is HVAC.
And how long have you been doing it?
About 12 years.
Now,
Union
sir, if
work.
I could turn your attention to
Work.
January 28th into January 29th, 2020. Recall that?
I do.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
I believe it was a weekend.
And at some points, you recall going out on that evening.
Yes, I do.
And where did you go, and who, if anyone, did you go out?
I went to CF McCarthy's to begin the night with 2 of my friends, well, now my ex-girlfriend and my friend Rick, to meet up with my sister.
And so was your girlfriend at the time, and what was her name?
Heather Maxim.
And your friend Ricky, what's his last name?
Dantano.
And you and your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxon, how long had the two of you been dating?
Probably about a year, year and a half.
And your friend Ricky, how long had the two of you?
Oh, probably since 6th grade, so pretty long time.
And you went to C.F. McCarthy's, is that a establishment you're familiar with?
Yes, sir. It's in the center of town.
I've been there plenty of times before.
Yes, sir.
And did you go just sort of the three of you, or did you meet someone else there?
Met my sister there.
And where within the bar did you go?
I believe at a table. To my acknowledgement, what I remember, yeah.
Do you recall sort of what side of the bar you were?
I was on the, I believe I was on the left side, near the bathrooms.
So if you're walking in on the left side towards the back.
Correct.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got
Jeez, I don't know, probably, I don't even really remember, 7, 8 maybe.
And do you recall how it was that you got there? Like what mode of transport did you take?
Oh, Ricky drove.
And Ricky drove his own vehicle, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
What kind of vehicle did Ricky have?
I believe it was a 2018 F-150 pickup truck.
Recall the color or anything?
Gray, dark gray.
And he picked you up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And was Miss Maxon with you when he picked you up?
Yes.
Now, as far as C.F. McCarthy's was concerned, you're at a bar, you were drinking, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Recall what you were drinking?
Probably beer. It's usually what I drink.
Do you have a particular brand or anything?
Coors Light.
And as far as your girlfriend at the time, Miss Maxon, do you recall what kind of she was drinking?
I would probably say beer as well. I'm probably either Bud Light or Mick Ultra.
And your friend Ricky, was he drinking as well?
Yeah, he had a few.
And if you know about how long were you at C.F. McCarthy?
Probably a few hours, probably 2, maybe 3 hours.
Now, following that, where did you go?
From there, we went to, so a friend of mine shot me a text and we went to the Hillside, which is on the other side of town.
Are you familiar with that establishment as well?
Yes, sir.
And when say it's on the other side of town, about how long is the drive sort of between C.F. McCarthy's and Hillside?
Probably 10 minutes.
And when you arrived there, how many friends are we talking about that you're meeting up with?
It was just one other gentleman.
And fair to say when you get there, you have some more drinks?
Yes, sir.
Same thing?
Yep.
And if you know in total, sort of over the course of the evening, as you're going from one place to the other, how many beers did you have?
Oh, probably between, I don't know, 5 to 8 maybe, give or take. I'm not sure.
And is
That
that
XL was crazy.
normal amount? How would you
Like, what do you?
I guess for the weekend, it'd probably be like a normal, maybe, I guess.
you went
It was the
driving?
weekend.
No, sir. No, it was not.
They're young. He wasn't
And-
driving.
About how long was it that you
Easy.
were at?
Him.
I would say I was probably there hour-ish, give or take.
And do you know about what time you left?
Probably around midnight.
And when you left from there, where was it that you went?
I went to pick up my sister Julie because she shot me a text asking for a ride.
And so you were at the Hillside when you received the text from your sister, correct?
Correct, sir.
And did she, what if anything did she indicate as far as where she was or where you were going to pick her?
She said she was at her friend Brian's house.
And is that friend Brian, is that someone that you're familiar with?
Yes, sir.
And who do you know that person?
Just my sister's best friend since they were kids.
And I'm sorry, do you know what his last name is?
Oh, Albert.
And his house, had you been there before?
I've driven by it a few times, yes.
That's somewhere you would pick your sister up from on Pirate?
Yes, sir.
And again, as far as when you leave from the Hillside and you're going to this address, did you know what the address was, or did you have to ask your sister for it? Or
No, I already knew where the house was.
did you know specifically what the address was, or you just knew generally where?
I didn't know the address. I know the street name, but I didn't know the number.
What did you know the street name?
Fairview.
And as you're, so you exit the Hillside, get in the truck, and who's in the truck at this point?
Ricky is driving. I'm in the passenger seat, and Heather's in the back seat.
And the back seat, as far as Ricky's truck is concerned, can you describe sort of what that is?
It was like a jump seat. It's a crew cab, so it's got like the suicide doors in the back.
And by suicide doors, you mean they sort of open up in like sort of a triangle? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Now, about how long was it after you received the text from your sister to the time that you sort of jump in the truck and start to go over there?
Probably 40 minutes or so. We kind of took our time. She said she didn't she wasn't say come now. She just said, when you get a second, you come pick me up and bring me home.
And if you know about how long a drive is it from Hillside to East
5 minutes, 7 minutes, maybe.
And as you're driving along, as far as the address is concerned, is that something that you gave to Ricky as far as GPS, or were you giving him sort of verbal
Remember,
directions?
he's
Verbal
your
directions.
brother. Not like boyfriend or
Do you
anything.
recall what you sort of said as far as
Hey,
where to
bro,
go?
can you come pick me
yes,
up?
What was
Yeah,
that?
but like I'm not leaving now.
Like the direction we went.
Ruin my
like the
night.
I
street.
think we can move beyond that, Mr. Lynn.
What I'm trying to ask, sir, is as you're approaching Fairview, do you recall which side of Fairview or how you approached Fairview?
I was coming down Cedar Crest, so Fairview would be on my left.
And as you're coming down Cedar Crest with Fairview on your left, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of in front of the truck?
I noticed a car coming up the hill towards us.
And can you describe the other car that you saw coming up?
It was a black SUV.
And was that a black SUV that you were familiar with or anything like that?
No, no.
I didn't get the end of the question, please.
I'm sorry.
Sir, if you could just, and I know it's difficult, but if you could just wait till I finish the
Yep,
question.
sorry, sir.
So it's not. So I'm sorry. So as you were coming up, you see this black SUV. Did you recognize it as something you had seen before?
No, sir.
And when it's, so you're approaching at the same time, is that correct?
Yeah, just about, yes.
And with regard to Fairview being on the left, what, if anything, had Ricky done with respect to the vehicle to signal the left?
He put his left blinker on.
And that other vehicle that was coming in the opposite direction, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their direction?
They had their right directional on.
And so as a result of that, what, if anything, did Ricky?
He flashed his headlights to let the person go because they were going to beat us, obviously, to the turn. So.
And when they were coming in, so they went first, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Ricky's
This
truck
is interesting.
behind that black SUV onto Fairview.
Yes, sir.
And as you're coming up to the house, to Brian Albert Jr.'s house,
This is
where did that
interesting.
black SUV go?
Probably about kind of right in front of the house, I would say.
It came up to the same house that you were going to? Is that
Correct, sir. Yes.
Let him
And
finish the
as
question.
far as the vehicles being the black SUV and Ricky's truck, are they facing in the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And which side of the truck that you're in is facing towards the house, Brian's house?
Say that again. Sorry.
Very poorly put question. So with regard to the truck that you're in,
Yes.
Is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something else that's facing the house?
Oh, passenger side. So my side.
So your side and the passenger side facing the house.
Yes, sir.
And where did Ricky stop the truck in relation to the house?
Right in front of the driveway.
And when you stop in front of the driveway, about how far away from you is the black SUV that you saw?
Or a car length in front of me, a car length and a half in front of me.
And as you're sitting behind that, what, if anything, was in between the truck, Ricky's truck, and the black SUV in front?
There was nothing, sir.
And at any point in time that you were there in front of the house, would you observe anybody get out of that truck? I mean, get out of the SUV?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, didn't
And
see
when you
anyone get
arrived
out.
there, what, if any, communication do you have with Julie inside the house in reference to your presence?
I texted her when we were coming down Cedar Crest saying, hey, I'm almost here. Get ready to come out.
And about how long was it between the time that Ricky parks in front of the driveway and the time that your sister comes home?
Probably about 2 minutes.
Did you recall seeing her exit from the house?
Yes, I do.
And how did she sort of exit and how did she come up to the truck?
Like, you mean like what door or?
What door and how did she?
I would say the side door next to the garage.
And how was it that did she come across the lawn, down the driveway? How did she come up?
Guess she crossed through the lawn a little bit, but obviously walked down the driveway because we were at the end of it.
And at this time, when you're in front of the house on Fairview, what was the weather doing at that point?
It just started to snow, sir.
And as far as accumulation on the road or the grass or anything, did you see anything like that?
Very little. Wasn't too much on the ground yet.
Not too
As far
much
as when
on the
your sister
ground.
was walking down from the house to the truck, did you see anything as far as like footprints in the snow or anything like that?
No, I was not really looking for that.
But not anything you know?
No, sir.
So she comes to the truck. How was it that you spoke to her? Did you roll down the window, open the door? How did that?
I opened the door just because I assumed she was going to jump in the back seat. And she goes, oh, would you guys like to come inside? I looked over at Ricky and he goes, maybe we should call it a night. Obviously, we were out for a long time. So she goes, no, I'm gonna stay a little longer. And so she shut the door and I watched her go in the house and that was it.
And from the time that your sister came out and the time that she went back in the house, how long a period of time was it?
Maybe 30, 45 seconds tops.
A relatively short amount of time?
Yeah, it was kind of like an in and out thing.
Now, as far as the black SUV in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe about movement of that vehicle at any point?
I noticed that the brake lights, the only reason I noticed is because the brake lights were on and it moved, I'd say moved up maybe another car length in front of us from where it was.
And when was that in relation to when you were parked out there waiting for Julie, talking to Julie? When did that?
Probably simultaneously when she came out the door.
So moved up a little bit further, about a car and a half?
Further away from us.
Facing the same direction?
Yes, sir.
And was that the only time that you observed the vehicle move up, or did it move up?
No, that was the only time I saw her move.
And when you say the brake lights, what part of the brake lights were you looking at?
The only reason I noticed that it was the brake lights and not the regular parking lights because the third light above was on.
And so above, sort of in the center of the back of the
Okay,
vehicle?
observant.
Now, as far as any of the other lights or any other part of the vehicle, what, if any, damage did you observe on the vehicle at that time?
I did not observe. It was dark out.
And as far as when the vehicle moved up from one position to the next position, what, if anything, did you observe in the roadway as far as tire marks in the snow or anything like that?
I didn't really observe any any other tracks in the snow besides the car in front of us.
So you did observe tire marks from the car in front of you,
Yes.
but no other tire
I am
marks?
like
No, sir.
enamored
And as
into
far
this
as,
testimony right now.
Around the vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody exit the vehicle or be outside of the vehicle or anything?
No, sir. No, I did not.
And did you see anybody go from the vehicle to the house?
No, sir.
And did you see any footprints in the snow or anything like that around you?
No, mainly because obviously it was late at night and I wasn't really looking for any of that.
Okay.
Now, as
All
far
right.
as,
Okay.
your sister, when she comes out to the truck outside, how would you describe, did she seem overly intoxicated to you?
Yeah, it seemed like she had a few.
Was she slurring her words or stumbling as she was walking?
No, sir.
Let me ask, from the time that you came down from Cedar Crest, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
So from the time that you came down from Cedar Crest, the black SUV is in front of your vehicle for the entire time, correct?
From like the point I turned onto Seacrest, you mean?
Yes.
No, the only time I saw the vehicle was when we probably got up 100 feet from Fairview.
And I'm sorry, it's a poorly put question. What I'm asking is, after you turned from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, that vehicle is in front of you the entire time?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes. Yes.
And so you watch your sister Julie go back up to the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I did.
So to make sure she got inside okay?
Yes.
And did you observe her go inside the house?
I did. Yes.
And after she gets inside the house, what, if anything, did Ricky do with the truck?
He pulled out to go around the SUV in front of us and then to go home.
And as far as pulling out, as far as sort of the distance between the truck that you're in and the SUV that's in front of you, did Ricky put it in reverse and then have to like maneuver around, or could he just sort of pull away from the curb?
He just pulled away.
And as he's going by the dark SUV, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to that?
I observed that there was a person inside the car with the interior light on.
And that would be sort of a dome light, is that right?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Can you see where the dome light was, as far as in the left, right, or center of the vehicle?
I was in the center.
And can you describe the person that you saw? Where were they? First of all, where were they in the car?
They were in the driver's seat.
And can you describe what the person looked like?
It was a woman.
And how do you know that it was a woman?
Had long hair.
And do you know what color the hair was?
No, I didn't. Wasn't really paying attention to it. I was kind of just watching Julie go in as we were pulling away.
Your direction was to the house as you were watching Julie go in and Ricky's pulling away sort of simultaneously?
Yes, sir.
So that's why
We
you're
are
looking over in that area of the
inching
house.
Correct.
along.
And the woman that you see in the driver's seat of the vehicle, could you see her lips moving as if she was talking or anything like that?
No, I wasn't really paying attention to that.
And as far as what, if anything, did you observe her to doing, or how would she see?
It seemed like she was looking straight ahead with her hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel.
Okay.
Now, as far as the other, what, if anything else, did you see, or who, if anyone else, did you see within the interior of the vehicle at that point?
I only saw one person at the time. Wasn't really looking. It just happened to be like at a glance as we drove by.
And so your head's already turned in that direction, looking to see your sister get inside the house, correct?
Correct, sir. Yes.
And so as you're going by and you make these observations of this woman in the front seat of the vehicle, what, if any, movement did you do of your body or your head to look into?
I just turned my head as we were driving by to watch Julie go in and then turn straight, look forward.
So it's not as if you were peeking forward or going back to get a better view inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
Now,
okay,
during the time that you were outside of the house, did you hear any noises or see or hear anything coming from that vehicle in front of you?
No, sir, I did not.
And as far as within your own vehicle, when Julie comes out, what, if anything, did you or Ricky do with regard to sort of the radio within?
Turn the music down. We had music playing.
You had music playing as you pull up, turn it down when Julie comes out to talk.
Correct, sir. Yes.
And at the time that you're pulling away from the curb, had you or anybody sort of turned the radio back up?
Not that I remember, sir. No.
Now, with reference to when Julie comes out and you open the doors so that you can talk to her, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And did you open just the front passenger door or the back door?
I opened my passenger door. That was it.
And you were expecting her to essentially get in at that point? Is that fair?
Correct, sir. Yes, I was.
Now, when you opened the door to the pickup truck, the passenger side door, what, if anything, happened with the dome light inside the truck?
It went on.
Now, after you go past the dark SUV, where did you go from there?
To my house, sir.
And as far as your house, who, if anyone, gets dropped off there in addition to yourself?
Just me and Heather.
And Ricky then leaves from there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And from that road on Fairview to your house, about how long a ride is that?
5 minutes.
When you left the roadway on Fairview, the vehicle that you had seen after it initially pulls up an additional car and a half or so, when you left, was it in the same position after its movement that you observed?
Yes.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would just ask to publish a couple of photos for use with this witness.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 71.
It was more photos of the damn house. It was more photos. God, Lee.
Sir, right before you on the table, there's a laser pointer.
Use the laser pointer.
So, Mr. Nagel, up on the screen, do you recognize what was depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
What do you recognize as?
Say that again.
What do you recognize as?
That it's the Albert's house.
And that fair and accurate portrayal of what the house looked like at the night that you were there on the early morning.
Looks like there was more snow than what I came to.
More snow in this photograph than when you correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, with reference to Ricky and the truck, if you could, using that laser pointer, you see that area of the street in front of the house where Ricky parked the truck?
I do, sir. Right about there.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 72.
Look at that. It's the house again.
The area that you were describing when you first pull up to the house and the dark SUV is in front of you, you see that area within this photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
If you could, using the laser pointer, direct your attention to where this photograph is. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, next exhibit, excuse me, number 73. Again, what's up on the screen, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And within this photograph, you see that sort of secondary position where the vehicle moves up and where you see it in that secondary position.
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct your attention to where in the photograph you're sitting. Okay. And from that side of the yard, is there any sort of landmarks or anything else that you observed sort of in the area where that vehicle pulled up to in that secondary position?
I know there's a flagpole there, and there, I believe it's an electrical box along with bushes.
And it's the flagpole, you observe that in this picture as well?
Yes, sir.
If you could just briefly direct your attention to that as well. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take it. I have this moment.
Yes.
No further questions for this one.
Okay, cross-examination?
Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Nagel.
Good morning.
A couple of questions for you. Since January 29th, have you been contacted by anybody from either the Albert family or the McCabe family about the circumstances of January 29th, 2022?
No, I have not, sir.
Have you been contacted by any other person other than the Albert family or the McCabe family since January 29th, 2022 about your testimony or your statements?
About my statements, no, but I mean, me and Ricky are best friends, and obviously it's things that we brought up in the past. Yes.
I didn't mean to speak over you. So you and Ricky, and how do I pronounce his last name?
D'Antano?
D'Antano. You and Mr. D'Antano have obviously discussed the circumstances of that night.
Yes, sir.
And what happened?
Yes.
Did that change your testimony in any way?
No, sir. No, it did not.
You were interviewed by a Massachusetts State Trooper on or about February 7th, 2022, correct?
Sounds about right. Yes.
Do you remember which State Trooper that was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
His name Michael Proctor, sound right?
No, sir. I don't think so.
You don't believe it was Michael Proctor?
I'm not 100% sure. No, I'm not sure.
Do you remember the State Trooper that did interview you had a partner named Yuri Yuknik?
Yes. That sounds familiar. Yes.
During that interview, you told and I'm just going to call him the trooper since you don't remember his name, the trooper and Yuri Yuknik, that there were two other people in the car when you approached 34th Area.
Say that again.
You told those two troopers that there were two other people in the car with you, Ricky D'Antano?
Yes, in my vehicle. Yes, sir.
Okay. So they were well aware of the identity of Ricky D'Antano and Heather Maxon. D'Antano and Heather Maxon at the time.
Correct.
As early as February 7th, 2022.
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about your approach to Fairview Road. You were coming along Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
You would have been going west-ish. I know it's a curved road, sort of west. If Fairview goes north and south.
Yeah, okay, yes,
You would have been going west and then turning south onto Fairview, correct?
correct, yes,
You indicated that the SUV, the dark SUV, beat your car to the intersection. Is that right?
correct, sir.
And because the car was ahead of you, Ricky flashed his lights as a courtesy to say, you got the turn.
Correct, sir.
Because both of you
Go ahead.
were approaching the intersection, but the SUV was closer.
Correct, sir.
You pulled up to Fairview and stopped relatively close to the driveway, as you've indicated to the jury, correct?
Correct, sir.
And your car was as much as 3 car lengths behind that SUV. Do you recall that?
When we arrived,
Yes.
I would say car length and a half at the time.
Okay. Do you recall being interviewed on or about May 11th, 2023, by individuals not associated with the Commonwealth?
A gentleman came to my door, but I did not speak to him.
Would it refresh your recollection? Do you remember talking in May of 2023 with anybody about this case?
I don't know, 2023 may have been the feds.
Okay,
I'm trying to.
Just listen to my question.
No, I understand.
Were you talked to by anybody? Don't say who. Just tell me if you were talking, yes or no.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you think it would refresh your recollection as to when that interview took place if you saw a report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, may I approach you?
Yes.
This is the tone that he needs to take with this witness who's being extremely cooperative.
Glance at that and then look up to me when you're finished reviewing that.
A gentle nudge in the right direction. He's being honest. His demeanor is the same across both sides.
Does this refresh your recollection, sir, that you indicated in that interview?
Just 2 parts. Does it refresh your recollection?
Understood. Does that refresh your recollection about what you may have said?
Yes.
So there was an interview in May of 2023,
Yes.
and you did indicate some distance that you were behind the SUV in that interview.
Yes. Well, at the beginning, it was only a car length and a half, and then probably at the end, by the time we left, it was about 3 car lengths.
Okay, fair enough. So at the end, it was as much as 20 to 50 feet ahead of you.
Give or take, yes.
Okay, so 50 feet,
Okay.
obviously further than the length of this courtroom.
Correct.
All right. So at a time when you were in the truck, still stationary, that SUV had pulled ahead of you at least 3 car lengths, correct?
By the end, yes.
Okay. You've already indicated, but I want to make sure I'm clear about this. Did any car pull in between Ricky's truck and the SUV when you were sitting behind the SUV?
No, sir.
You didn't see a Jeep?
No, sir.
With a big old snowplow on the front of it?
No, sir, I did not.
That car was never between your car and the SUV, was it?
I never saw any other vehicle in between us.
All right, fair enough.
Good.
When you got to the location, you
Answer
indicated that you had
question. Move on.
texted your sister that you were arriving. Is that
Correct,
right?
sir, yes.
How long before she came out the door to meet you at the car?
Since I like the text, you mean?
Correct.
2 minutes, because we were coming down Cedar Crest and I texted saying we're almost there.
And then once you got on Cedar Crest, it's just a few seconds to drive up to the driveway at Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did she text you back?
I don't remember.
You had your phone out.
Yes,
It was in, I'm guessing it was in your lap or in your hand.
I would assume yes.
Okay. So for a period of time, while you were inside the cab of the truck, as you were pulling up, you were monitoring your phone to determine whether or not she was going to text you back, step out of the house, whatever.
Yes.
Finally, your sister did come out the front door. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
He's getting
When she came out the
to,
front
you're
door,
not a
you were
reliable
looking
witness
toward-
because you were
toward the right.
distracted.
No, when
You
you say
weren't
front door,
only
like,
paying
there's
attention.
2 doors to the house.
That's a good point. There's let's call it a front door, which is a classic front door, and then a side door.
Correct, sir, yes.
Which door did she come out?
The side door next to the garage.
Okay, so that would have been close to
Pretty sure
90
she said
degrees from where
she
you were seated. You would have been looking
went
to
out
your
the
right,
front.
Yeah,
not necessarily looking straight ahead.
correct.
All right, so for that period of time, as you're looking to your
That
right,
could
you
be
see her
wrong.
come out the side door,
Yes, sir.
and you watch her approach down the driveway.
Correct.
So at this point, you don't know what's happening with the truck in front of you in those
Agreed.
moments.
No, I wasn't really paying attention to that at the time.
Agreed.
You
Feels very
indicated
honest,
that
very truthful.
you said on direct examination
tell you
that
what I
you believe
saw?
that once she was
I'm
out
gonna
and out of the
hide.
truck, that she was there for 30 or 40 seconds.
Correct, sir.
Do you remember actually testifying at a previous hearing in May of 2022 that it was more than 5 minutes that she was out by the truck?
It was not 5 minutes. I'm saying the whole time that I was there, probably between 2 to 3.
Do you remember being asked how long, if you know, were you talking with Julie out in front of the house, and you indicating under oath a little over 5 minutes, I would say?
I mean, if you got it, sure.
There.
I mean,
Yes.
whatever you guys have.
I'm sorry.
You tell
Oh,
Mr.
yeah,
Lally
do it
what
again.
page it is or
May I
something?
have that back?
Yes, sir. Yep.
They're getting ahead of themselves because,
Just take a
in
look
my
at that highlighted
opinion,
portion
they feel like the
and
trial actually
look up the
finally
results.
begun, right? They're getting ahead of themselves. They keep skipping the important steps of telling each other what's being looked
Yes,
at.
Coach.
Yes.
He's getting a little defensive.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Seems that yes.
Okay. And is it, in fact, was it your testimony that back in May of 2022, much closer to the event in question, that you indicated under oath that y'all were actually talking for closer to 5 minutes?
The whole thing, probably, yeah.
Okay. You indicated that you opened up the truck door, is that right?
I opened up my passenger door, correct?
Did you see that little head shake that he just did?
F-150, does that automatically open
What
up
is
the
it
suicide doors?
matter?
No, it does not. There's a
I'm
handle
not involved.
Okay.
on the inside of the door to open.
So it was just the passenger door that was open?
Correct, sir.
Real.
Got it.
This feels
And
very
Your
real
sister
and
Julie would have been
truthful.
standing in the crook of that door, correct?
Yes.
So the door would sort of obstruct something to her right or toward the front of the truck.
Correct. That would be the door.
Right. How tall is the truck? Is it lifted?
It was, yes.
So that door is probably up above eye level.
It wasn't that high, no.
Okay. You indicated that while she was out there, you turned the music down so you could have a conversation with her.
Correct.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to come in the truck and leave, correct?
Say it again.
You talked about whether or not she wanted to get in the truck and leave.
I asked if she was coming, yes.
You also talked about whether or not you would come in the house and stay.
She asked that, yes.
Okay, so there was a conversation back and forth about either you staying at 34 Fairview or her leaving 34 Fairview and getting in the car.
Correct, sir.
There was also a conversation about whether or not you guys needed to give her a ride then, or if she could get a ride on her own after you guys left if she wanted to stay.
Correct, sir, yes.
And part of that conversation included even talking about whether or not maybe her mom, your mom, would come get her after you guys left.
I would assume, maybe. 2 years ago.
Right, understood. But it's safe to say that there was a dialogue back and forth during which time you're engaged with your sister to your right. She's engaged with you, looking straight ahead in the crook of the door when it's freezing cold out.
Correct.
All right. During this time, your attention is focused on your sister, obviously.
Yes.
At some point, she did decide to stay.
Yep.
And at that point, she then left the crook of the door. You would shut the door. I'm guessing you shut the door.
Yes, sir.
And then Ricky figured out, okay, we're gonna get out of here, and she's not coming with us.
Correct.
Did y'all wait long enough to see her go inside the house?
Just gradually pulling away and watch her walk in the house.
Okay. And that answers my next question. When you pulled away, you didn't speed away, correct?
Correct, sir.
Gradually, slowly pulled away and out and around the SUV that was in front of you.
Correct, sir, yes.
So y'all made up the distance at that point, after you had this maybe 5-minute conversation with your sister. You made up the distance and got up to the SUV that was in front.
Yes.
All her taillights, all the taillights were intact.
To my acknowledgement, yes.
I mean, as you sit here,
may I?
Of course.
I mean, I'm not there to, look at a car and be like, oh, is there any damage on a vehicle? It's 12:30 at night. Obviously, I had a few drinks. I'm not looking for that. I just noticed that the brake lights were on. So.
Right. But the point is, as you
The
sat
only
there and
question I
testified
have
before,
during
you
this,
noticed no damage
during
on
his
any of the taillights.
testimony so
acknowledgement.
far,
Okay, there's 3 taillights
why
on the left, one
did
right,
Julie
one center top.
ask for a
Correct, sir.
ride?
You didn't
then
notice
stay?
anything out of the ordinary.
That's my only
regarding the
question.
rear of that truck.
I don't have
No,
a
like I
question
said, it was
about
dark out.
him and his testimony.
At any point, did you see that SUV in front of you drive up 50 or 60 feet, slam into reverse, and then drive backward?
No.
At any point, did you see that SUV reverse and hit a pedestrian?
Objection.
Sir.
I'll allow that. You didn't see that, right?
No.
At no point did you see a person laying on the lawn,
No, but I also wasn't looking.
but you didn't see it.
No.
And you did see the truck in front of you.
The SUV, yes.
The SUV in front of you.
Correct.
All right. You didn't see a person standing or lying.
He's
on
getting
the ground
annoyed
anywhere around that SUV,
and he wants
did you?
to leave.
No.
He wants to go home. He probably took a day off of work for this
And it's
crap.
not just that you didn't see that SUV hit a
Stop.
pedestrian.
Stupid
That did
reaction.
not happen while you were sitting there, did it?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that.
No, I did not.
After you drove away or drove up slowly in order to drive away, you were the passenger, or as you drove away, I should say, you were the passenger closest to the SUV as you would be passing it, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
You looked out the right window of that F-150, correct?
Correct.
And you could actually see inside the SUV as it's sat there idling, correct?
Correct.
That's because the dome light was on. Isn't that right?
Correct, sir.
And you noticed that the dome light was on inside because you could clearly see what was happening inside the SUV at that time as you passed by.
And I wasn't directly looking inside. I was making sure my sister got in the house okay.
Right. But you did look inside that SUV.
As I passed by, yes.
And you saw one person,
That's all I saw at the time, yes.
female with long hair. Is that right?
Correct.
And you did not see anybody else inside that SUV.
No, not to my acknowledgement.
As a matter of fact, you were asked that in prior testimony, and you indicated in response to that basic question, no, she was alone, correct?
Correct, sir.
Yes.
Thank you, Honor.
Okay.
Just to be clear, sir, she was alone as far as you could see, correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
Nothing further on.
You are all set, Mr. Nagel. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
All right, jurors, this seems like a great time to take our morning.
Court, all right.
All right. Very interesting. Okay. I just wanted to watch. Still in. He wants to make sure. Let me just pause it. He wants to make sure that his point. He wants to make sure that his point is made. And drilled home. Which isn't, in my opinion, always the best idea, right? Because like you're talking to people in a jury, and like this is real human time. I think this goes for both sides. Mr. Lally, the prosecution, constantly just diving into the weeds. The court has said many times, we can move on from this. Remember the whole snow conversations with and what did you do in the morning? and you got up to shovel the snow because of the apron and the sidewalks and so he went through all of that over and over and over again, wasted so much time. And so she doesn't want to hear any of that. And when it comes to the defense, they want to nail home that point. They want to expose a little bubble of doubt and then continue to expand on it, because they want the jury to walk into deliberation and be like, I have doubt. I have reasonable doubt. We can't convict, so they want to do that. Do I think they go a little too long sometimes? Yes. Do I think sometimes they crush it? Yes. I don't know. I think the demeanor of this last witness, which was, what was his name? Mr. Lally. It's so funny. Yeah. Yes. Ryan Nagel. Yeah, he I think his demeanor was great. He definitely was getting annoyed by the end of it. Like, bro, I don't know what happened. I went to go get my sister. She said she was gonna stay. That pissed me off. Kind of ruined my night. And now we're going home, and the girl I was with, she's my ex. So what do you want? The cops talked to me. I gave him all the information. I told him the story. Okay, the only change in his story was like 5 minutes to like 2-3 minutes, all that stuff. He's also had some drinks. Right, so his memory isn't going to be complete, it's not going to be like a complete perfect memory. But it seemed fine. The only question that I had after his testimony was, one, who was in the car? Where was if that was Karen, where was John? And if it was, and why did Julie come out? Why did Julie send a text message, hey, come pick me up? He goes and picks her up. He said probably about like 30-40 minutes later. Because like, brother, don't ruin my night. That's her brother. He's not going to come running unless you're that type of man would come running if you said this is an emergency or like SOS, now, please. He would have been there in 2 minutes, right? I wholeheartedly believe that. His demeanor, taking a stand, saying yes, sir. Like I wholeheartedly believe if she said this is an emergency, come get me now, he would go and get it. But it wasn't an emergency. He was having a night out, and he's like, yeah, I will on my way home, right? But then she wanted to stay. Why did she want to stay? I would like an answer to that question. I don't know if we'll ever get one. I don't know if we'll ever get actual answers in this trial. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I think it's 2:00. I think we'll take like a 15-minute break and then we'll hop back into it. We have the rest of the morning and then the lunch break, which we'll skip over, which is already done for, and then we'll watch the rest of it. But let's just take like a 10-15 minute break. I will put the core up when they come back from the break on the screen. I'll put it in the chat. We're just going to take a 10:15. So I say, let's see, it's 2:15 back here at 2:30 to continue court. Feel free to talk in the chat. If you are new here, my name is Lily. There's a lot of stream. If you missed anything earlier in the stream, we have all of yesterday that we did earlier today, and then leading up to now. If you want to catch up on that, I highly suggest, if you missed the very beginning, to watch that if you'd like, or just a little bit of it. It's the cross-examination of Caitlin Albert, and it was fiery, juicy tea, fiery. But yeah, so we'll just take a 15 minutes. So it's 2:15. So we'll be back here at 2:30, and we'll continue court. We'll skip over the lunch, just skip right through it, and then we'll finish off the rest of the day. All right, so 15-minute break. Be back here at 2:30 to finish today court. I'm not going to make a new stream or anything. So yeah, so 15 minutes. Go to the bathroom, get a snack. Leave the stream running, of course. If you are new here, my name is Lily. I am not a lawyer. I am just a chatty juror, and we are covering the Karen Reed trial. Did she kill her Boston police officer boyfriend, or is this a complete cover-up? We may never know, honestly. At this rate, we may never know. All right, be back here in by 2:30, and we'll get going again. All right, are we ready to get going again? All right, so this is court after their midday break.
Raise your hand. You tell us whether the evidence get into the jury in case the matter hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, who is next? Who is next?
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Heather Maxon, Maxon.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Plainville,
And how long have you lived there?
my whole life.
Do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for?
I'm a nanny.
And how long have you been doing
About 4 years.
Danny.
Ma'am, if I could direct your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
I do.
And do you recall what days of the week?
The weekend, Saturday, Friday, Saturday.
And as far as the evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans or where were you on that?
I was with my boyfriend at the time, Ryan, and we were out in Canton at local bars.
And your boyfriend, Ryan, his last name is Nagel?
Correct.
And did he live in Canton at the time?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time it was that you left to go out to a bar that night?
I don't remember. No, sometime in the afternoon.
All right, so this is
And
Ryan's
who, if anyone, did you go with in addition to
ex-girlfriend
yourself? And
who was in the car.
Our other friend, Ricky
what's Ricky's last name?
Ricky?
Dantano,
And how do you know Ricky Danton?
through Ryan.
He's friends with your boyfriend at the time, right?
Yeah, yes, correct.
And at that time, sort of end of January 2022, how long had you and Ryan been dating?
I'd say about a year.
And did you know at that time sort of his parents, his siblings, things like that?
I did, yes.
And how many siblings did Ryan?
2.
Brother and sister?
Correct.
And what's the sister's name?
Julie,
Is she older or younger than Ryan?
younger.
Now, at some point you said in the afternoon or so, you go out to somewhere in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall where is it that you went?
We were at C.F. McCarthy's
And how did you get to, well, prior to going to C.F. McCarthy's, where were you?
at Ryan's in Canton.
And do you recall how you got from Ryan's house to C.F. McCarthy's?
I don't remember, no.
What I'm asking is, do you recall, did you drive, did Ryan drive, and how did you?
To C.F. McCarthy's? I drove.
And do you recall, if you drove, do you recall where you parked?
I don't.
C.F. McCarthy's, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
Yes.
And do you recall, generally speaking, when you came into C.F. McCarthy's, where was it the three of you went?
Can you rephrase the question?
Where within the establishment do you recall were you seated at the bar, at a table? Or,
The bar.
This is
And,
Ryan's
do you
ex-girlfriend.
know about how long a period of time? were you
Story
at
should be
C.F.
pretty
McCarthy's?
similar to Ryan's.
I don't
night.
recall.
And was it just sort of the three of you that were there?
Yes.
And fair to say you went out to a bar and you were drinking?
Her,
Correct.
Ryan, and
And do you
Ricky.
recall what you were drinking?
I don't remember. It was probably a beer of some sort.
And same for Ryan and same for Ricky. Do you recall what they were drinking?
I don't recall, no.
Typically, would they be drinking beer?
Yeah, I'd say so, yes.
So at some point, did you leave C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes.
And do you recall where you went following C.F. McCarthy's?
Hillside Pub?
And is that in Canton as well?
Yes.
Is that somewhere that you had been to before as well?
Yes.
And do you recall how you got from C.F. McCarthy's to the Hillside?
Ricky drove us.
And drove you in what?
His truck.
And do you recall what kind of truck or how big the truck was or color or anything like that?
I don't recall, no. Ford, I believe.
And so Ricky's driving. Where is it that you and Ryan are within sort of cab area?
Ryan was sitting in the passenger seat and I was in the back seat.
In the back seat that you were seated in, can you describe that as far as what kind of back seat did the back of Ricky's truck have?
I'm sorry, I can't hear
Really
you.
suck
Let me ask it a little bit better.
to
The
be
back of
in a
Ricky's truck,
relationship.
is that sort of one long seat or is it cabin chairs?
This
or
crazy
One long
thing
seat.
happens.
Now,
Your relationship ends.
You get to the Hillside, you know about what time it was that you arrived at the Hillside.
But both
I
of
don't
you are
remember.
still pulled into
And
this.
had obviously the Hillside as bar as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
You have more drinks there.
God, that sucks.
Probably, yeah.
And at any point in time during the course of, do you recall about how long it was that you were at the Hillside?
I don't recall, no.
Do you recall about what time it was that you left?
Late.
Late.
And during the course of the time that you were at either C.F. McCarthy's or the Hillside, as far as was anybody from your group, as far as yourself, Ryan or Ricky, sort of overly intoxicated in any way that you observed?
No.
When you went to the Hillside, was it just the
That's
three of you
good,
again, or
'cause
did you meet or with anyone
Ricky
else?
was
Did you speak
driving.
to or meet up with them?
We met up with friends, yes.
And so a group of friends?
A group, yeah.
Do you know approximately how many people were in the group?
Maybe 2.
So a couple other people.
Correct.
And when you left from the hillside, where did you go?
We went to pick Julie up from her friend's house.
And the friend's house that you were going to, is that someone that you knew?
No.
And is that a house that you had ever been to before?
No.
And as far as sort of take Ricky's truck again?
Correct.
And as far as the seating arrangements that you described earlier from CF McCarthy to the hillside, what, if any, difference was there between hillside and friend's house?
There was no difference. We were sitting in the same seats.
And do you recall or do you know where now, sort of, that you've gone to the location, do you know where that friend's house was?
Could you rephrase? I'm sorry.
Following, leaving the hillside, going to the friend's house, you've never been there before,
Correct.
And having now gone to the friend's house to pick up Julie, do you know where that friend's house is?
To this day?
Yeah.
No.
Was it still within the town?
You know, everyone back.
Yes.
Recall anything about the route that you took from the hillside to Julie's friend's house?
No. All I know is that we were taking a left onto the street of the house, where the house is located.
So as you're approaching the street where the house is located, Rick was taking left onto the street?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that time period when Ricky's taking the left onto the street?
Could you rephrase the question?
Yeah, it was better
Ricky's pulling up to the
question.
street.
Correct.
Is there a blinker or directional
She's
that he
trying to
uses
follow.
prior to pulling onto the street?
I don't recall.
And you're making a left-hand turn, is that correct?
Correct.
And as Ricky is making a left-hand turn, what, if any, other vehicles do you observe in the area at that time?
There was another vehicle in front of us on the same road coming from the opposite direction.
Okay.
And can you describe that vehicle in any way as far as size, shape, color, or anything?
Not the color, but it was definitely an SUV.
And as far as prior to either vehicle turning onto the road where his friends live, what, if anything, did Ricky do with regard to the lights?
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
As you're pulling onto the street and the other cars coming the opposite direction, what, if anything, did Ricky do with regard to the lights on the truck that you were in?
The lights on the truck we were in?
Yes.
Well, we let the other car that was coming from the opposite direction, we let them take a right onto the street first. We yielded to them.
And yielded to them as, what, if anything, did Ricky do to signal to that other driver that they could?
She's
go
in
ahead?
the back seat.
He could have flashed his lights or put his blinker on. I don't recall.
Don't guess. Yeah.
It's
She's
from
in the
this other
back
vehicle,
seat.
as far as the interior of the vehicle,
Oh, looking at
as
her
you're,
phone or talking
yielding
or
to this
looking up the
vehicle, taking a right,
window.
what, if any, observations did you make of people inside that other vehicle?
I've noticed a male and a female in the car.
And where within the vehicle was the male and female that you observed situated or seated in the front?
The female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
And then beyond them being a male or female, what, if any, other sort of observations did you make of what they look like or anything like that?
No, I didn't make any other observations.
Let me ask it this way. Were they African-American, Caucasian?
Caucasian.
Younger?
Yeah, Caucasian.
So Caucasian female?
Correct.
Caucasian male?
Correct.
And as far as age or anything like that, could you tell anything in regard to that?
Not really, no.
And as far as your sort of differentiation between male versus female, what, if anything, did you observe about them that made you sort of characterize them that way?
Really?
Characterize them as a male and a female?
Yes.
Long hair and short hair.
So that vehicle pulls onto the street that you're going onto in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And Ricky then proceeds to make the left-hand turn?
Correct.
Now, as Ricky is driving down the street to wherever this friend's house is, where does that SUV that you observed making the turn, where does that go?
It was parked on the street outside a house.
And so as far as from the time that you're, sorry, go back. Thank you both. So with regard to from the time that Ricky yields to that car coming in the opposite direction and the time that you pull up to the house, was that SUV in front of Ricky's truck for the entire time?
Yes.
And where did that vehicle go with relation to the house that you eventually stopped at?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Did the SUV that was in front of you go to the same house?
Yes.
And when you get to the house, where was it that Ricky parked the truck in relation to the house?
Right outside the house, probably a little past the mailbox, past the driveway.
And when you make that turn from wherever street that is onto the street where the friend's house is, about how long down the street did you go before Ricky pulled over in the area of that mailbox?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
And when Ricky comes to a stop in the area of that mailbox, or can you describe the distance sort of between where you are in Ricky's truck and where the vehicle is in front?
We were parked right behind it, just a couple feet, maybe.
And during the time that you were
Okay.
outside of
Let's
of
get
that
into
friend's
the juicy
house,
stuff.
did that car stay still or move or something?
It just stayed still.
Oh.
So your memory is that the vehicle was essentially in the same place in front of you the entire time that you were there?
Correct.
And from that sort of vantage point from behind the vehicle, did you observe any sort of damage or anything to the rear of the vehicle as it was in front of you?
I did not.
And at any point in time, did you see anybody exit from that vehicle at any point?
No.
Did you see anybody exit from that vehicle and go toward the house?
No.
Now, as far as when you were pulling up to the house, what was the weather like at that point? Do you recall?
It was snowing out.
And what, if anything, do you recall as far as sort of accumulation of that snow at that time?
It was a light snow, but it was sticking to the ground. It started to stick.
And as far as when you're pulling up behind that vehicle, as far as behind that vehicle, did you observe any sort of marks in the snow from that vehicle?
No.
So no tire tracks or anything that you saw?
Well, tire tracks on the road, obviously, but other than that, no.
So tire tracks
Me
on the road
too.
behind that vehicle,
Me
coming up to the point where it was
too.
parked.
Correct.
And around that vehicle, did you observe, you never observed anybody exit the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You also didn't observe any sort of footprints or anything like that in the snow around them?
Correct.
Now, following the time that you pull up in that area of the mailbox in front of the house, who, if anyone, came out of the house?
Julie did.
And where did she come when she came out of the house?
She walked right over to Ricky's truck.
And when she comes over to Ricky's truck, who, if anyone, did she speak with in the truck?
She was speaking to all three of us.
And at some point, did you get in the truck and did she go home with you or no?
No.
Where did she go after she left?
Back inside the house.
Did you see her sort of physically go back inside the house?
I did.
Is that something that your boyfriend at the time, Ryan, sort of specifically waited for her to get back in the house?
Possibly. I'm not sure.
Now, as far as, if you recall, when Julie came down to the truck and when Julie went back to the house, did she leave footprints in the snow or anything that you could see at that time?
I couldn't see, but I assume.
Don't
Nothing
assume.
specifically that you saw?
Nothing specific, no.
You don't
Now,
have
that
to
time
assume
period that,
anything. Just tell us
Julie
what you
was at
saw,
the
what you
side
didn't.
of,
Well,
Ricky's
don't
truck
tell us what you
on
didn't,
all
because
three of you inside.
you
How
didn't
long
see
a
it.
period of time?
Not long. I'd say 3, maybe 5 minutes.
Okay.
And in general terms, what was the discussion about?
Just chit chat. She invited us inside the home. And I had told her that I did not want to go inside. I was tired and it was late. Just wanted to get back home. So
That is
she was
fair.
like, okay, went back in and we left.
You also don't know anybody there, I'm sure.
And when you left, was that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was that in the same position as you initially described when you left?
Yes.
And do you recall, as far as Ricky pulling away from the curb or pulling away from the house to go home, did he have to sort of back out to get around it or no?
I don't recall.
And when you left, was that vehicle basically, as you're pulling away, that vehicle's in the same position, correct?
Correct.
Now, that vehicle that was parked in front of you, was it running or could you tell?
I could tell that it was running, yes. The lights were on.
And which lights were on?
The, headlights, taillights, the inside car lights were also on.
Now, as far as you're pulling away from that house and heading off to home, which way were you facing as you came away from the house?
Could you rephrase?
Let me ask a different question. So when you pull up alongside of the house, which side of Ricky's truck is facing closer to the house? Is it the driver's side, the passenger side, or something?
The passenger side.
And so as the vehicle is pulling away, are you pulling away in the same direction?
Correct.
So passenger side, so facing the house as you're pulling away?
Yes.
And you were looking let me ask you this, as far as when Julie left the truck and went back in the house, was she fully inside the house at the time that the truck was pulling away?
Yes.
And so when the truck is pulling away, where are you facing and sort of what are you looking at as you are passing by the house and passing by the SUV?
I was looking out the passenger side window, so facing the house.
Okay.
And as you go past the SUV, what, if anything, did you observe within the SUV?
I observed the female in the driver's seat.
And appear to be the same female that you observed as you were turning onto the road of Julie's friend's house?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did you observe the female in the, where was she in the vehicle?
The driver's side.
So still in the driver's seat as you had observed earlier?
Correct.
And what, if anything else, could you see as far as the driver, as far as what was she doing or anything like that?
I didn't observe anything else. She was just sitting there.
And as far as you were passing, what, if anything, did you note as far as the sort of interior lighting within the vehicle?
Yes, the interior lighting was on. So that's why I had noticed as we were pulling away the female in the driver's seat.
As far as the male passenger that you saw as you were pulling onto the street, could you see him at that point?
I did not see any other person, just the female in the driver's seat.
As you're passing by the vehicle, did you adjust yourself? I mean, how intently were you looking inside the seat?
Not very intently, just kind of as we were passing by.
You didn't sort of change your positioning to see better within the vehicle? You didn't lean forward, lean back, or anything like that?
No.
And after you left that house, where did you go from there?
Back to Ryan's.
And is that where you spent the
Car.
Correct.
Did he take you in the morning to go to your car that's like snowed in somewhere? Yeah, stay hydrated, folks. Stay hydrated.
Do you know about what time it was that you got home?
I don't recall.
And by home, I mean back to Ryan's.
Back to Ryan's. No, I don't remember.
I'm liking this witness so far. We'll skedaddle through the moment.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Hello.
The first time you were ever interviewed about this case by law enforcement was September 1st, 2023. Is that right?
Correct.
So you were not interviewed at or around February 7th when Ryan was?
No.
February 7th, 2022.
Right.
All
No.
So it was a full 19 months after the events in question that you were first contacted by law enforcement.
Correct.
And you gave your statement for the first time at that point.
Correct.
The truck that you were in, I can't remember, did you say the name of the truck? Was it a Ford F-150?
Correct.
Okay. That was turning left
Now
onto
he's-
Fairview from Cedar Crest. You recall that?
Correct. Yes.
Do
Gonna
you know
sow
the
the
names
seeds
the streets, or
of
you
doubt
just-
that she
I don't
didn't
know
actually
the names of
remember
streets. No.
seeing
Yeah, I'm not
her in
familiar with
car,
the town of Canton.
So if I,
or
okay,
a
that was
woman
my
in the
next question.
car.
If I showed you a map, for instance, that would really be good because you don't know
that
the
she's
Yeah, no.
seeing it because she's heard it. It's not an
Ricky was
actual
driving.
memory.
Ryan was in the front passenger seat, and you were in the super cab portion of the truck, correct?
Correct.
So you
Which
would've
could
been
be true, which
situated
could be-
directly behind Ryan,
I was in the middle.
in the middle seat.
Correct. So I was in between Ryan and Ricky.
Understood. Did you indicate that at some point you could see pretty clearly into the SUV as it turned, as y'all yielded way and it turned, it would be its right in front of you?
Correct.
And you could clearly see inside the passenger compartment, there was a female driving, is that right?
Correct.
And there was a male sitting next to her.
Yes.
You indicated that by the time you guys negotiated your turn, sped up, made the turn, headed up Fairview, that SUV had already come to a stop.
Correct.
All right. And how far behind that SUV would you estimate Ricky pulled the truck in terms of car lengths? 1 car length, 2 car lengths, right on the bumper?
Yeah, less than 1 car length.
Okay,
I was-
sorry,
I would say a couple feet.
a couple feet, meaning 2 or 3 feet.
Yes.
So that's your recollection as you sit here.
Correct.
Did you notice anything wrong with the back of the SUV?
I did not.
Okay. You saw brake lights on?
Yeah.
How many brake lights? Left and right?
Correct. Yep.
Was there one in the top center?
I don't recall.
Okay. You certainly did not see a full-sized Jeep Wrangler outfitted with a snowplow between the SUV and Ricky's truck.
I did not.
Sounds like a ridiculous question. You didn't see any other cars. There were no other cars between the two.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that when you pulled up behind the SUV, other than noting that it was there, your attention was not necessarily focused on that SUV?
Correct.
There's nothing extraordinary or out of the ordinary about that car.
Correct.
You were there to pick up somebody, correct?
Yes. Yep.
Or at least potentially.
Right.
So I'm guessing your focus would probably be to the right where the front doors were of that house.
Sure.
And you knew that Ryan had been communicating with his sister, and so you were sort of expectant in terms of watching Julie Nagel possibly come out of the house.
Correct.
So during those moments, you weren't necessarily paying attention to what was happening directly in front of you outside.
Right.
Okay. Yep. So he's just
You
laying
indicated
that.
you believe that the chit chat.
There was other
that
stuff
happened
going
with
on.
Julie
She wasn't
Nagel
trying to be
about the
nosy and
truck
see
was
what's going
about
on in
5
the
minutes.
car.
Give or take.
Okay. At that point, was one of the doors opened?
I don't believe so. I think we rolled our windows down
Okay. Did
to
you
communicate.
I'm so sorry.
We rolled our windows down to communicate with Julie.
Okay, so you don't recall the
Oh.
doors being opened and Julie standing in the crook of the door having this conversation with Ryan?
I don't recall.
Okay. Is that possible?
Sure. Possible.
Okay. Your memory is not necessarily focused on that.
Right.
But you do know that there was a communication.
Yes, for sure.
They were talking about whether or not you wanted to go inside the house.
All 3 of us.
Okay. You, Ricky, and Ryan.
Yes.
And y'all were talking about whether or not Julie was going to come with y'all. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was even a discussion about whether or not Julie's mom might pick her up.
I don't recall.
Okay. So the
Ryan said he
specifics of the
opened the door.
conversation you don't necessarily recall, but you do know
He
they
said
all talked about
they rolled the
violence.
window down.
Give or take, yes.
Does it matter?
During the course of that 5-minute conversation,
Up to the
where did
jury.
you focus?
On Julie.
Okay. Ultimately, the three of you did pull away from the driveway area where you were parked.
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Ultimately, y'all did move, the truck did move past the house and move past the SUV.
Once we left, yes.
As you drove by the SUV, you noticed that the dome light was on.
Could you explain the dome, what that
Dome light,
means?
the interior light.
Yes.
Dome.
Yes.
Yeah. So you could see it lit up the interior of the car.
People call it
So
a
the
lot of
late model
different things.
SUV, probably a pretty bright light.
I'm
You
like-
could see inside the car.
I could.
You clearly could see, well, you could see a female.
Correct.
By the way, do you recognize the person to my left?
I do, but only because of,
That was a terrible question. Do you recognize her from that night? Is she the person that was in the driver's seat, or do you know?
I don't know.
But the person you did see was a Caucasian female with
Fantastic.
long hair.
Correct.
I don't know.
As you drove by, the interior light was on well enough that you could see her, but you could see the female clearly.
Correct.
And you could also see that there was no male in the truck as well, correct?
I don't know. The other male that I saw in the SUV before they pulled on to Fairview, he could have been in when it was parked. The only person I saw as we were pulling away was the female driver.
So when you pulled away, you looked to your right at your passenger window, correct?
Correct.
The interior dome light was on.
Yes.
And you've testified to this before, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions in another proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And you testified the only person you saw in the interior of that car at that time when y'all pulled away was the female.
Okay.
Is that right?
Sure, if I remember correctly.
Okay, that's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
So, Ms. Maxon, during the time that you were asked about not sort of focusing on the
That
SUV
was
in front of you,
fantastic.
fair to say that you would have seen a 6-foot
Yeah, I
man
saw a
walking away
woman,
from that
but
car going
I
towards the
can't
house?
say it was her or not.
You were in a vantage point where you would have seen that had that occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that?
I did not.
Okay, nothing further on.
All right, so you are all set, Ms. Maxon.
Okay, thank you.
Next
The
witness.
next witness, Mr. Lally?
We are moving.
Yes, you want to call multi-call Ricky
Finally.
D'Antonio?
Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
Bound to mess it up.
When I catch you, Ricky. 2 thumbs up for her. Yeah, where's my reactions now? Where's my reactions? Come on. There we go. I gotta turn that off. That is so dumb. 2 thumbs up for her. She's fantastic. She just said, I'm here. It sucks that I'm here, but I'm telling you the things that I remember. Everything was pretty much exactly the same from the other testimony.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
And I think the defense did a great job.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You saw a woman, right? Did it look like her?
You please state your name. and
I
spell
don't
your
know.
last name.
It's just a woman.
Richard D'Antonio, D''ANTUONO,
And Mr. D'Antonio, where do you live?
in Canton.
And how long have you lived here?
My whole life, 30 years.
And,
30
do you work?
years.
I do.
What do you do for fun?
I do flooring.
How long have you been doing that?
Okay.
I'd say 2 years.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those days?
Yeah.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
I recall.
The weekend.
And do you recall whether or not you worked that day?
I don't.
And at some point in time on that day, did you go out for the evening, leave your house, and go somewhere?
Yes.
Is it
And,
just me,
did
or
you
if
drive
like
from your house to
I
wherever you went?
Yes.
lived a normal day
What kind of car do you have at that time?
A pickup truck.
and then woke
and,
up the
uh,
next
specifically
morning
what
and
kind
found
of-
out that like
Ford
one
F-150.
stop in my
And
day
what color was that?
turned out to
Dark
be an
gray.
event like this,
And the interior
I would
of your pickup
immediately
truck,
write
as
everything
far as front
down.
seat, back seat,
My
can you
day.
describe to the jury what that looked like?
There's 2 front seats and a bench seat in the back.
All the
It has
things I
the
remember.
suicide doors.
Is that just me? Am
And
I just like
when
too
you left the
engulfed into
house
true
in
crime?
your F-150, where did you initially go?
Probably.
I went to a place in Canton called CF McCarthy's.
And did you pick up anyone on the way there?
I did not. I met people there.
And CF McCarthy's, that's a place that you've been to before, is that correct?
Correct.
I
No,
do
you
want to
worked
know
on that
when
night.
Heather
Yeah.
got her car back
Where did you
though.
park your truck in relation to CF McCarthy?
I don't.
I wouldn't know that for sure.
Is there a Walgreens lot somewhere around there?
Yeah, right across the street. Normally where we would.
So normally when you went there, that's sort of where you would have parked in relation to the car.
Usually, yeah.
So CF McCarthy's is located on Washington Street, is that right?
Yes.
Sort of in the downtown section?
Yep.
And when you say where we would have parked, so who, if anyone, were you meeting at CF McCarthy's on that?
I was meeting Ryan and Heather.
And just to be clear, talking about Ryan Nagel and Heather Max,
Correct.
how did you know Ryan Nagel?
I grew up with Ryan, so I've known him for a long time.
how would you
Friends
sort of describe
forever.
your relationship?
Best friends.
And Heather Maxson, how did you know her?
Through Ryan, they were dating.
And do you know about how long they had been dating coming into sort of that time frame of that evening?
I don't, not an exact time.
And so you come in to see at McCarthy's, and do you recall sort of where within the establishment you went?
Probably sat at the bar, I would assume.
And when you went there that evening, do you recall, did you meet anybody else there, or was it just you, Mr. Nagel, and Ms. Maxson?
I can really only recall us three. I mean, there might have been people there, but we didn't meet up with them. They might have just been there already.
So no one
That's fair.
specifically you had plans to meet with?
Small
while you were there or
town.
anything like that?
No,
Know about what time it was that you got to see at McCarthy's?
Familiar
not a
faces.
definite time, but maybe mid-afternoon.
And as far as you went out to a bar, do you recall sort of what either you, Ryan, or Ms. Maxson had to drink that evening?
Usually just a few beers is all we would drink. Nothing else but that.
And did you have any drinks that evening?
I had a few, yep.
And what was it
Enough
typically?
to not drive.
A beer.
Any particular kind of beer?
I would assume Bud Lights, I guess.
Bud Light
Now,
is a fan favorite.
Do you know about how long it was that you were at?
It's probably
CF
cheap
McCarthy's?
too. Is Bud Light cheaper?
Not an exact time again, but a couple
bar?
hours.
And after that couple hours or so, where did you go?
We went to another place in Canton called Hillside.
And just to be clear, when you say we, you mean yourself, Mr. Nagel, and Ms. Maxson?
Yeah, I drove us three.
So you drove all three of you in your F-150 pickup?
Yes.
After
And
having
how long a
some
ride is that to
beers,
McCarthy's?
naughty. Do not drink and drive.
I'd
though,
say 10.
honestly.
And
Do.
just to be clear,
This
10
was all
minutes, is that
like-
right?
Yeah, 10 minutes. Yes.
Is that also within Canton too?
Yep.
Is that somewhere
Don't
that you've
drink
been
and
before, somewhere that you were familiar with?
Yeah.
And similar to CF McCarthy's, when you arrived there, as far as was there
Sorry, just a super quick pause. On that note, this is a great notice. This is a great PSA to how many people are out there drinking and driving. Yes, okay, a couple of beers may not make you drunk, but it will impair you. This is a great PSA to how many people are out there drinking and driving. Do you know how many police officers are in this family? Law enforcement in this family out here drinking and driving. A lot of people are out here drinking and driving. You don't do it. And don't trust your neighbor car. Like cars, don't.
was there anybody else? that you
This
were
is
meeting there, or
driving
why
me
did you go to
crazy.
We met up with our one friend, John.
So adding sort of just another person to the group and going to a different location, is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, as far as over the course of the
So
evening,
much
either at
drinking and
CF McCarthy's or the Hillside, as far as yourself,
So much.
Ms. Nagel and Ms. Maxson,
It makes
what
me
if any
so
observations
sad.
did you make as far as level of intoxication? Was anybody overly intoxicated?
No.
And if you know, about how long a time period were you at the Hillside?
I would say a few hours again.
Anything either from CF McCarthy's or the Hillside from that evening that sort of jumps out at you in any particular way?
No.
So relatively regular sort of weekend night out with you and your friends.
Correct.
When you left the Hillside, do you know about what time that was?
Again, not a definite time. Maybe around midnight.
And when you left the Hillside, where was it that you were going?
To pick up Ryan's sister, Julie.
And if you know, how did that sort of come about as far as when did you become aware that that was a destination that you would be going?
I would say towards the end of the night, I was told that we would be giving her a ride on our way home.
And so you leave the Hillside, you get into your pickup, is that right?
Yep.
And Mr. Nagel and Ms. Maxson are with you?
Correct.
And where were they seated within the pickup when you left?
Ryan was in my passenger seat and Heather was in the back.
And do you recall sort of how she was positioned in the back as far as on passenger side, the middle, or the driver's side?
Not specifically. I vaguely remember her maybe laying down.
And when you're going
Spread
from
it
the
out,
Hillside to
taking
pick
the
up
snooze.
Julie Nagel, new Julie Nagel at the time, is that right?
Correct.
Did you know the location where you were going to pick her up?
Not the exact location, but the area.
And by area, sort of what was described to you as where to drive?
I believe towards the Kennedy School.
And Kennedy School is that an elementary school?
Yeah.
You're familiar with that as growing up in the town of Canton?
Yep.
And so if you could describe to the jury sort of the route that you would have taken going from the Hillside to the Kennedy School or in that general area?
Yeah, I would have taken 138, which is, I believe, Turnpike Street, a right onto Washington Street, and then a right onto Dedham Street, and then a left onto Cedar Crest, and I believe a left onto Fairview.
And those last couple of turns that you took as far as the left, was that something that you knew ahead of time, or was someone within the truck directing you how to go?
I knew up until Cedar Crest.
And then who was directing you from there?
I believe Ryan would be.
Now, when you arrive at taking that turn from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, what, if any, other vehicles did you observe in the area at that time?
While driving,
Yes, while driving as you were about to make the turn.
no vehicles that I could recall.
After making that turn onto Fairview, what, if any, vehicles did you observe at that time?
There was a vehicle parked in front of me, in front of the house.
Now, as far as making that turn, you were using your directional light.
Story's not adding up.
Right?
I would assume so, yeah.
And so you assume that you turned on your left directional before pulling from Cedar Crest onto Fairview?
Yeah.
And when you, as far as the house that you were going to, when you make that turn from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, how far into the street was the house that you were going to?
Like 20 seconds, maybe, I don't.
What I'm asking is basically, was it the first house as you come in, or did you drive the whole street in order to get to the house? How close to the Cedar Crest was the house?
I think it's a couple houses on the right.
So there's a couple houses on the right-hand side?
Yeah.
Okay. So the right-hand side, from your perspective, would be the passenger side, the driver's side, or what?
The passenger side.
And when you get in the area of the house.
Why does he make these questions so
Yes.
weird?
And where was it in relation to the house that you parked the truck?
Right in front of the
Questions
driveway.
are weird.
Now, you mentioned that there was another vehicle that was parked in front of the house as well, is that correct?
Correct.
Where was that vehicle in relation to where you?
He didn't say that he saw the vehicle and then.
I would
flashed
say
back
maybe
to a
10, 20
turn.
yards in front of me.
And so from the 10, 20 yards or so in front of you, you could observe that vehicle?
I could.
And from your vantage point where you were seated in your truck behind the vehicle, what, if any, damage or anything did you observe to the vehicle at that time?
None.
And as far as you could tell, was the vehicle running or off or something?
I believe running.
And what about your observations of the vehicle leads you to believe that it was running?
There were
I'm just
either
getting at
tail
the
lights or brake
sheet.
lights. I'm not sure which ones.
Did all that nonsense with the car
I'm sorry,
to
if you could just repeat that?
John.
It was either tail lights or brake lights, but I'm not sure which ones they were.
After
And that
these
was on
guys
the back of
left.
the vehicle, is that right?
Correct.
And how many sort of brake lights did you observe on the vehicle?
I would assume 2.
The left and right, did you observe anything sort of in the middle of the vehicle? No. And during the time that you were behind this vehicle, at any point in time, did you observe anybody get out of it?
I did not.
And from where you were situated behind the vehicle at this initial sort of point when you pull up about 20 or so yards behind it, could you see any lights on inside the vehicle?
I could not.
Now, when you arrived at the house and parked sort of in the area of the driveway, at some point does Ryan reach out to his sister Julie?
I believe so.
And at some point does Julie come out of the house?
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period of time we're talking about from the time that you pull up and park and the time that Julie comes out of the house?
Very quickly.
And when she comes out of the house, where is it that she comes to?
To my passenger window.
Now, as far as at this time that you had left the hillside and you're driving over to your friend's sister's friend's house, what do you recall about sort of the weather and what was it doing to that?
I believe it just started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as accumulation was concerned?
I believe it was starting to stick.
Now, as far as that vehicle that was in front of you, what, if anything, did you observe within the snow on the street that was starting to stick in behind that vehicle?
I didn't observe it.
Did you see any tire marks or anything like that leading up to the back of the vehicle?
Not that I can remember.
Now, when
All right.
Julie came out of the house,
Just starting to
she walked on foot from the house.
Just starting to.
Correct.
And as far as from her path, either to the truck or back from the truck to the house, did you observe any sort of footprints or anything like that she left in the snow while she was walking?
No.
Now, when she comes to the truck, did you recall how it was? You obviously, there's some conversation, correct?
Correct.
And prior to her coming up to the truck, was there music on, radio on, anything like that?
Maybe while driving there, but I don't believe while we talked.
So that would have been something somebody would have turned down in order to have a conversation with Julie when she comes up to the truck.
Correct.
Yes, of course.
And when she comes up to the side of the truck, do you remember how it was that you conversed, or anyone in the vehicle conversed with her? Was it through the door, through the window?
Through the open passenger window.
Recall whether or not the passenger side door of the truck was opened at any time by Ryan or anybody else?
Nope.
You don't recall, or it wasn't?
I don't believe it was.
Now, in your truck, when you open the passenger side door, what, if anything, occurs with
Okay,
regard to
Ryan.
lighting
So what are we
inside
talking
the-
about? Ryan said
I believe the interior light would pop on.
And
the
where would that
door
interior
was
light
open.
be within within relation to sort of the interior? Was that in driver's side, passenger side, center, or something?
I think center roof.
Now, the conversation with Julie about how long did that take place, or how long did that go on?
I would say maybe 2 minutes.
And if you recall, just in general terms, what was sort of the discussion about?
That she no longer was going to take the ride and asked if we wanted to come in.
And did yourself or anybody else from your group express any interest in going in this house?
No.
And
No one
as far as
wanted to
you're
go.
aware, were there other arrangements that Ms. Nagel, Julie had made for getting home that night?
I wasn't aware of her arrangement of getting home, no.
So she leaves and she goes back to the house, is that right?
Correct.
When, in relation to when you left, had she already gone back inside the house? Did you see her go in the house?
I did not watch her go back inside.
And when you are leaving from this house on Fairview, again, your passenger side is what's most directly facing the house, is that right?
Correct.
The vehicle that was in front of you, that's facing the same direction, is that correct?
Correct.
So the passenger side of that vehicle would also be facing towards the house, correct?
Correct.
And when you pulled away from the curb, do you recall whether or not you had to sort of back up in order to pull around it or not?
I did not have to back up.
Now, while you were, so you just sort of pull away from the curb, is that correct?
Correct.
So when you're behind this vehicle, did the vehicle stay sort of stagnant in the same place, or did it move, or what, if anything, did you observe as far as that vehicle in front of you?
It might be guessing at the time, but I would believe it stayed where it was.
Don't guess.
So do you recall anything, so you don't recall anything specific about that vehicle movement?
I do not.
We got 2 verse 1 on that one.
And as far
We got
as,
2 verse 1. What do we make of
vehicle
that?
itself, did you observe anything about sort of the occupants of the vehicle or anything like that?
I did not.
Ryan said the
Now,
vehicle
as
kept
you're pulling
moving.
away from the vehicle, where was your attention sort of focused as you were pulling away?
Heather
I
looked
believe
to
my
say it
side
didn't.
view mirror and then on the road.
You're looking in your side view mirror to see if there's any other vehicles coming up on your left, correct?
Correct.
And then you're looking at through the windshield because you're driving a car, correct?
Correct.
And at any point in time that you were outside of that residence, at any point, did you observe anybody get up out of that vehicle or exit that vehicle or go toward the house from that vehicle or come from the house toward that vehicle?
I don't believe so.
Just one moment, John.
Okay.
Actually, before, let me just ask you a couple questions. John, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a couple of photographs for this witness.
Okay.
While looking at the
Ms.
house
Gilman, if I could
on the
have exhibit
show
number 71.
to make sure he knows that we're talking about this house. Of course, we're talking
I'm
about
sorry,
this
I'm going to ask you
house.
a couple questions.
34
about,
Fairview
photographs
Road.
On the screen, but first, what I want to draw your attention to is on the desk in front of you is a laser pointer. Right, yes. If you just press that button and point it in a direction, it'll shine.
Okay.
So with respect to the photograph, exhibit 71 is up on the screen. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
34 Fairview.
Is that the house of Julie's friend that you went to potentially go pick her up and eventually she went back and stopped?
Correct.
And within this particular photograph, you see the area where you had parked your truck during this time. Talking about in the testimony.
I do.
And if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in the photograph is.
Right in front of the driveway, right there.
Now, also within this photograph, you see the general area where you observed that SUV in front of you while you were out front.
I would say, if I had to guess, I would say maybe half of the vehicle.
So it's probably a little bit further towards the left of this photograph, correct?
Correct.
So if I could have exhibit number 72. Again, do you recognize what's up on screen?
I do.
And this is the same house that we were talking about in the last exhibit.
Correct.
So from this photograph, you see the area where you observed the SUV in relation to your truck that evening that you were parked out front.
I believe so, yeah.
And again, if you could start using the laser pointer, we have before you direct the jury's attention to where about that.
Like right around that, I'd say.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you very much. Just one moment, John.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further for this witness.
All right, cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So you were driving the vehicle that arrived at 34 Fairview to pick up Ryan Nagel's sister, Julie, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Julie prior to that date,
Correct.
obviously, correct?
Correct.
You had been over the Nagel home several times since the two of you had met years and years ago, correct?
Correct.
With your best friend's sister, correct?
Miss Little is back.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got there?
Not the exact time.
Approximate?
I would say around midnight.
And you now know, as you
I'm hearing different
testified here
statements.
today, that
I'm hearing
you were
Ryan
outside the residence in back of a black
having a different
SUV
statement than the two
that
other
was
passengers of that
driven by
vehicle,
Karen Reed, correct?
Ricky and Heather.
I do not know
That's what I'm
that
hearing.
based off my knowledge.
Not your personal knowledge.
And I really
but
liked Heather.
You now know it's pretty much
She
common
felt
knowledge,
trustworthy
correct?
and true.
I guess so.
And in fact, that black SUV was parked directly in front of yours, in front of the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And while you were there, you never observed that black SUV strike anyone, correct?
Correct.
You never heard any arguing outside of the residence of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And possessing that information as you did on January 29th, were you interviewed by any state police investigator regarding this case on January 29th?
On that day?
Right.
No.
What about the next day or the rest of January or any day in February of 2022? Did the state police come to interview you about the information that you had as the driver of that vehicle?
No.
In fact, isn't it true that no investigator from the state police or the district attorney's office interviewed you anytime during the entire year of 2022?
Correct.
And that the first time you spoke to any official, it was not from the district attorney's office and not from the defense in this case, correct?
Objection. Sustained. You can word this differently, Mr. Levy.
Okay. The first time you gave a statement to anyone, it was not Mr. Lally or the state police, and it was not the defense in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that was on May 16th of 2023?
Which time would that be?
First time you gave a statement, sir. May 16th of 2023, does that sound correct?
Around that time it would be.
Okay, and you know today is May 15th of 2024, right?
Yeah.
So just about a year ago was the first time that you gave any statement about your memory of what occurred on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that your memory of what occurred on January 29th was the freshest when you got up that day, later that morning, correct?
The next morning after the 29th?
Yes.
Correct.
Right. And you'd agree with me that, your memory would have remained fresh for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that over time, your memory becomes less fresh, right?
I would agree.
And it's not just you, it's everybody, correct?
Correct.
Objection. Let's move on from this.
Sure. And you were first asked about your memory about what was clearly over a year after January 29th, I suppose February, March, April, maybe about 16 months after the events that you were asked to describe, right?
Correct.
And then it was only after you talked to someone else, again, not the prosecution or the defense.
Objection, Your Honor.
Christina, why don't I see you sidebar, just so we don't keep getting interrupted there.
Okay, sorry, I just had to do some things. Let's boot scoom boogie through this. It's a little feisty.
So I was.
All right, here we go.
So I was just going to ask you, the first time that you were approached by the state police regarding this case was September 2nd of 2023, correct?
Around that time, correct, yeah.
Right. And that would have been 5 months after the first time you were approached, and it would have been about 21 months after January 29th of 2022?
Correct.
All right. Now, you drove your own Ford F-150 to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And the plan was to pick up Ryan's sister, Julie, correct?
Correct.
And the entire time you were in the car, from when you left to go to 34 Fairview until you're now leaving 34 Fairview to go home, that driving arrangement was the same. In other words, you in the driver's seat, Ryan in the front passenger seat, and Heather in the back, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall whether Heather was behind the passenger, Ryan, when she was sitting in the back?
I do not recall.
So you don't recall where she was in that back cab?
No.
You do recall that well, strike that. As you're approaching the residence, you don't have a memory of coming face to face with a black SUV or any other vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You're not saying it didn't happen, you just don't recall that, correct?
Correct.
And in any case, your memory, your best memory is that when you got there, the black SUV, and by the way, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you recall it as a black SUV or?
I do.
Okay. When you got there, your best memory is that the black SUV was already parked outside the residence, correct?
Correct.
And it was facing in the same direction that you were facing as you approached the residence.
Yes.
Which means, and you're from Canton, correct?
Correct.
You came from the Cedar Crest side and you were facing toward the Chapman Street side, correct?
Correct.
Same with the black SUV.
Correct.
And it appeared to be parked properly next to the property, correct?
Mine?
No, the black SUV.
Yeah.
It wasn't parked at some crazy angle, correct?
Correct.
It didn't appear to have struck anything on the side of the road when it was parked, right?
Correct.
There was nothing unusual about the way it was parked.
No.
And when it was
I don't
parked
know,
out
you
there and
guys.
you approached the residence, is it fair to say
The one time I wanted
that
consistency.
there was far less snow on the ground than what we saw in Exhibit
We don't really
71
get
and
pure
72
consistency.
that were shown to you by Mr. Lally on direct examination?
Correct.
Those photographs appear to have been taken after the snowstorm, correct? At some point?
I would assume. Yeah.
Because there's a decent amount of snow on the ground there, correct?
Correct.
But as you're pulling up to the house, it had only started snowing around that time?
I would say there was a dusting on the lawn. Yeah.
So it was starting to accumulate, but there weren't inches and inches of snow, correct?
Correct.
And your best memory is that the SUV was about 20 yards in front of you?
Give or take. Yeah.
In terms of, just to get your estimation of what 20 yards is, would it have been farther than where you are now to where the court officer is standing behind the jury box? Or is that a good approximation?
To the best of my knowledge, I would say maybe a little farther.
A little further.
Maybe.
And there was nothing obstructing your view as you sat in the driver's seat of your Ford F-150 of the back of that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
You did call,
The defense
these questions
is saying,
somewhat unfair
hey,
because we're talking about 2.5 years later.
we've heard so many stories about so
when
many
you
different
first pulled up,
cars.
do you recall whether the red taillights of the black SUV were lit up?
I would say to signal that the car was on, yes. I don't know if they were brake light or just normal tail light.
Gotcha, okay.
And the
so
other
you're
cars,
suggesting that
coincidence?
some lights had to be
Too many
on because your
coincidences?
memory is that car was mine.
Building
Correct.
doubt
And,
that it could only
with
be
regard to the
Karen.
lighting in that area, did you have your headlights on when you were out there?
I believe so. I don't think I would have shut them off.
Right, 'cause you would have been driving with your headlights on as you were going down Cedar Crest and taking a left onto Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And your car was still running when you pulled up to the house and parked, correct?
Correct.
And
Yeah, you're not gonna turn it off.
Because your intention was, or your expectation was, that Julie Nagel was gonna get in your car, correct?
Correct.
That was the whole reason you were there.
Correct.
And your expectation was that there didn't need to be a tremendously long discussion when Julie came out of the house, right? You expected her to just jump in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So that's why you say that there would have been no reason to turn your headlights off, correct?
Correct.
All right. So your headlights being on, they would have been focused really right on the rear of that black SUV that was in front of you, correct?
I would assume so. Yeah.
Because there was nothing to block your view of the black SUV, right?
Correct.
And you did not notice any broken taillight to that SUV, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, but I did analyze it.
Sure. It didn't stand out to you to say or to make a mental note, hey, that taillight's broken, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see any damage at all to the vehicle that you noticed, correct?
To the best of my knowledge.
And with regard to when Julie came out of the house, when you pulled up and parked, sort of perpendicular to the driveway, and that's an accurate way to portray it?
Correct.
You believe that it took Julie how long to come out of the house?
I would guess under a minute.
Under a minute. And then after that under a minute span of time, she then had to.
She did say
walk
she was
from
looking,
the
so if she saw the
front
car
door
pull up,
one of the front doors of the house to your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
probably
And by
maybe
the
get her
way,
shoes
did
on
you
or
notice that there were
something,
two front doors to the house?
get a coat on.
At the time, no.
Do you recall if she came out the door that was more in the middle of the house or more over toward the driveway? Do you have a memory of that?
I don't. I would be guessing if I did.
And because the
Good.
snow had
We don't want
started
you to guess.
stick a little bit, she wasn't running to the vehicle, correct?
I would assume not.
All right, so it took her some time to get out of the house and get to the
I ain't
vehicle,
running
correct?
nowhere.
Correct.
And then there was
Unless
a
something's
conversation
changed.
about whether she was going to come with you or not, correct?
Correct.
That occurred through one of the passenger windows being open.
Correct.
And who was involved in that conversation?
I can't remember exactly, but I would assume maybe me and Ryan.
And there was a back and forth about whether she was going to come or you were going to stay and go inside, correct?
A back and forth. It was more just, did you guys want to come in? No, not really a back and forth.
Okay, all right. Took a few minutes for her to decide, well, I'm just going to go back inside the house.
If that, a minute or two.
And from the moment that you parked the vehicle outside that residence, your initial attention, it's fair to say, would have been on the front of the residence to see when Julie was going to come out, correct?
I don't believe I was looking.
Okay.
Yeah,
where
I
were
would
you
understand
looking
Ryan
when you were
looking, but
waiting for her?
him.
Did you have a phone?
I don't remember exactly, but I had my phone. I could have looked at it.
Okay, you could have been like, as many people do when you're waiting for somebody, you just take out your phone and start scrolling on something.
Objection.
Do you know if you were doing that, sir?
I can't recall, but I wouldn't rule it out.
That's-
And
So sorry.
you had mentioned,
Give it a minute. Give it a minute. Give it a minute.
you mentioned earlier that when I asked you about the damage to the rear of the vehicle, that, you know, your attention wasn't just focused on studying that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that from the moment that you pulled up to Julie coming out of the house, to Julie walking to the car, to the conversation between, you know, you and Ryan and Julie, you were not monitoring what was going on inside or outside that black SUV, correct?
Correct.
And during that span of time, again, while you showed up there waiting for Julie, she comes out eventually, she walks to the car, you talk to her, you were not paying attention to who, if anybody, was inside the black SUV at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were not paying attention to whether anybody got out of the vehicle during that time, correct?
Correct.
And then ultimately, you were going home. The night was over, correct?
Correct.
And in order to go home, your plan was to keep going up Fairview Road toward Chapman Street, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And
That
in
makes
order to do that, that would have meant
They're
that
gonna
you passed the black SUV that had been in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, as you're passing the black SUV, do you recall whether or not there was an interior light on within the cab of that SUV?
I do not.
Were you curious at all who was inside that SUV, given that it pulled up to the same house that you pulled up to?
Not at all.
You were concentrated more on the road.
Correct.
And as far as you were concerned, your night was over, time to go home, correct?
Correct.
All right. But it's fair
Yeah,
to say that at no point in time, from the first time you saw that SUV until you're leaving it, did you see anybody in the front passenger seat of the SUV, correct?
I didn't look inside the SUV.
Right. So you didn't see anybody in the front passenger seat.
No, I didn't look.
You also didn't notice at any point anybody standing outside that SUV?
Not to my knowledge.
And you never saw anybody sitting in the snow or in the street or on the lawn outside the SUV?
Not to my knowledge,
And
no.
you never saw anybody lying outside that SUV. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
On that moment?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr.
Thank you.
Riley?
Just briefly, sir. So from the time that you were in front of the house until you left, you never saw anyone go in or out of that house or in and out of that vehicle, the black SUV in front of you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were not monitoring the activity around the SUV, you never saw anyone around the SUV, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that if a 6-foot man had walked from the SUV to the house,
Okay.
is that something that you think you would have seen?
Objection.
Nothing further on.
You are all set, Mr. Riley. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, next witness.
Right, you're
Before we get
next.
the next one, what did
Yes,
we
Your Honor,
think?
call him off the call, Miss Allison McCabe.
Allison McCabe. All right, what did we think? What did we think of Ricky? Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky, that's crazy. I think he was pretty truthful. His demeanor did not change. Very similar to Heather. She did not get defensive. There was a little bit of it. But the defense attorney had it coming.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case area, truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I-
But overall, I think it was, how was court today?
Whenever
Michael,
you're ready, Mr. Smiley.
Thank you.
Michael.
Good afternoon.
Court's
Good
been
afternoon.
crazy.
Could you, please
Court's
state your
been
name and spell your
moving
last name?
fast.
Allie McCabe, MCC, ABE.
And, where do you live, man?
What is
Canton.
happening?
And,
Where it
how
has
long
been
have you lived?
feisty. Crazy.
Basically my whole life,
That's
except
Crystal. It's
first
been
few months
crazy.
I lived in Stoughton.
It's been crazy. This morning,
And,
especially. So
you work,
Tuesday,
you go to school?
court
I'm a
was
student.
In college, is that
explosive.
correct?
Yes.
And, what year are you in?
Explosive.
I just finished my sophomore year.
And when living in Canton, who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My 2 parents and my 3 sisters.
So you're one of 4 girls, is that correct?
Correct.
And are you the oldest?
Yes.
One of 4 girls.
And your parents, what are their names?
Matt and Jen.
Jen's
If I could turn your
We are
attention to
working
January
our way.
28th and through January
So we worked our way up to
29th,
Brian
recall those
Albert. We're
Yes.
working our
And,
way
you
up
recall
to
what days
Jennifer
those were?
McCabe. It'll
Friday
probably
and Saturday, I believe.
thinking
And so on that
it'll
Friday evening, starting with there.
go
let me
Matt
ask you
and
this
then
first. At
Jen.
that time, you were a high school student, is that correct?
Correct.
And where did you go to high school?
Canton High School.
And then we have to work our way up to
Yes.
Carrie.
And did you play any
She was
sports when you were
there.
at Canton High School?
Yes.
What sports did you play?
Soccer, hockey, and lacrosse.
Okay.
And so January, that would have been which sports season?
Hockey season.
Now, with respect to the hockey, as far as that evening of the 28th, how did your evening start out, or what, if anything, were you doing first?
It started with a team dinner at my house. The hockey team came over. We had dinner. Then I went to my sister's basketball game at the Canton High School. Then I was hanging out with 2 of my friends. We were driving around. Then the night ended with me driving Colin Albert home.
She's
And so let me
talking to
start
the
towards the
jury.
beginning
Very
before we go.
similar to
So as
the
far as,
expert
the team dinner,
that
is
we
that
had.
something that was like a weekly thing
Yeah, it was usually like the night before a game.
and sort of rotated between different players' houses?
Correct.
So where was it on that particular?
That night it was at my house.
And about what time did the team dinner get done, or what time did that wind down and went to the basketball?
I'm not exactly sure. The basketball games typically start around 6:30, so I assume around then.
And who, if anyone, from your family was involved in the basketball?
My younger sister,
And was she JV, varsity? What was she playing on at that?
varsity.
And who, if anyone else from your family, was at the basketball?
My parents. I'm not sure about my sisters.
And did you go with your parents or separately, or how did you go?
I believe I drove and I arrived later than my parents.
And as far as at that time, did you have your own car?
Yes.
And what kind of car? Did you
I do
a
like
little
how the
Ford Fusion
prosecution
blue.
is
have? And when you
ordering
arrived
their
there,
witnesses to the best
you're
of their
a high school
ability
senior,
due to
correct?
time. We had
Correct.
an expert today.
No.
But I do like it.
Section, is that correct?
Correct.
So you sat there with your friends.
Yes.
I do like it. We had the crime,
And,
like
when
the
the
crime
game gets
scene.
over, where was it that you went?
Karen, Carrie, Jen,
I believe I was
cops,
just driving around with 2 of my
EMTs,
friends, and then
fire.
as we were driving, we came across
we
a dog on the side of the street. We knew a snowstorm was coming, so we picked the dog up and then brought it to the police station, and then drove the dog back to where its owner's house.
Aw.
And so just as far as the friends that you were driving around with, what are their names?
Avery, Panadosi, and Danielle Seaman.
Can you do us a favor and spell those last names for our court
Yes.
reporter, please?
Piantedosi.
And the second name?
S. Danielle Seaman, SEAMAN. Thank you.
And those were friends of yours from school, from Canton High School as well?
Yes.
And had they been with you at the game previously?
Yes, I believe so.
So you, when you say drove around, whereabouts were you driving?
Through Canton, pretty aimlessly, just driving.
And at some point you come
Love.
upon a
I do
dog
that all the
collector?
time.
Correct.
And where was that?
On Elm Street.
And this was a dog obviously unfamiliar to you, is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do with the dog?
The dog ran over to the car when we stopped and picked the dog up, and we didn't really know what to do with it, so we brought it to the police station.
What type of
What
dog?
kind of dog it was?
No, white.
Small dog.
It was small. It was white and brown. Not sure what type.
And so while you're at the police station, what if anything you learned about that dog that you brought to the police station?
I went in the police station. The dog stayed in the car with one of my friends, and as I was walking in and telling the officer that I found a dog, he got a call from the owner, and she asked if she was like, "Oh, can you return my dog, please?"
Oh, so
So you
good
brought the dog
timing.
back, yeah?
Dog is
Yes.
safe.
You know about what time all of that was going on?
I'm not sure.
Now, You mentioned that you had picked up a person by the name of Colin Albert, is that right?
Correct.
And,
Did they
who was
steal
Colin
the
Albert?
dog?
You were looking to describe to the jury sort of your relationship with Colin.
I've known Colin since I've been born.
I love my friends. More
Our
details
families are
about the
very
dog,
close.
please, honestly.
We went to high school
How
together,
big was its paw?
school together growing up,
Face
in the same
shape?
friend group. So
Snout
yeah,
size?
we're very close.
So
Tongue
he was in the
color?
same grade
Nose
as you, is that
color?
right?
Correct.
So he was a senior at this time as well?
Yes.
How fluffy
And,
was
you
it?
have friends, mutual friends together?
Yes.
Now, the two of you are not actually.
I feel like they
blood
should
related,
admit
is that correct?
a
Correct.
photo of the dog as
But you have
evidence,
sort of
please.
relatives in common, is that correct?
Yes.
You know what?
And to
Call
that
the
point as
dog
well
as a witness.
When he reached out to you, let me ask you this, how is it that you came to come by and sort of pick him up on that?
He texted me and was asking for a ride, and then I responded, drove, and got him. Texted him when I arrived.
Now, as far as that sort of, I don't know what exactly to call it, but as far as you picking him up at certain places, like on weekend nights, was that out of the realm of normalcy, or was that?
I
something that
demand we
happened
hear
on-
from this dog.
No, that's common. He knew I was
I
driving
also
that night,
demand
so
to hear from
it's
Chloe.
pretty common.
I
Our
would
friends,
like
we
to know
always
her
drive each other
side
around
of
and
the
stuff.
story. What did she see? What did she hear?
Without getting too much into it, as far as high school was concerned, particularly when someone was drinking, would they call and ask for a ride
Correct. Yes.
rather than driving their own car?
Yes.
And as far as you knew, was Colin drinking at least at some point during that?
Me too.
Yes.
Is that why he needed a ride?
Yes.
Did more dog talk,
And
I think,
with
is
respect,
just necessary in the
to
world.
Your parents, did you, around this time that you're driving around and you're going to pick up Colin, did you have any idea of where your parents were or what they were doing?
I knew they were going out after the basketball game, but no, I didn't know. I have their Life 360. They have mine, so I wasn't sure though.
Ugh.
And as far as the
Ugh.
Life 360 goes, is that
Oh my God,
something
Chloe
that,
has so much to say.
that you sort of keep track of them?
Oh my
or
God,
they
Chloe
keep
has so
track
much
of
to say
It's
about
more
this.
them
She
keeping
needs
track of
the
me.
chance to defend herself. Absolutely.
Now,
Absolutely.
do you know approximately what time it was that you first get sort of a
I just
Colin reached
at
out
least
via
like
text to
a
pick him up?
video
I believe it was
proof of
around
life.
midnight. Not exactly what sure exact, but around midnight.
And did you know where he was? When he asked
Yes,
you pick him
to
up?
this as
Yes,
well.
Albert's house,
Allison
34
McCabe.
Fairview.
Is
that
Brian
a house that you're familiar with?
Albert's
Yes.
And what if any
niece
relationship
as well,
do you
not
have
just Jen
with
McCabe's
Albert?
daughter.
My aunt and uncle and my cousins.
So Brian Albert is your uncle, correct?
Correct.
Paul Albert is your aunt.
Correct.
How is she your aunt? The father's side, mother's side.
My mother's sister.
She's giving me
And,
like
Colin Albert, obviously last name Albert, he's related to people at Fairview. as well.
2016
Sort of on the other side of the family.
Megan Fox vibes.
And do you know what, as far as your conversation with Colin, do you know why he
Anyone
was over
else?
at that house that night?
It was little Brian's birthday.
And so he had gone over for that purpose and you went by to pick him up.
Yes.
And do you recall where
Dark
you were?
hair,
or
dark
sort of who
eyes,
you were
fair
with when you
skin.
first get that text or communication from Colin to pick him up?
Yes, I was at another friend's house after I drove Avery and didn't know home. I went somewhere else.
people's like
You drove
looks
two
or
friends that you were
anything.
with
But I
earlier at
mean,
home and then you went somewhere else?
Yes, I believe yes.
Is that
Or ugly or
text from
anything.
Colin?
Yes.
Now, do you recall whether or not the information that you had as to where Colin was that night, is that something that came via text as well, or was that a phone call or some other type of communication?
I knew he was there. Could have been a phone call. I'm not sure.
So were there a variety of different ways that you would have communicated with Colin around that time?
Yes, there's other apps as well. Yes.
I'm sorry, you said through apps as well?
Yes.
What kind of apps were there?
For example, like Snapchat.
So you had each other sort of Snapchat information, phone number information, call, text, snap, could have been any of those.
Yes.
his family is very, very
Now-
close. Very close
When
family.
you get that
I'm not used to that.
communication from
I'm
him
not
to
used
come
to that.
pick him up,
It's like a culture shock to me.
about how long a period of time was it?
Seeing how
from the
close
time
his
that you
family is.
Get the text from Colin to the time that you arrived in the area.
I'm not sure.
And,
I don't share. I don't have
you're
like
familiar with
360.
that home at 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
Place you've been
Nobody
to,
knows where I am.
Or is it related to the people that don't?
Correct.
Let
And
me
do you
rephrase that.
recall,
A lot of people know
from
where I
you were
am.
coming from, as far as how did you come to Fairview? Would that have been on the Chapman side or the Cedar Crest side, or how?
Do you guys use like
I don't
360?
remember.
And
Oh,
when
man.
you get to the home,
I'm
you
distracted.
have to park at some point, correct?
Correct.
And where in relation to
I
the
need
house?
a thing.
I believe in the driveway on the left side. Not entirely sure. I just believe that.
And when you arrive, what, if any, communication did you send to Colin?
I texted him saying here.
And after you texted that to Colin, he comes out of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And when he comes out of the house, about how long a period of time was it from the time that you texted him here to the time that he comes out to the car?
I'm not sure. A few minutes.
And in the area around the time that you arrived on Fairview Road, what, if anything, do you recall in regards to weather, or what was
Some of us do not.
I believe it was starting to snow. Nothing crazy.
as far as accumulation? What, if anything, did you observe at that time?
I
Lights
don't
on
want to
in
be
the
close
house.
to my family,
That's
not
it.
too close family.
As far as the snow was concerned, was it starting to sort of stick to the ground?
I don't remember.
So you text Colin shortly thereafter he comes out, is that right?
Correct.
You recall, you're familiar, obviously, you've asked you a couple times now with the house. There were 2 doors in the front of the house, is that right?
Yes.
I needed
You know
like
which
a
of the 2
fidget
doors Colin
thing
came out of?
to
No,
focus.
I'm not sure.
And when he came down, he came over to the car, correct?
Yes.
You're in the driveway?
Yes.
He gets into what part of the car? Front passenger seat?
Yes, I believe.
And from the time that you, so when you leave from there, where is it that you went?
His house and then my house.
You dropped him off at his house and then you went home?
Correct. Okay,
Now-
Mr. Lally, we're actually going to break here. We have to break a little bit early, but we'll be back at 2. Okay, so, we're going to ask you to sit in your seat.
See, let the jurors go on first, and then Mrs. Page, you can call them.
Thank you.
Okay, good. I need a change of scenery. And to be fair, I do need to kind of review a little
Goodbye.
bit. Is she talking about picking up Colin? I'm sorry. I've been listening to a lot of court. Is she talking about Colin? I think so. They're going on their lunch break, and we are going to skedaddle through.
All right, we'll be back at 2.
We might. I don't know if we will. Probably not. We're very close to being done. A lot closer than we were at 9:30 this morning.
All right, could we have Ms. McKay, please?
And I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mom.
The caption said, "Thanks, Mom."
Now,
Thanks,
Mr.
Mom.
If I could take you back just to a little bit from where we had left off. When you arrived at the residence of 34 Fairview Road, you pulled into the driveway, is that correct?
I believe so.
And obviously, on that date, you were familiar with the types of vehicles that your parents drove?
Yes.
And did you see any of your parents' vehicles at the home when you pulled in and parked in the driveway?
No.
And when you got to the house at any point, did you exit the car or go inside the house?
No.
So you texted him that you were there, you stayed in the car, and he came out.
Yes.
And when Colin came out to the car,
Yep, I was right.
what, if any,
I was listening a little
observations did you make of him in regards to his sobriety, as far as what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that?
Normal.
Didn't seem overly intoxicated to you?
No.
And as far as his face or features, or from whatever you could see, what, if any, injuries did you observe on Colin when he came out?
None.
And how would you describe his demeanor when he came out and he got into the car?
Normal.
Now, during the course, you drove from
Normal.
Fairview home
What's
to
normal?
Colin's house, is that right?
Yes.
And where was Colin living at that point?
I don't know the address, but his new house, not the one where he was neighbors with John, the newer house.
And if you could, just generally speaking, where was that in relation to the town of Canton? What was it?
It's in the center of town, close to the library.
And do you recall, or do you know what type of residence that is?
Yes, it's like condos. I'm not sure exactly, but yeah, townhouses.
As far as your drive from the residence in Fairview to Colin's house, did you make any stops along the way?
No.
About how long a drive is it from Fairview to Colin's house?
7 minutes, 5 minutes.
And when you arrived there, what did you observe Colin do?
Got out of the car, went inside, got the key, locked it, went inside.
And is that something as far as, did you wait for him to get inside?
Yes.
And why?
I always wait for him because it's like how he has to open the first door to get inside. So I usually just wait for everyone to get inside.
And during the car ride
It's a
from
good
Fairview
policy.
to Colin's house, do you recall anything specific about, did you have a conversation with him?
Probably, I don't remember what we were talking about.
And then following that, where did you go?
I believe home.
And when you got home, were either of your parents home at that point?
No.
You know about what time it was that you got?
Not exactly. I would estimate a little bit before 12:30, around that time.
And at any point in time over the rest of the course of that evening, did you see your parents, did you talk to your parents or anything like that?
I know I talked to my dad on the phone when we found the dog. Other than that, no.
And so after your return home, when you went to bed or you went to sleep, were your parents home at that point?
No.
About how much time was it between the time when you got home around 12:30 or so and when you went to sleep?
Not long. I don't know.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, at some point you woke up, correct?
Yes.
And were your parents home at that point?
Yes.
Why
And
would
were both
okay?
your
So
parents home at that point?
I'm
Yes.
having
Do you
questions.
know about what time it was that you woke up next?
Colin
No,
didn't
I did
say
not.
any. The whole Colin conversation. He said his ride's here. Why didn't Colin say Allie was picking me up? I don't remember.
Now, Mr. McCabe, at
I
some
might be
point,
forgetting, but I don't remember anyone saying
in
that.
August
Colin
of
said
2023, did you have occasion to
Jen's
meet,
daughter,
some troopers from the state police?
Brian's niece,
Yes. I
Allie
believe-
McCabe.
I'm not sure what time, but
Allie is coming
on a
up.
Zoom.
And was that one trooper or more than one trooper or something?
I believe 2. I'm not sure.
Do you recall any of the names of any of those troopers?
Yuri maybe was one of them. I'm not sure.
That's right. So you wait for that.
I have questions. And I don't
Now, ma'am, following that meeting that you
know
had
if they'll ever get
with
answered.
the state police, what, if anything, did you provide to them from your phone?
Text messages with Colin, maybe pictures. I don't know. Definitely the text messages.
And before we get to that, just as far as your phone, what kind of phone did you have at that time?
I believe an iPhone 14 Pro Max, maybe.
And I should have been more specific as far as the time, but the iPhone you're talking about, as far as the Pro Max, was that in January of 2022
Oh, I'm sorry.
or in August of 2020?
That was in August.
And between January of 2022 and August of 2023, did you have the same phone throughout that time period?
I'm not sure. I believe I upgraded. Yeah.
And when you upgraded your phone, what, if any, data sort of carried over from the old phone to the new phone?
Everything.
So as far as chats or text messages or phone contacts, things like that, all of that transferred from one phone to the new phone?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
You sure everything transferred? So I feel like there's physical phone information from the physical phone that wouldn't.
And so first thing I'm
transfer.
going to
I don't
show
know.
you
I don't know.
a 2-page document to ask you to take a look at it and look up.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
And do you recognize that, man?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
This is from my phone, my text messages.
And the second
What
page,
does
what is
it
that?
say?
Colin's contact information.
Are those screenshots that you took from your phone provided to the troopers in August of 2023?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
May I approach you now?
Yes.
I'm all seeking to do the
Fair point.
Objection, I'd ask
Fair
you.
point, Crystalline.
Okay, come on up and bring that.
It's not always a perfect system, right? All right, they're going up, gonna chit chat about the texts and celebrate information. The DUI guy, I'm sure that I think that's his name. I might put money on it. I know it's him, but I don't know if that is his actual like internet name. He was a wild one during the Johnny Depp trial. I was watching a lot. I was watching everything about the Johnny Depp trial, all the stuff. Multiple different lawyers talking about it. I was like all over it. Live, breathed Johnny Depp trial. And he was covering a lot of the kind of like behind the scenes stuff, like getting in line to get into the courtroom every day, and it was nightmare. Yeah, the white shirt looked bored. This one here, this guy behind the head. Once I sit down, I'll between the two girls. If you're talking about this guy back here, that is John O'Keefe's brother, and he has been there. He was the very first witness. Okay, so it looks like they're going to do like a voir dire to go through text information that they don't want, that they want to see what's going to come out and stuff like that, that the jury should only get like the finalized decision of what's going to come from this voir dire from the questions. This guy here, this is John's brother. So this is the last living sibling. Yeah, because he only had a brother and a sister. This is the last living sibling of the family. So it's just super fast, just if anyone does not know. John had a sister, and that sister had a husband, and they had 2 kids. A few years before John passed away, his sister, before John was murdered, let's be fair, John's sister passed away from a brain tumor, and it was a very fast situation. A couple months after that, her husband passed away from a heart attack, which I believe to be a broken heart. And they had 2 kids. John took guardianship of those 2 kids. And then in 2020, he kind of reignited a friendship and a love with Karen Reed. Now, they never dated before 2020, but they've known each other for a long time. And they said, all right, let's just start dating. And they got very close. Remember the pandemic, 2020 to 2022. The pandemic. She worked from home. She did have a house, but she spent a lot of time at John's house with the 2 kids. She worked from home. The kids were doing school from home. He was a police officer, so he had to go in to work. And now this man here, Paul, is John's brother. And the woman sitting next to him over here is his wife. And so that, I believe her name is Erin. And then I saw John's mom and dad over past them as well. So those are the people in court. They have been in this courtroom since immediately after their testimony, and they are there just about every single day. I feel like if one of them isn't there, the other one is. They want to see justice, and in my opinion, they have an idea of what the justice is.
Occurring.
Yes, I just need Ms. Giannetti back. Okay, so thank you. And the next 2, if they would be marked separately, please.
So that's that.
Thank you. All right, the lawyers are going to get to ask you a few questions now before we go any further in front of the jury. Okay.
It's called a voir dire.
So, Mr. Lally, you can take the exhibits back and you can question this witness, and then Ms. Giannetti can cross-examine.
May I approach with?
Yes.
Alderman?
So this is a voir dire. They're going to go through the questions
So
that they
with reference to the
expect to get
screenshots
certain information
that
out
we were
of,
just talking about
and
before the
it
jury
is going to be
level.
approved by the court.
Those are
essentially.
screenshots that you took from your own phone, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the communications contained therein, is it your memory that those are communications that you had with Colin Albert?
Why don't you ask her what they are, non-leading?
Those screenshots, as far as the communications, what are
Sorry,
they? When
let me
were-
just pause. Let me just pause again. He has been leading this entire trial. A leading question is looking at this, you see a rabbit, correct? And it's a photo of a rabbit. It's a leading question. Not what do you see in the photo? Can you tell me what you see in the photo? Is that a photo to start? So the prosecution, so whoever case it is, whoever is calling the witness should not be asking leading questions. The opposite side can ask leading questions. So on cross-examination, you can ask leading questions based off of the direct examination from whichever side. So if prosecution is calling the witness, that's their witness. They cannot ask leading questions. The defense, who's cross-examining the witness, can ask leading questions. Now, if it's the defense's a witness, which will happen after the prosecution says their case, if it's the defense's witness, they cannot ask leading questions, but the prosecution can ask leading questions on cross-examination. So it's exhausting, and he's been doing it. He's been getting away with it. They're not objecting as much when Mr. Lally does it, but
Were they done?
during voir dire, I think
At a later date.
in particular.
Is that what you're asking? Sorry.
I'm asking as far as the actual content of the conversations. When did those conversations?
January 28th.
And you were a participant in those conversations?
Yes.
And as far as the content of those conversations, is it your memory that the content reflected there is accurate as to what the content of the conversations were between yourself and Colin Albert the evening of the 28th and of the 20th?
Yes.
And Colin Albert was somebody that you were familiar with, correct?
Yes.
And beyond what's contained within these screenshots, you had other text communications with Colin Albert using the same contact information.
Correct.
And how is it that you knew or were aware that the person or the contact that you were talking to was Colin Albert?
Because it's his phone?
With reference to that contact you had in your phone for Colin Albert, had you called that number before?
Yes.
When you called the number, who answered?
Colin?
And when you had texted Colin on prior occasions using that contact information, did you have any, you have a text communication, did you have any subsequent conversation in relation to the content of those text communications?
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
Yeah, it was a
And I'm not
terrible
just asking
question.
specifically about-
Cellular
I'm saying you
data
have contact
can
information in your
be
phone for Colin
tricky.
Albert.
Yes.
It is not
And on any
set
of
in
those prior
stone
occasions when you had
that a
texted
message coming
that contact
from
information, you put in as Colin Albert in your
so-and-so
phone. And just to be
is
clear, you were the one who
actually
input
written
that number
and
as Colin
sent
Albert in your phone.
by
Yes.
that person.
And so on this
They
one,
could have
in
lost
prior
their phone.
occasions when you
They
had
could have left it
contacted
open
via
somewhere.
text, that contact
Someone
Colin
could have
Albert
hacked it.
phone.
You know,
Following those
so
text communications, did you have any
they have to
conversation
tread
with Colin
lightly
Albert
with
related
text
to the
messages.
content of those communications?
Cellular information.
Sorry, do you
messages.
understand the question? You have to make these simpler. Let's try and get through this for you, Mr. Valley.
At some point during the course of your, how long had you had Colin's contact information in your phone?
For a while, years.
And over the course of those years, had you had conversations related to content in text in person?
Oh, yes.
And as far as the content that you had texted to that number you associated or inputted Colin Albert, was Colin Albert aware of the content of those text communications?
Oh, correct. Yeah.
And within those specific screenshot of the text communications from that evening, as far as your recollection of that particular evening, are the times that are associated with those accurate as far as your memory?
Yes.
And did you do anything to alter the times that are associated with those text communications prior to taking the screenshot and giving it to the statement?
No.
No.
Now turning to the other two
Who's got that kind of
screenshots,
time?
you took those are photographs, correct?
Did I take them?
I'm just asking what they are.
Oh, both pictures of Colin. One's with my aunt. The other's just him and some other people blocked off.
And do you know when and where those were?
Yes, they were taken at the Albert's house. One of their sons were coming home from the Marines, so it was like a welcome home party.
And when was that in relation to the evening of January 28th to 29th?
A few weeks after.
And that sort of coming home celebration for your cousin who was coming home from the Marines, were you there for that?
Yes.
And so as far as your observation of those photographs is what's depicted of Colin Albert, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what he looked like on February 11th?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Ron.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
How long have you had an iPhone? I'm not talking about your current iPhone, but just iPhones in general.
For years.
More than 5 years?
Yes.
And how old are you now?
I'm 20.
And when did you get your first iPhone, if you remember?
I don't remember.
12, 13?
Yeah, around middle schoolish.
Maybe 7 or 8 years. Is that a decent estimate?
Yes.
And in those 7 or 8 years, you have
I didn't
learned
have no
how to
iPhone when I was
operate an
in middle
iPhone,
school.
the various features that they have and the apps that you can download and use, correct?
Correct.
And your current iPhone
I
has
had
a number of apps on it, correct?
And not a cool one either.
With regard to the text message app, you'll agree with me that that is a green icon with a white sort of speech bubble in the middle of it?
Yes, I believe.
And you know that when you click on that, it gives you a list of the text messages that you're exchanging with people, the various threads, correct?
Correct.
You know that if you click on a thread, it opens up the individual text messages that you've sent and received to that particular person, correct?
Correct.
And you know that if you take your finger or your thumb and you hold it on one particular text that's either sent to you or from you, you can do things with that individual text, correct?
Correct.
You can forward it to somebody else, right?
Correct, I believe.
In the context of a conversation, you can just reply to that one particular text message, right?
Correct.
And if you do that, rather than hit the arrow button where you forward or reply, on the left side of the screen, there's a trash can, correct?
I'm not sure.
You know that you can delete a text from a thread, correct?
Correct.
And it's a trash can that you click on, right?
Correct.
I'm not trying to trick you.
No, I was confused. Sorry.
No, I understand. I don't mean to confuse. So you know that if you click on the trash can, it gives you an option to either cancel or to delete the message, correct?
Correct.
And what happens if you delete the message?
It's deleted off the phone.
Okay, so it's gone from that thread, correct?
Correct.
And somebody
not
looking
deleted.
at a screenshot that you take after
It's still
you deleted
there.
that message, it wouldn't be evident that that message was ever there, correct?
Correct.
She's not a tech expert,
Now,
so there's only
you
so far
testified,
you can go.
at a
They can
hearing in
only go
Boston
into
on
like,
August 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
she's just an
That
iPhone
was,
user. She's not an iPhone
we're
expert.
not with a jury present. That was a federal grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you had, by that point, by August of 2023, you no longer had the phone that you originally had on January 29th of 22, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
You had bought a new phone in December of 2022, correct?
Okay, I'm not sure what time, but
Does that?
yeah, I got a new
Right.
phone. I believe I got a new phone.
But, and actually, the timing's not that important, just that it was before that grand jury appearance.
Okay, yes.
And what did you do with the old phone when you got the new phone?
Transfer through iCloud, everything transfers over.
Okay, but I'm actually talking about the hardware itself.
Oh, what did I do?
iPhone.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, I'm sorry. Not the data on the phone. I understand that you've testified that you transferred that to the new phone, but the actual
Like, you
physical
need to
phone itself,
tell
where
me
did
what
that
you're
go
freaking
when you
talking
got the
about.
new phone?
I'm not sure.
Would that have been traded in?
Possibly.
You don't have it now, correct?
I don't think, no.
And as of August of 2023, you didn't have it either, correct?
Correct.
Is it
try
fair
to
say
keep
that no
my old
investigator from this case ever asked you
Sometimes I can't,
for
but I tried
that
to.
phone that you had on January 29th?
Correct.
They
So,
never-
Ms. Giannetti, can we just focus on the voir dire? All that you're doing, you can cross-examine her with, but on the voir dire of this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'd just like to get the jurors back in.
No, I understand, Your Honor. I understand. I was trying to lay a foundation, but maybe it's not necessary. So with regard to,
If you need to do it, go ahead. I'm just trying to.
I want to accommodate this, Your Honor. With regard to the messages that are in a given thread, right? We've talked about the fact that you are aware that you can reply to them, an individual message forward or delete one, correct?
Correct.
You're also aware that it is possible to change the timestamp on any individual message, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You go to
No.
settings and you go to general and you go to date and time. First of all, you can change the time zone of the message. Do you have your iPhone with you right now?
Not on me.
Not on. And in addition
What
to
the
being
hell
able
is
to
going
change
on?
the time zone, you actually can change the hour and minute to whatever you want it to be. Were you aware of that?
No.
With regard to photos on your phone, you are aware that you can change the date and time of any photo in your photo app, correct?
Nope.
No,
There
I don't
is
think
a
you
little-
can.
When you go to your iPhone, there's a little eye for information.
It's all the metadata
And all
that's
you need
stored
to
on the
do is-
phone
or
of
the-
the
I guess
picture.
for info or
When you
information.
take a picture,
All you need
you
to
can
do
like
is
slide up
click
and see
on that,
all the.
and
What?
you get a pop-up
What's
on the
happening?
bottom that
Are we?
gives you the choice to alter the date and time.
What?
Did you know that?
What is happening right now? What's actually happening?
No.
Next to that date and time is the word adjust, and that's all you have to click on. And you can change the time from 12:10 a.m., or you can change it from 12:40 a.m. to 12:10 a.m., or you can change it from 1:45 to 12:10 a.m. And it's that easy.
Yep. Now I know. I didn't know that. I didn't do that.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
That's it for the voir dire.
Holy.
Okay. So I'm going to allow this testimony in. Your argument goes to the weight of the evidence, not its admissibility. But I did, under Commonwealth versus Trotch, want to give you your voir dire. Okay. All right. So let's bring the jurors back in.
I have questions.
Yes, P-U-R-D-Y. Your Honor, before the jurors come back in, may I just retrieve the exhibits?
Yes, but I'd like to see counsel at sidebar while they're coming in.
Okay, so I just tried it. You can, but I feel like wouldn't it show like in the metadata, the metadata in the metadata of the picture that the time or date was changed physically, like, yeah, but this was when it was, yeah, it says it was taken as this. It was manually changed to this date. Like, wouldn't there be some sort of, what's the point of metadata if you can just change it then?
I think we should sit.
I have what? I was in the kitchen making like coffee, listening to that dummy asking those questions. I was in the kitchen listening to that dumbass ask those dumbass questions. No, okay. So my question is, if metadata is a thing, and there's so much based on metadata, if you could change the metadata, why is it even a thing? Why is it so important? Like, there's got to be some that I don't know. I don't know what button to press or how to get to it. There's got to be someone in this world that would be able to pull up a photo off of someone's phone and be able to see the original date was taken and see that it was manually changed to another date, right? Like the information on a thing is constantly tracked. Like if the photo existed.
I apologize profusely. I just need 1 more minute. I'm so sorry.
He's trying to, okay, so he thought of a thing that he needs to talk to jury about. And he's apologizing. He put his hands up. He goes, I am so sorry. He's trying to bring humor to the wasting of the jury's time, and to keep them happy and smiley, because he doesn't want them to hate him. You don't want the jury to hate you. I don't understand. I don't understand. Mike, are you here? I don't understand. I feel like there's got to be, yes, sure, you could probably change the date and time of text messages, right? But like, it still shows up. The photo that I changed the date on. Oh, wait a minute! It moves. It does move. It moves to where it belongs in your photo album. No way. I am so confused.
And Mr. Lally, I have an instruction to give if you're going to put in that screenshot.
Yes.
Okay. Jurors, remember, I've told you this before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must find first that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent the communication was in fact either Colin Albert or Ms. Allie McCabe. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that Ms. McCabe or Mr. Albert was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, then you cannot consider that communication in your deliberations. So with that, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. And Your Honor, the first 2 pages that's been marked AA, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
Okay, those may be admitted.
And subject to our conversation is that.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, I have questions then. Then how?
And Your Honor, if I may just approach to return it to the witness.
Sure.
How do you get the information off?
Now, Ms. McCabe,
my mind is blown.
Before we get into that,
do we think she changed the time and date of text messages and pictures?
Correct.
And with respect to your friend Colin Alberts, as far as his contact information within your phone, who entered that in?
I did.
And prior to that date of January 28th into the 29th, 2022, had you had phone conversations where you would sort of press the button to call that number and it rang, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, answered the phone when you contacted that phone number in your phone?
Colin.
Now, with reference to
all right,
Colin,
it's gonna feel like
and
we
the
just heard
contact
some of these
phone,
questions because we did.
prior
Voir dire, the
text
jury was
communications,
not in the
with Colin
room.
using that
Jury is
contact
back.
put in.
Correct.
Do it again.
And outside of those text communications that you had, did you have sort of physical, in-person conversations with Colin in regard to content that was within text messages you had with that content?
Yes, I assume so.
And specifically on that date of January 28th and 29th, when you arrived at the home on Fairview Road, you texted Colin that you were there?
Yes.
And after you texted him that, what, if anything, happened after that?
He responded saying okay, and then he came out to the car.
And Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, just publish the text communication to the jury on screen.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could pull down.
Next question, please. Let me
Now,
get
what's
my
up on
face
the
off
screen,
this.
Mr. Kate, is that what you have before you as the exhibit?
Yes.
And looking at, there's a sort of one side has text and one side has a blue bubble, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you know who is communicating with who as far as the sort of plain text outside of the bubble?
Colin and I? Is that what you're asking? Sorry.
What I'm asking is, who's the blue bubble?
Oh, sorry. I'm the blue bubble and he is the gray whitish bubble.
And from sort of top of what's depicted on the screen, you read the text that you received and the time that you received.
Yes, 11:54, and then I responded at 11:55.
And what did Colin say at 11:50?
You can get me now if easier.
And what did you?
Okay, I am driving people home now.
And what did Colin respond to that, and what time did he respond?
He responded, "Word, get me after."
And if you could scroll down. And following the getting after, what if any response did you provide?
KK, okay, and here,
And here that you texted, what time was that read on the screenshot?
12:10 a.m.
And what if anything did Colin respond to your text?
He responded at the same time saying, "Okay."
Someone you can take that. May I approach this Rodrigo?
Yes.
Do you need that? Thank you. Okay, thank you.
So the next two pages, two separate pages, contain photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
And you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Okay.
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
It's
I
Colin.
have things in my brain.
Sorry, Rafi.
Well, let me ask you more specifically.
Okay.
So, were these also screenshots that you provided to Massachusetts State Police in August of 2020?
Yes, I believe so.
What's in regard to those two photographs? Do you know when and where those photographs were taken?
They were taken February 11th at the Alberts, Nicole and Brian's house.
Objection.
No, I'm going to let her testify when they were taken.
And so February 11th of what year now?
2022.
So a few weeks after January 28th, 29th, correct?
Yes.
And were you present at the Alberts house on the evening of February 11th when they were taken?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of yourself and or Colin or anybody being over the Alberts house on that?
One of
Probably the
Nicole and Brian's
12:10.
sons were coming home from their Marines, so there was like a welcome home party with family and friends.
And that is your cousin Jack, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as what's
Time.
contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal as far as your memory of what Colin looked like on February 11th?
Correct.
And,
Time.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
I'm having issues with
Minutes
time.
next. Again,
Time stamps.
Yes, those are clear.
Clearly the same issue that the defense team is running into with the timestamps of everything. People leaving bars, people text timestamps of text messages, people leaving houses, people that I'm having issues with it all. I'm having, I don't want to say confusion, but I'm having uneasiness about
Yes.
what the hell's going on. Are they in like some sort of time warp? Like, does this house only exist between like 12 and
Yes.
10 a.m.? Hey, hi. Oh my,
If you could just enlarge that a bit.
I mean,
And you recognize what's now up on the screen is what you have before you as Exhibit 82.
yes, red solo cup.
And if you could just describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this photograph.
Colin and my auntie Coco.
Who is your auntie Coco?
Yes, Nicole.
And if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit for you, Exhibit 83. And show me if you could allow. And again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 83?
Yes.
This is the same evening, is that correct?
Correct.
You know where in the house this photograph is taken?
I believe they call it their library. Maybe it's the room in the back.
And as far as what's taken in this photograph in reference to your friend Colin Albert, as far as his face, his arms, his hands, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what he looked like on February 11th?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take it.
Why'd they scratch that person's
They
face
put
out
one
like
on
that?
the
Like
seat.
just some black bars or a black square or something? Why'd they gotta, that was too much. They really went in there and just,
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further
technology.
questions.
Okay, Gianetti?
Thank you.
What?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ms. McCabe, you have known Colin Albert your whole life, correct?
Correct.
No, the person
Your
was wearing a
mother
mask.
is Jennifer McCabe.
Correct.
His mother is Julie Albert,
Correct.
and her maiden name was Julie Daniels.
Correct.
Your mother, Jennifer, grew up together with his mother, Julie, correct?
Correct.
You and Colin are extremely close, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you would consider Colin Albert to be one of your best friends in the world, correct?
Yes, he's one of my best friends.
Now, you claim that you took a screenshot of a text conversation that you had with Colin Albert on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those were the screenshots that were just shown to this jury this afternoon, correct?
Correct.
And you claim that the information on that screenshot actually existed on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell your mother, Jennifer McCabe, that you had that text conversation with Colin Albert anytime after January 29th of 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you give to your mother, Jennifer McCabe, a screenshot of that text message conversation?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's fair to say that on January 29th, 30th, 31st, you did not turn over that screenshot to any law enforcement official, correct, of 2022?
No, I was never asked.
No investigator from this case ever asked you for copies or a copy of that screenshot of that text message conversation on January 29th, 30th, or 31st, correct?
Correct.
They also did not ask you for a copy of that screenshot through the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
In fact, all of 2022, no investigator ever approached you to say, can I have a copy of that screenshot, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to that, you never called an investigator to say, hey, I have a copy of the screenshot of a text message conversation that I had with Colin Albert, correct?
No, it wouldn't have been relevant at that time,
Okay.
I believe, because Colin was not at the house and wasn't introduced as being there until later.
So your testimony today
Don't say extra
that
things.
is that at no time in the year 2022
Don't say extra
did you
things.
consider it relevant at all that you had this screenshot of this text conversation, correct?
Correct.
Leaving that screenshot aside, but actually, before I leave that topic, you didn't turn over that screenshot of a text message until sometime during the summer of 2023, correct?
Correct.
About a year and a half or more after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, when I was asked.
And by that time, the summer of 2023, you had already switched phones, correct?
Yes.
In other words, the iPhone that you had on January 29th of 2022, you no longer have possession of that physical phone, correct?
Correct.
You had a new iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you say that you transferred over the data from the old phone to the new phone, correct?
Correct.
When did you take that screenshot that was displayed to the jury today?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after you got rid of your old phone?
I don't remember.
So we don't know if that screenshot was from your phone that you got in December of 2022 or if it was from the phone that you had back in January of 2022, correct?
Correct.
That phone that you got in December of 2022, it's now May of 2024. Do you still have that same phone?
The phone, my old phone? Is that?
No, my question was, and again, I'm not trying to trick you in any way here. The phone that you got in December of 2022, the new phone at that time, is that the phone, your current phone?
Correct.
Now, before you got rid of the old phone and got the new one, did any law enforcement official prior to that December of 2022 time period or investigator from this case ever ask to examine your physical phone itself?
No.
Did they ever say to you, we would like to do what's called an extraction on your phone?
No.
And you never gave that phone at any point to any law enforcement official before you got rid of it, correct?
Correct.
And The first time that you mentioned that text conversation outside your family was August 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was at a proceeding in Boston, correct?
Correct.
Where neither Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin agree with it.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, move along, Mr. Yanedi.
Yes.
Yeah.
That proceeding
The
in
jury's
August
probably
of
just like,
2023 was less than
Good on.
a year ago, correct? We're in May of 2024?
Correct.
And that was a long time after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And that August of 2023, when you're revealing that text exchange, that was over a year and a half after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And leaving aside the screenshot, as of August 3rd of 2023, no investigator from this case, no state police trooper or anybody from the DA's office had ever interviewed you, right? Prior to August of 2023?
I talked to the state troopers, but I don't know if that was before or after.
That was on August 25th of 2023, which is about 3 weeks after your testimony in the other proceedings. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, then after.
And
Yeah.
at that point in time, on August 25th of 2023, you'll agree with me that you were not interviewed at a police station or a state police barracks, correct?
Correct.
Or the DA's office, correct?
Correct.
You were interviewed by Zoom, correct?
Correct.
And you were not alone at that time in your home, correct?
I'm not sure.
Your mother, Jennifer McCabe, was present, correct?
Okay.
And she was monitoring what was going on in that interview, correct?
Objection.
Was that true?
I don't recall.
Okay. In any case, that too was over a year and a half after January 29th, correct?
You don't.
Correct.
All right. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about, oh, by the way, you've had
But
an
that's
iPhone
not me
since you
saying I
were
don't
12,
believe
13
her.
years old.
Correct.
And you're now how old?
20.
So 7 or 8 years would be a good estimate as to how long you've worked with iPhones?
Correct.
And obviously you know how an iPhone works, correct?
Correct.
You know how to reply
She's
and
like,
comment
okay,
on
here we
text
go.
messages, correct?
Correct.
And you know that there's a lot of tools open to you to comment on text messages, correct?
Correct.
You can reply to a text using an icon or an emoji, right? To like or dislike something that somebody else said.
Correct.
You can laugh at it, you can love it, you can like it, correct?
Objection.
Right?
Correct.
And they make it pretty easy, right? All you need to do is put your finger or your thumb on a specific message and hold it down and
I
options.
don't like
correct?
middle-aged
Correct.
men
And that's
saying
when you give a thumbs up,
emoji.
thumbs down,
I just
the
don't like.
exclamation
I just
point,
don't like
question
what
mark,
it
et cetera.
does.
Correct.
And you also have other
He was
options,
working his way
which is down the
to her
bottom.
knowing
There's a kind
how
of curved
to
arrow where if
change
you click on
time
that,
and
you
date
can
on
forward the message or
things.
reply to a specific message, correct?
Correct.
And on
He's
the left,
working his
there's
way
a
through
trash
it.
can,
We
right?
heard it already, but the
Correct.
jury
And
wasn't
what
there,
happens when you click
so
on
he's
the
got to do
trash
it
can?
again for the jury.
It will delete the message from your phone.
And it's your
But it
testimony
won't delete.
that
It's
with
still
regard
there.
to the screenshot
There's
that
been
you saw,
case
there are
after
no
case after
deleted
case of, oh,
messages
they
in that
deleted the
conversation,
messages, but
correct?
it's still on,
Yes.
like it's still there.
However,
It's still data
you would agree,
on
as
the
you've
phone.
already testified, that
Ones and
if a
zeros.
message had been deleted from a screenshot, we'd never know, right?
True.
And he's getting to the point that she's
You're
young.
also familiar
She's been
with
using phones
the,
iPhones forever. She knows how to
apps
change all this
that
stuff.
are on iPhones, correct?
Correct.
You have a number of apps on your iPhone, right?
Correct.
There are, might be 12 or 15, I haven't counted, 12 or 15 maybe on your home screen, right?
Correct.
And if you swipe to the left, you get another new population of 12 or 15.
Correct.
Not bad for an old guy.
Yeah.
You use apps like Instagram.
He's not that
Correct.
old.
Snapchat is a popular app.
Correct.
And probably to your detriment, but Life 360.
Correct.
All right. That's been an app in the McCabe family for a number of years, right?
Correct. Yes.
Gross. I don't
it's-
like it. Don't
in
stop
your
me.
family anyway, and probably a lot of families, it's mainly used for the parents to keep track of their kids, right?
Correct.
That I
And,
can understand. I'm
in
not a
order
parent
for
and I don't
Life
have
360
kids.
to work, you have to have your
Don't make me a
location
parent.
services on.
Don't-
Somebody else has to
don't
have the
track
app and
me.
it's in the family, correct? Connected to you?
Correct.
And with regard to, just going back to the messages for a minute, do you know the difference between an iMessage and a text message?
Yes, I believe one's blue and one's green.
Oh, the screenshots that we saw of your text conversation that you say that you had with Colin Albert, you were in blue, right?
Correct.
that means that Colin Albert also had an iPhone at the time, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the timestamp on those messages, the conversation about I'm here, I believe gave the time 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Are you aware how easy it is to change that time?
No.
Are you aware that all you need to do is go from settings to general, and then there's a date and time that you can alter?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
No, I didn't know that was a thing.
You know that when you set up your iPhone, you have to choose a time zone, correct?
Correct.
And you always choose the New York time zone because that's where Boston is, right?
Correct.
Are you aware that if you go into settings, general, and then date and time, you can change the time zone to wherever you're going?
I guess I didn't. Once I set my phone up, I have no reason to change the time.
See? And in addition to changing the time zone,
I have no reason to change the time. It's not information I needed to know.
You could make
I don't know it.
12:45 a.m., 12:10 a.m. in about 3 seconds. Do you know that?
Do you know that? Did you know that?
No.
But if I'm not accusing you of this now, but if you had changed the time on that from a screenshot, we'd have no way of knowing, correct?
I guess.
Because what a screenshot ultimately becomes is like a photo, correct?
Correct.
It's not like you can edit it, right? I mean, the most that you can do is what we saw on the other photo that was displayed, which is kind of crossing out with a magic marker somebody's face
Scribbled
at a
it
time,
out.
right? That would be how you'd have to alter it, right?
Correct.
In the pen feature of edit the photo, someone just clicked black and just went at it.
I
don't know. I'm having a hard time with this whole metadata thing
if law
on a
enforcement
photo
ever asked you
or
to,
screenshot
go
after it
through
was
the
already
phone themselves
taken.
and you said no, right?
There's got to be
Yes, they did
information
not do that.
And they
stored.
never asked to do an extraction on the old phone, correct?
No.
There's got to be information stored that would indicate that it was manually
In
changed.
December. Have the state police ever asked to do, have they ever asked to look through that phone?
They look. No, I don't think so.
You provided the screenshot that was shown to the jury today on August 25th when you talked to the state police in this case, right, of 2023?
Correct.
And when you provided them that screenshot, did they say, hey, by the way, can I look at your phone to see if it's on there?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did they say that to you?
I don't remember.
But in any case, you never physically showed them your phone, right?
No.
You don't recall clicking on that text message app, the green app with the kind of white speech bubble. You didn't click on that and then click on the Colin Albert conversation and say, here it is, did you?
No.
And in addition to not asking you to see your new phone, they also did not ask you to do an extraction of your new phone, correct?
Correct.
And at some point in time, you realized that you'd have to be a witness in this case and have the unfortunate incident of having to talk to me, right?
Objection.
I'm going to see Councilor Tybee for just a minute on this.
He's going places. It's not where the judge really wants him to go. And it's definitely probably should have been gone there during voir dire for sure. Raising the now the unfortunate circumstance of talking to me. Okay, settle down, book talk. I don't know. I get that he wants people to know that she could do this. She could change information. Clearly, I guess they don't have the depth of metadata that I would expect phones to actually have. But my gosh, I don't know. He needs to pick it up.
Okay.
He
And
needs
just
to
to
get
wrap
to
this
the
up,
point.
so
He needs
just
to
say
make a
no
point.
Extraction has been done on your phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you had that Zoom interview on August 25th, you told the trooper that you drove Colin straight to his house after you picked him up on January 29th, and then you went straight home, correct?
Yes, I believe.
And you have previously testified back in August of 2023 that you believe you dropped Colin Albert off at his home at around 12:15, 12:20 or so?
Correct.
And when you left, by the way, you're very familiar with 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
That's family, correct?
Correct.
Been over there many, many, many times, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the neighborhood in terms of the streets that are around there, right?
Correct.
And you've lived in Canton your whole life?
Yes. Yeah.
When you were a baby, you were in Stoughton?
Yes.
Basically, you're a Canton girl, right?
Yes.
And can
When you
you
were
tell the
conscious.
jury the route that you took home from 34 Fairview, or actually strike that, the route that you took to Colin Albert's house when you left 34 Fairview on January 29th?
I don't remember specifically, but I would believe I drove up Fairview. Then, sorry, I don't know the streets.
If I suggested to you that the street closest to 34 Fairview was Cedar Crest, and the one on the other side is Chapman.
Describing
Is that what you remember?
direction
Yeah, so Chapman,
Okay, so
I
you would've
believe.
gone up and gone to Chapman and
in a
taken
place
right
that
or
you've
left?
lived forever
Really bad with
can either
directions.
be so easy or the absolute hardest
When
thing.
I got there, I went to the center of town, his house. I don't
I
know
can't tell
specifically
you
which way. I'm trying to think of it. I can't picture it.
more than
Yes.
3 streets in the town that I've lived in for like a decade. That's only because I
Are
don't
you
need to know
familiar
the
with
name. I just
Washington
know where
Street
they
in
go
Canton?
and the how.
Yes.
Would you have wound up on Washington Street?
I don't.
Yes.
I don't know the names.
And
I don't know the
you're
numbers.
aware that the Canton Library is on the
Yes,
corner
I
of
see the signs
Washington
all
and
the
Sherman
time.
Street? Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you would have passed by the
Does it
library?
stick?
Yes.
No, the way
Now,
sticks.
with regard to
I feel that. So I
whether you went straight home, did you, by the way, when you went home, did you stay there?
Yes, I believe so.
For in the rest of the night?
Yes.
Okay,
hello.
and what time do you say that you arrived at home?
I'm not sure. Before around 12:30ish.
Okay. With regard to Life 360, would you agree with me that if you go on that app and you're trying to figure out where somebody in your family is, there's and then let's say you want to know if somebody's home. There's like a circle that surrounds your home, correct?
Yes.
So once you enter that circle, you know that Life 360 gives an alert that said you arrived at home, even though you're physically not walking in the door, you're within that circle, and that's the home circle, right?
Yes.
On January 29th of 2022, at 12:04 and 53 seconds, you arrived within that home circle, correct?
Correct.
And then at 12:06 and 55 seconds on January 29th, you left that home circle, correct?
Correct.
And then on January 29th of 2022, at 12:23 and 14 seconds, you completed a 7-mile drive where your top speed was 42 miles an hour. Does that make sense?
Correct.
And then you left home on January 29th of 2022 at 12:23 and 14 seconds as well. And what that probably means, reading between the lines, is that you entered that home circle, but then you didn't go home. You went through the home circle and completed a 7-mile drive somewhere, right?
I guess I thought I went home.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I believe I went home.
Okay.
I was completing my drive out my house.
All right, but at 12:26 a.m. on January 29th, you left home again, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you leave home?
I don't know. I don't remember.
All right. And at 12:26 a.m. and 12 seconds, you arrived at the Canton High School, correct?
No.
On January 29th of 2022, at 12:26 and 55 seconds, you completed a 1-mile drive where your top speed was 43 miles per hour, right?
I don't believe so.
And then at 12:26
Did
and
someone
55
steal your
seconds
phone?
on January 29th, you left Canton High School and arrived at home on January 29th of 2022 at 12:29 and 28 seconds, correct?
I do not know.
And then after arriving home again on January 29th of 2022 at 12:29 and 29 seconds, you completed a 12-mile drive on January 29th of 2022 at 12:31 and 22 seconds. Did you not?
No.
And then you left home on January 29th of 2022 at 1:08 and 15 seconds, right?
I don't believe so.
And ultimately, you went through the home bubble and the Canton High School bubble, and you arrived at Canton High School on January 29th of 2022 at 1:28 in the morning and 8 seconds.
Can I see what you're referring to?
Sure. May I approach you on?
Yes.
A little bold of her to ask, but good of her to ask.
No, I'm good.
What did he say?
We don't need these, right?
No, I'm good.
Oh, he was going to hand her readers, the glasses to see. You should have this, Mr. Lally. You should have this. It should all be information that you have.
Okay, and to make it easy, I mean, you can read the whole thing, but where it says record 16 is what I just asked you about, but feel free to read the whole thing.
Thank you.
And if you would, read it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
No, Boomer. I don't need your dirty, greasy glasses. It's so crazy. She like was just like,
Oh, I'm
okay.
sorry. May I approach?
Yes.
Ugh.
Did that help refresh your memory on where you were that night?
No.
No.
Do you still dispute that you went straight home and didn't leave there?
Objection.
Sustained.
She said it doesn't. She
And
says it doesn't refresh her
finally,
recollection.
I just
yes.
asked you about arriving at Canton High School on January 29th, 2022 at 1:28 and 8 seconds. You arrived at home, within that home bubble, on January 29th of 2022 at 1:30 in the morning and 26 seconds, correct?
What time did it say I arrived at high school?
1:30 in the morning and 26 seconds.
And what time did it say I arrived at high school?
The high school was 1:28 and 8 seconds.
It wouldn't have taken me 2 minutes to go from the high school to my house. I'm confused.
With regard to the high school was also one of the bubbles, one of the areas where you could be, right, on Life 360?
No.
Yes.
Are we just really confused about something? Like, did we mess something up? What is happening? I know nothing about Life 360. I wouldn't even recognize the icon if I saw it.
Did you say that on Life 360, the Canton High School is not one of the areas that you're tracking?
What do you mean?
So do you remember we were talking earlier about?
Oh, like put in a location, like that was home, that was high school.
Like, if your mother's looking for you, where are you?
Yes.
Well, you're at D&E Pizza, you're at high school, you're at, home, right? I mean, those could be categories.
Correct.
You've agreed that home was one of the categories.
Correct.
And having reviewed that, the Canton High School is also one of the categories, correct?
I believe
So
so.
confused.
And on January 29th
I think we just
of
got there.
2022, the last entry is that you completed a 12-mile drive on January 29th, of 2022 at 1:32 in the morning and 23 seconds. And that's the end of the activity. Do you agree with me that that's when you finally stopped that night?
I don't recall.
I may have more.
Yes.
Wait, so you don't remember if you were like, ooh, in a boot?
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
Okay. Redirect. He's like, I think I got what I wanted.
Now,
I think you just
Kate,
confused the hell out of the jury. That's what I think. I think you just confused them to the point of just being mad.
Did you get rid of your prior iPhone or did you upgrade your iPhone?
Upgrade.
And that would have been in December of 2022, is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Was it sometime around Christmas?
Yeah, probably.
And that could have been a present as far as getting a new iPhone or upgrading your iPhone?
Yes.
Now, as far as any of the information that you were shown as far as a screenshot, did you in any way, shape, or form alter or delete any of the content within that text message from January 28th and the 29th of with phone?
No.
And with reference to changing times or time zones or anything on text messages, before Mr. Yannetti asked you any of those questions, were you aware of any of those things as things that you could do with your phone?
No.
I think she made that very clear
With
as well
regards to
in cross-examination.
Life,
She
360,
had no idea that shit existed.
what any knowledge do you have as far as the accuracy of sort of the timestamps that are contained within that app?
Well, I'm not sure, but on the photo he showed me, it says like turn Wi-Fi on. So that like remind Allie to turn Wi-Fi on. So that could have affected the accuracy.
And that was on literally every single one of the alerts that was on that page that he showed you?
Every single one.
Now, Canton High School, do you know what street that's on?
Washington Street, I believe.
And
yeah.
About how far a ride is it from Canton High School to your house?
7-8 minutes. 10, I'm not sure.
You were in the bubble, Canton High School at 1:28 in the morning. Could you have possibly been in the bubble of your home at 1:30 in the morning?
No.
And unless you were going 90 miles an hour in a snowstorm?
No.
I mean, if
Now,
there
you
was
were asked
lag in
some
the
questions,
location
about
detection.
That time frame of August of 2023, when you were asked and you turned over sort of screenshots to troopers from the state police, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about previous times, indicating that
I don't like this.
you weren't asked, and it wasn't relevant, correct?
Correct.
Now,
I don't like
you
the
know why you
technology
were asked
talk
in
with not a
August of
technology
2023
expert.
versus any prior time period?
don't
Because
like it.
Colin Albert wasn't in the house, and it was brought up here that he was.
And brought up where?
By the defense.
And around that time of August 2023?
I believe so, yes.
And with reference to relevancy, is that what you were
Ma'am, are you
talking
watching
about?
testimony?
And what, if anything else,
Supposed to.
are you
At least I don't think
close
they
friends
are.
with Colin Albert, is that
Sometimes they
correct?
can.
Correct.
I don't think
What, if anything
they're
else, has
supposed to.
either your family or Colin Albert and his family undergone over the course of pendency of this case? Objection.
No, the door's been opened. I'm allowing it.
Well, basically harassment.
Harassment by who?
Bloggers, people online.
And what, if anything, in relation to Colin Albert being in the house has occurred as far as the harassment that you're talking about?
Can you rephrase?
With reference to what you were talking about as far as the relevancy of Colin Albert being in the house at that time, what, if any, harassment was there in relation to that and in relation to Colin?
Well,
No, go ahead. She can answer.
Colin wasn't at the house, so he's being harassed he was not at the house when John was there, so I drove him home.
Whoa,
So people are
whoa,
harassing him, saying he was at the house when it's not true.
When you speak about harassment, what specifically?
We have. You cannot. He was at the house. Don't add when John was there, unless you know when John was there. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Did you? What are you saying? He wasn't at the house when John was there. So you know when John was there because you know, according to your testimony, you know when Colin left the house. So do you know when John was there? What do you mean? What do you mean? What are we saying right now? What are we saying right now?
Type of harassment?
Phone call. It's not true. I wasn't at the house, so.
Being in the house at that time. What, if any,
What do you
harassment was
mean?
there in relation to that and in relation to Colin?
Well,
No, go ahead. She can answer.
Colin wasn't at the house, so he's being harassed he was not at the house when John was there, so I drove him home. So people are harassing him, saying he was at the house when it's not true.
When you speak about harassment, what specifically type of harassment?
Phone call, constant phone calls, emails, awful messages.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Focus on this witness, not Colin Albert at this point.
As far as you and your family, what, if any, type of harassment have you received?
People showing up at our house, people emailing my school.
Oh, here comes the tears.
Just say
Sorry, I didn't mean it to sound like that. I didn't mean it to sound like that.
Can I have a moment? Sure.
I didn't mean to sound like that. This is real emotion. This is real fear. This is real emotion.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And how long a period of time has that persisted?
A very long time.
Thank you. I have no further. I have no further.
He did it. Freaking Mr. Lolly did it again, and I don't like it when he does this. And I don't know if anybody else has talking about it. I don't know. I haven't watched any other coverage of this. I do not like it when he leaves these witnesses at this peak of emotion. She just had a break. She broke. She let everything, all of the emotions, all of the fear, the concern, the worry, the anxiety, the stress. She let everything that she has been feeling in the past. Right now, I believe she didn't have anything to do with this. I believe she probably picked up Colin and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. But I don't think she injured John. I don't think she murdered John. But she has been dealing with her family who was, okay, her whole family, everybody that she loves, a very close-knit family has been dealing with harassment, death threats, people showing up at their house, people bothering them, stuff being thrown, awful things being said about them online, right? She has been dealing with that for 2 years, for over 2 years. She is at the peak. She is ready for this to be done, right? And so it all just exploded and welled up inside of her right then and there. And Lolly said, all right, thanks, bye. You didn't get to bring her back down. I don't like that. I don't like that he does it. He's leaving his witnesses at this break of emotion. I don't like that. I don't like it. I don't think that's good. I don't think it's good for the jury. I don't think it's good for I don't think the jury, I know if I don't like it, at least one other person didn't like it. I don't like that. That is so frustrating to me. Like, all right, that's exactly what I wanted. Have a good day. Thanks, I got what I needed. Like, feel very used. I'm not a lawyer, right? I am just a normal human being. I do not try cases. I am not a lawyer. That is awful. In my just a humble human being's opinion.
Mr. Lally.
Yes, Ma'am.
She's running out of that courtroom. Running. I hated that. I hated that so much right there. He got what he wanted. He wanted to show that jury how much this is affecting her and her family. And he got it. He got the tears. He got the "can I have a moment?" He got the shakes.
The court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I said, all right, I'm all done. Thank you. Bye. Ooh.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Colin Albert, Albert.
And, where do you
Here's
live?
Colin.
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canada?
My whole life.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canada?
I live with my mother and my father and my 2 brothers.
I have
And,
a feeling.
Your mother and
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean
your
to
father,
pause it.
what are their names?
Julie and Chris Albert.
A feeling we are
And,
just going to
your
get the
brothers,
direct and not the
what are their
cross.
names?
Chris and Dylan Albert.
And as far as within the age of you and your 2 brothers, where do you fall in that?
I am the middle child.
And
I hope your eyes
I'm
go back
20
to
years old.
normal soon, Ray.
And you work, you go to school,
I go to school at Bridgewater State.
and what year are you in?
I am going into my junior year.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January
so
28th
frustrated
to
from
January
that.
29th of 2022. With all those
The
days,
defense could have taken
yes.
a moment and brought her
All
back down.
days
The
of the weekday work.
defense could have stole it
I do
and
not.
had a recross after
do you
his
recall whether it
redirect.
was weekday, weekend.
Weekend.
That's a missed opportunity from the
And
defense, I believe.
Turning your
bring
attention
her back
to
down.
the evening of January 28th.
Damn.
Do you recall where you went that night?
I
Yes,
hate
I
that
do.
so much.
And just to be clear, around that time, were you in college? Were you in high school? What grade were you in?
I
If
was
you
a
didn't hear,
senior
my
in high
name's
school.
Lily. I'm not a lawyer, but I like
So end of
trials and
January, you
justice.
would've
Feel free
been
to
about 4
subscribe.
months away or
New
so from
channel.
graduation, correct?
New
Yes, sir.
activities.
And on that evening, where did you, at some point, did you leave your home and go out?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall about what time it was that you went out?
I do not remember.
Do you recall whether it was light or dark when you went out?
It was dark.
And where did you, upon leaving your house, where did you go?
I went to one of my buddy's houses.
And that buddy, what was his,
Mike.
and where does Mike live in relation to you?
Can you rephrase that?
Does Mike live in Canton as well?
Yes, he does.
Where does he
How
live?
far is it from your house to Mike's house?
About like 7-8 minutes.
And when you got to Mike's house?
Everywhere
was
is
it just
about
you
5
and
to
Mike,
7
or
minutes
who, if anyone
away.
else was there?
I do not remember who was there.
Was there more than just the 2 of you?
Yes.
And generally speaking, when you got to Mike's house, what is it that you did when you got?
I do not remember.
Now, as far as how you got from your house to Mike's house, do you recall how you got there?
I'm
No,
so
I do not remember.
frustrated.
Let me ask you this. Did you walk? Did you drive? Did you get a ride?
I got a ride.
Do you recall who you got a ride from?
No.
That is not the first
And,
time that
Um,
Mr. Lally did that to his witness.
when you, do you recall, let me ask you this, as far as
I don't like
that
it.
particular night that you went out,
Probably like some
did you
technique.
drink any alcohol
or
beverages
something.
while you were out?
Yes.
And did you drink any of those at Mike's house?
Yes.
I don't
And
like it.
do you recall generally what you were drinking that night?
Bud Light.
Bud
And,
Light.
when you were at Mike's house on that particular evening, do you recall about how long you were there for?
A few hours.
And do you recall how much you had to drink while you were at Mike's house?
I do not remember.
And so in reference to you going out and going over Mike's house and having some beers over there, is that why you didn't drive?
Yes.
So you got a ride from someone over to Mike's house, you spent some hours there, and did you recall where you went?
I went to my uncle's house.
And fair to say you have a relatively large extended family within Canton, is that correct?
Yes.
And so when
I'm
you
gonna
say you
plug
went
my
to your uncle's
computer
house, which uncle's house did you go to?
My uncle Brian.
And that would be same last name as yourself, so Brian Albert.
Yes.
And how is he your uncle? Sort of how is he related to
He is my father's brother.
you? And why did you go to your uncle's house that night?
It was my cousin Brian's birthday, so I went over to celebrate for a little bit with him.
And so that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Sir,
And you know how old your cousin Brian Albert Jr. was turning on that night?
I do not know.
Do you recall how you got from Mike's house to your uncle's house?
I believe Allie McCabe.
And do you know the address as far as your uncle's house?
34 Fairview Road.
Is that somewhere, your family's house, is that somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
And so your memory is that Allie McCabe gave you a ride from Mike's house to the house on Fairview?
From what I remember, yes.
Now, Allie McCabe, as far as who is that to you? Or what, if any, kind of relationship you have with Allie?
It is my cousin's cousin. So not technically my cousin, but we're close and like we do family events and stuff like that together.
And you and Miss McCabe, are you in the same grade?
Yes.
And how long have you known each
My whole entire life.
other? So not blood related, but someone that you see at family events.
Yes.
And someone that was in the same grade and went to the same school as you?
Correct.
Did you call one of your best
Which school
friends?
did you go to at that time?
Canton High School.
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived at the house on Fairview?
Between 10:30 and 11 at night.
And did you have at that time any kind of curfew or time that you had to be home from your parents?
Usually around like right around before midnight.
And so was it like a hard fast, like 12 o'clock? If you're not here, you're grounded, or was it sort of around that time?
Just around midnight.
And so after, when you arrived there, you go into the house, is that right?
Yes.
And the house at 34 Fairview has a couple of different ways to get in the house in the front, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall which way that you went in that evening?
The side door near the garage.
And when you come into the house, where did you go within the house? What room did you go in?
The living room.
And then from the living room, where else did you go within?
Like the kitchen area.
And within the kitchen area of the house, who, if anyone else, was present in the kitchen?
From what I remember, my cousin Brian, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson, and Catherine Duty, from what I remember that night.
Is it possible there were other people there that you just don't recall?
Yes.
And where were they situated, sort of in the kitchen dining room area?
Like sitting around the kitchen table, I would say.
Now, after you arrived there, when you arrived there, what is it that they were doing when you walked in?
Just listening to music and having a couple of drinks.
And you come in, you greet people, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the other people that you talked about, as far as beyond your cousin Brian Albert Jr., did you know those other people?
I knew of them. I wasn't friends with them or anything.
Fair to say they were older than you were, is that correct?
Correct.
So like Miss Levinson would have been older than you by at least a few years at that point?
Yes.
And same with reference to, I believe you said Miss Fabiano and Miss Duty, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you arrived at the house, did you have any other drinks once you got there?
Yes.
And do you recall what, if anything, you drank once you got there?
Bud Light.
So same as you were having before?
Correct.
You know how many that you had while you were at 34 Fairview?
I do not remember.
And over the course of the evening, whether it was at Mike's house, in between, or when you got to 34 Fairview, did you feel yourself as far as like overly intoxicated or drunk or anything like that?
No.
And as far as the other people that you observed at the house that night, does anybody stick out to you as being overly intoxicated or fall down drunk or anything like that?
No.
Now, with reference to when you came into the house, you mentioned music playing. How would you describe sort of the general mood within the house?
It was happy. It was, yeah.
Now, as far as that area where you first observed people around the table in the kitchen dining room area when you came in, did you ever see anybody else go anywhere else in the house?
Not that I remember.
Did you yourself go anywhere else in the house?
No.
At any point in time in the evening while you were there, did you go upstairs or downstairs in the basement or out in the backyard or anywhere else besides the kitchen dining room area?
No.
Beyond maybe the restroom at some point?
Yeah. Other than that, no.
And about how long were you at your uncle's house that night to celebrate your cousin's birthday?
Probably around like an hour and a half.
I'm trying to
And,
listen
so
really
about
closely
What time would it have been that you left?
12:10.
because basically the
And,
defense is
with
like,
respect to
What about
you
Colin?
leaving the house,
Does I have to be
who, if
careful about
anyone, did you
Colin?
contact to facilitate?
Rephrase.
Let me ask it in a much easier, better way. Okay. As far as your plans were concerned, as far as leaving the house, who, if anyone, did you reach out to get a ride from?
My friend Allie McCabe.
And how did you reach out to her?
I texted her.
And do you recall whether or not you had any sort of other communication? Well, let me step back and ask it this way. At that point in time, in January of 2022, you had Ms. McCabe's information saved as a contact in your phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And on prior occasions, had you had a chance to, call that number from your cell phone that you had programmed in as Allie McCabe?
Correct.
And when you called that number, who, if anyone, answered the phone?
Allie.
Now, with respect to text communications, had you had text communications with that contact in your phone as Allie McCabe prior to that date of January 28th?
Yes.
And when you had those conversations, did you then also have subsequent sort of in-person conversations with Allie McCabe as well?
Yes.
And during those in-person conversations, was there any reference or anything talked about content that had been previously sent and communicated via text?
No.
What?
Let me ask it in a better way. So you have text communications with the person you put in as contact as Allie McCabe, correct?
Yes.
And then subsequent to having those text communications, you would then speak to her either in person or over the phone, correct?
Objection.
He answered the
objection
question.
sustained. Watch the form of your questions.
Following those
He said,
text
so like,
communications with the person that
when
you
you
had
asked me up, you talk about like the text that you
what
had,
if
like,
any verbal
you know,
conversations would you
follow up
have in
information of
reference
the
to
conversation you've already
the
had. And
content
he's
of the
like,
text?
no. You don't
I'm not
understand the
sure what
question.
you're asking.
Did you talk to her in person about something you had talked to her about in text?
No.
Ever.
Now, with
You
reference,
got to move on. He answered no twice.
on that specific date of January 28th, was text communications the only means by which you communicated with Allie McCabe?
From what I remember, yeah.
And were there other means by which you would typically communicate with her?
If she wasn't answering a text, I'd give her a call. Yeah.
And were there apps or anything like that on your phone that you would communicate with her as well?
Snapchat sometimes.
Now, with respect to Snapchat and your family, specifically your cousins, what, if any, sort of group Snapchat chains were there with respect to your family?
Yes.
And specifically, who were those sort of group Snapchat chains? Who was included within it?
I have a Snapchat group chat with my cousins.
And you have cousins on basically your father's side and your mother's side, correct?
Not on my mother's side, no.
You have no cousins on your mother's side?
No.
And with respect to the
He's
cousins
like,
on
not
your
that I'm
father's
aware
side,
of.
would it be all of your cousins that were included within that?
Not all of them, no.
And so who of your cousins would be included on those kind of group Snapchat chains?
My older brother, Chris, my younger brother, Dylan, my cousin, Kevin, Brian, Brendan, Caitlin, Kayla. And
Too
I
many
believe
people.
that is it.
Too many
And if you
people.
recall, was there any communication on that group Snapchat chain in regard to Brian Jr.'s birthday on that date of January 28th or 29th?
No, not that I remember.
Now, with respect, so you reach out to Ms. McCabe via text, is that correct?
Yes.
And she agrees to pick you up?
Yes.
And at some point, are you made aware that she's at the home?
Yes.
And how is it that you made you aware that she's at the home?
I got a text message from her that says I'm here.
And at any point in time while you were in the home, did Ms. McCabe come inside the home?
No.
And so after you received that text message from Ms. McCabe,
Why
did you
not?
respond?
Yes.
And recall what you respond.
Coming.
And from that communication, after you sent that, about how
Why did
long was
she,
it between the time that
go
you
inside
sent
the
that and the time
birthday?
that you came out?
Between 30 seconds and a minute, I'd say.
And when you came out of the house, do you recall which door you came out at that point?
The side door next to the garage.
And when you came out that door, who, if anyone, did you encounter as you were coming out?
As I was walking out, I saw my Uncle Brian and my Aunt Nicole.
And you were going out, and what were they doing?
They were coming in.
And in addition to your Uncle Brian and your Aunt Nicole, was there anybody else that you recall that was with them when they came into the house?
No, not that I remember.
And
I
what, if
heard a
any,
lot of people say they bumped into him.
exchange did you have with your uncle and your aunt as you were going
I
out?
heard
And
a
they were-
lot of people say.
I just said, I'm going home. My mom wants me home. I love you guys. Bye.
And you then went outside of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you see Ms. McCabe outside?
Yes.
And where was she where was her vehicle in relation to the house?
In the driveway.
Now, do you recall what type of vehicle Ms. McCabe was driving on that particular night or had at that time?
I believe it was the blue Ford that they had.
Was that a sedan? Was that an SUV? What type of vehicle?
A sedan.
And so you come out, that's in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
You recall whether or not it was parked on the left side or the right side of the driveway?
I do not remember.
And you get into the vehicle. Which part of the vehicle did you get into?
That I do not remember.
Front seat, passenger side. Does that sound right?
Could have been that, yeah.
You recall whether or not there was anybody
Why would
else
you get in the
vehicle at
back
the time that
seat?
you got in?
I do not remember that.
You recall whether or not there was anybody else in the vehicle at the time that she had dropped you off at that location?
I do not remember that either.
Now, as far as the coming outside of the house, did you take note of anything as far as the weather or what was going on with that when you came outside?
Pretty sure it just started snowing at that time, around that time.
So the snow had just begun. Do you recall whether or not it was sticking or accumulating on the ground at that time?
I do not remember, no.
Now,
I'm getting a little
you
nervous
get
about
into
this.
the car and where did
Getting a little nervous.
She drove me right home.
so no stops along the way, just straight from Fairview to your house.
Correct.
And about how long a period or how long a drive is?
Anywhere between 5-10 minutes.
Now, as you were outside of the house walking to the car and after the car sort of backs out of the driveway and leaves, did you observe anything abnormal or unusual outside of your uncle's house that night?
No,
Did you observe any other cars outside at that time?
not that I remember.
Now, Allie has a mother and father, and you're familiar with them, is that correct?
Correct.
And what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt.
Same last name as McCabe.
Yes.
And are you familiar with what types of vehicles they have?
Yes.
When you came out of the house and got into Allie's Ford sedan, did you see any vehicle you would associate with either Jennifer or Matthew McCabe at the house at that time?
No.
And so you drive home and you go to your house without the address. Whereabouts within the town of Canton were you living at that point?
It's right in the center of Campton near the Seasons gas station.
And is that a single family house or a multi-family house? Or what?
It is a condominium.
And when Mr. McCabe pulls in and parks, you get out, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to get into the building, in order to get into your home, how is it that you get into your home when you get to the condo?
There's a door around back that I go into, and I gotta either have a key or they buzz me in, but I usually have a key, and I gotta go up 3 flights of stairs, and then we're at the top level in the condominium.
And so you have to get sort of into the building before you can get into your own unit.
Correct.
And did you notice whether or not Ms. McCabe was still there as you were? Excuse me. Did you notice whether or not Ms. McCabe was still out there parked when you opened the door with the key?
That I do not remember.
And you get into the condo, where you get into your home, and who, if anyone, was living with you at that time?
My parents and my little brother.
Your older brother, where was he?
In San Diego.
He was in the service, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as your brother, your little brother, and your father and your mother, were they home when you got home?
Yes.
And how do you know?
Because I remember my parents being up in their bedroom that night.
Is there any sort of rule or sort of
Any
for lack of
pop
a
just
better
head
term,
in and said,
protocol as far as
"Home,
when you come
night."
home, where do you go sort of first thing when you walk in?
I always tell
mom never
my
said-
mom and my dad that I'm home, and usually go up to their bedroom, give them a hug goodnight, tell them I love them, and then go down to bed.
I don't believe.
Did
I
you
don't
do
think
that
his
on that
mom
occasion?
or
Yes.
dad ever said, "Oh, you like
So
him
sort of
home by
immediately when you come home,
midnight."
you go right up to your
Who
parents'
said
room?
that?
Yes.
And when you got up to your parents' room on that particular evening, was both your mother and your
I don't
father
think
in
they
the room?
said that.
Correct.
You had that sort of exchange that you described before?
Yes.
And so your bedroom is then located downstairs from where your parents' bedroom is?
Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you came into the house?
I want to say around 12:20.
And fair to say this is 2.5 years ago and you weren't exactly looking at your watch when you came in, is that right?
Exactly. Yes.
And as far as being home or having that curfew around midnight or so, did you get in trouble for being late that night?
No.
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike that.
Now, Mr. Albert, the place that you were living at that point in the condo, how long had you been living?
That I do not remember.
Did you live somewhere else in Canton prior to?
Yes.
Where was it that you lived?
7 Meadows Ave.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
My whole entire life before moving to that condo.
And so, all I'm
Do
sort of
you
trying to
remember what?
ascertain here is, so from the time of January
No
28,
giggles. I'm not giggling.
2022, was it a long time, short time, months, weeks, years? How long have you been living at the condo?
Short time, I'd say a couple months.
Okay.
And so prior to that couple of months, you had lived your whole life at 7 Meadows, correct?
Correct.
And that was a single family house, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to living on Meadows Ave, did you know people that lived on your street growing up?
Yes.
And at some point, while you were living there, did you come to know someone by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. O'Keefe?
He lived at the top of our street.
So how many houses, if you know, were sort of in between your house and Mr. O'Keefe's?
2.
And you know how long that Mr. O'Keefe had been living on that street?
I do not know.
And how did you know him, sort of, if you could describe sort of your relationship with your neighbor, Mr. O'Keefe?
I knew him because I knew that my parents were friendly with him. And I knew he lived at the top of our street. That's how I knew him.
And were you aware who, if anyone, lived at the house with Mr. O'Keefe?
I know his 2 kids that he brought in, adopted, lived there, and I'm not sure who else.
And that would have been his niece and his nephew that he adopted, correct?
Correct.
Where were they in relation to you as far as age?
A lot younger. I don't know the exact age difference, but
Children.
So if you were in high school, they would have been some grade far below.
yes.
Now, as far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, your neighbor, about how often would it be that you would see him?
Not often. I'd drive by every now and then. He'd be outside and I would wave. He'd wave back. That was pretty much it.
And during the time that you lived on Meadows Ave, or a couple months subsequent to that, was there ever any animosity or any sort of arguments or anything that you would ever had with Mr. O'Keefe?
Never.
And how would you describe Mr. O'Keefe from your perspective, as far as how would you describe him as a person?
A nice guy, a good guy.
Now, with respect to, if I could bring you back to Fairview Road on January 28th and 29th.
Nice guy, good guy.
Obviously, you were familiar with Mr. O'Keefe at that point.
Yes.
And at any point in time that you were in that home, did you see Mr. O'Keefe inside the home?
No.
At any point in time that you were outside the home, coming in, coming out, at any point in time did you see Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
At any point in time on the evening of January 28th into January 29th, 2022, did you see Mr. O'Keefe anywhere?
No.
And at that time, at the end of January 2022, were you aware of, or did you know anybody by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And how did you know?
I knew that she dated Mr. O'Keefe.
And had you had any sort of prior interactions with Ms. Reed prior to January 28th?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you know what she looked like?
Not really.
As far as any interactions, would that be just sort of driving by the house?
Yeah. Maybe drive by, wave. That was about it.
I drive by, wave. I don't wave at my neighbors. I also don't live in Canton. But I do not wave at my neighbors.
I may have one moment.
Yes.
Let's skedaddle through the moment because I want to.
You had done before with Ms. McCabe on that particular evening. Was that something that you had done before?
Yeah.
Is that something that sort of you and your friend group did together, as far as if somebody was out driving around and somebody else was maybe drinking somewhere, they could contact them for a ride?
Yes, correct.
That was as opposed to somebody drinking and then getting behind the wheel and driving, correct?
Exactly.
Now, sir, some point in July of 2023, did you have occasion to meet with any troopers from the state police in regard to that evening of January 28th and 29th?
Say the date again.
Some point in July of 2023, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
No.
At some point subsequent to that date of January 28th, 29th, did you meet with any troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And you were asked questions and you answered them, is that correct?
Correct.
And following that conversation or interview that you had with troopers from the state police, what, if anything, did you provide them with reference to your phone?
Can you rephrase that? Sorry.
At some point, did you provide them with a screenshot of a text communication between yourself and Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
And was that something that you took a screenshot on your own phone and then were able to then provide it to them?
Correct.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
All right. Supply troopers with screenshots.
So showing you the document, just ask you to look at it and then look up when you finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
My text messages between Allie that night.
And what's contained on that, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you recall as far as the text messages, what was on your phone, as far as what you took a screenshot of the text messages between you and Allie McCabe that night?
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm Walter Seek to introduce in the minute.
Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, one moment.
Sure.
He's comparing.
No objection. Thank you.
All right. And jurors, remember the instruction I gave you about the text messages. Thank you. Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach just to return to?
Yes.
With the court's permission, may I, publish this for the jury?
Okay.
All right. Here comes more text messages.
So what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 84?
Yes.
And the contact that's listed at the top states out, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that how you had Mr. McCabe programmed into your phone?
Correct.
And from this, there's two sets of communications, one contained in blue bubbles and one contained in non-blue bubbles, correct?
Yes.
If you know the blue bubbles, is that you or is that Mr. McCabe? Or who's-
That's me.
So the other side would be Mr. McCabe, is that correct?
Correct.
There's also times that are stamped or associated with these text bubbles and with text communications, Mr. McCabe.
Yes.
If I could direct your attention, it may be easier if you're looking at the paper in front of you, but just sort of starting from the top, January 28, 2022, if you could read to the jury what the content is, what the time is, and indicate who is communicating.
At 11:54, I texted Allie and said, "You can get me now, period." At 11:54, I texted her again and said, "If easier." At 11:55, Allie texted me back and said, "Okay, I am driving people home now." At 11:55, I said word. And then at 11:55, I said, "Get me after." At 11:55, Allie wrote back KK. And then at 12:10 a.m., Allie wrote here. And at 12:10 a.m., I wrote back, "Okay."
It's coming, you can take it. And Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Same text that we
So
saw
with respect to
in Alley, just from the
that last
different
communication
opposite
that you sent
perspective.
as far as okay, how long after that message was sent did you then go out to the car where Allie was?
Right after, I'd say around 30 seconds.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibits 82 and 83. Again, I just asked you to take a look at those and look up.
Photos of, I believe, himself
And do you recognize those, sir?
Yep.
And what do you recognize those?
a couple weeks after.
What is in those photos?
A picture of me and my aunt and a picture of me by myself.
And do you recall sort of when those photographs were taken?
Yes, February 11th.
And why is it that you recall that? Well, let me ask you this. As far as February 11th was concerned, where were you that day?
I was at my uncle's house.
Why were you at your uncle's house on that?
My cousin was coming home for leave from the Marine Corps, so we had a little gathering for him.
And just to be clear, when you say your uncle, you're talking about your Uncle Brian Albert again?
Correct.
Your cousin that was coming home from the Marines, what's his name?
Jack Albert.
And so on that evening, you were over that house, is that correct?
Correct.
And the first picture in exhibit, I believe it's 82, is that correct? When you're on the call?
Correct.
And what's contained on there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what you look like as far as your arms, your hands, your face, all of those things on that date of February 11th?
Correct.
And second photograph is again you by yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And from that photograph again, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you look like on February 11th?
Yes.
And from the second photograph in, if you know, where was that taken within the home of your uncle?
In the library at 34 Fairview.
And again, that library.
Crazy to
or
see
any
you
of
have
the
a
other
library
rooms,
in your
within the house,
home.
beyond the kitchen, the dining room, or possibly
In
the
this
bedroom. Did you go
economy?
into any other areas of the house on that night of January 28th into January 29th?
No.
I approach this retrieve. Your Honor?
Yes.
That witness stand sucks. That witness stand sucks. It is so tiny. You have to literally sit there like, be the tiny person. All right, Mr. Lally, what do you got? What are you gonna give us? What are you gonna give us? Give us something good. Give the jury something good, because we need something good. Because we just heard
Now, Mr.
something
Albert, just one
wild
question.
from your
When it
last
came
witness.
to your arrival at 34 Fairview Road on the evening of, or the early morning of January 29th, when you were leaving, beyond your Uncle Brian and your Aunt Nicole, did you see anybody else, anybody else older than yourself or anybody else related to that group come into the house that evening?
No.
Thanks. I have nothing further.
I'm pretty
Mr.
sure other
Jackson, do you want to
people
begin
said-
or wait until the morning?
No, it probably makes more sense to wait as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
I'm gonna wait until the jurors leave, and then you can. All right, jurors, I do have to caution you,
Cross-examination.
please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do
End
any
of
independent
day.
research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Tomorrow's a hot day. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Court, all rise.
I'm running out of ink in this pen. That is the end of the day. Wow. All right. Let's boot, scoot, and boogie.
Please be seated. Court's back in session.
All right. Do you need me for anything? Any evidentiary issues, any exhibits that we need to go through to avoid sidebar time tomorrow?
Not for the Commonwealth, Your Honor, no.
Not on behalf of Mr. Reedy.
Okay. We will start at 9:00 tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you all.
Court, all rise.
You said we will start at 9:00.
Goodbye.
All right. Court is done for the day. Let me bring myself in. Stop that. Take this out. Cool. All right. What a crazy day, right, Crystalline? Oh my gosh, we have experienced so much today as a team of humans together experiencing court. I can't believe it. Let's just go through. Someone remind me tomorrow to grab another pen because I'm almost done with mine. Like, there's seriously no more ink. I'm watching it disappear. It's like it's non-existent in there. Okay. Wow. Look at my notes. I'm taking notes. So wow. What a day. Okay. We've had a lot happening. So we started with Tuesday court, and that started with the cross-examination of the continuation of the cross-examination of Caitlin Albert. And boy, was that fiery. Mr. Iannetti, I don't know how to say his name. He mispronounces everyone else's name, so that's fine. Came in like a freaking wrecking ball. He came in hot, he came in strong, he came in with a purpose. Was it successful? That's a question for the jury. For me, I thought that Caitlin and how she handled that cross-examination was actually excellent and did not do much for the defense. She was composed. She was almost laughing at like the smiles, the scoffs that she had. It was almost laughable. Like it was all almost just laughable. She's like, why are you yelling at me? Like I'm telling you truths here. Stop yelling at me. So I thought that was absolutely excellent. Then we had Tristan Morris, her boyfriend, who was just over the whole fucking thing. He was over it. He didn't want to be there. He didn't want to deal with it. But also could be a loose end that the defense could still use, especially after that testimony. He could still be used as a loose end. He pulled up, picked her up. Right? Like he was there. It's a little weird. He was out plowing. Why are you going from town to town? It's going to be snowing. Aren't you busy? Don't you have things to do? She very easily could have stayed the night. That's her parents' home. There's plenty of rooms. It's still a little weird. They could still probably try to use him as a loose end, it doesn't just have to be Karen. It could be someone else. Then we had Sarah Levinson, who was one of the friends that Brian Albert Jr. was having over at his house, followed by Juliana Nagel. Sarah, she was just pissed. I think she was just pissed. And now, in my opinion, can guys and girls really just be friends? No, I'm just let's start that conversation. Can guys and girls really just be friends? Is a guy going to actually invite like just a couple of girls to hang out with? I have questions. I don't know the dynamic between the friends. There were other friends. There were a couple friends. One with the last name Duty that I'm sorry if I chuckled that too many times. I would like to see, I want more context to the dynamic of this friendship, of this like friend group. Where does Colin fit in to the friend group? Was he really just there for Brian's birthday? Was he there because he's part of the friend group? I need more context. I'm not getting context. I'm not getting the full picture of it. And I really want to paint it out for me. Juliana Nagel, Julie, a year older than Brian Albert Jr., but was there at the house for his birthday. Oh, I pooped. Excuse me. They ordered some food from D&E. They had some drinks, had some music. She was there. She says, all right, so we thought it was like gonna be a thing. Like I thought it was gonna be done. I text my brother. Right? Yeah, Ryan. I text my brother, Ryan, like, hey, come pick me up. And he's like, fine, whatever. Like, I'll get you later on our way home. And she's like, sweet, cool. It's probably about 30, 45 minutes later. He pulls up and she's like, come on inside. Everyone says to come on inside. Come on, we're having a good time. Come partay, right? And they're like, no, these are your friends, not ours. Like, we don't know them. What do you talk? Like, no, thank you. No, thank you. And she's like, whatever, I'm going to stay. So-and-so, I think it was Jen, said that she'll give me a ride home. He was probably pissed. Like, I could have been home already, you know? Like, what do you mean? You asked me to pick you up. And that's when I saw the SUV. We did have an expert in there, Terry Kuhn. It's kind of throwing me off, like going through the notes of it, but Terry Kuhn was an expert that I'll get back to. So Ryan, Julie's brother, says, okay, so we pulled up, I opened the door, suicide door, and it was cold, and Julie talked to us for like a couple minutes, and we were all like, no, we don't want to go inside, either like get in or go back inside. Like, what are you talking about? She's like, I'm gonna go back in and party and hang. Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting about the reactions. Whatever. Stupid reactions. I'm gonna go party, I'm gonna go hang. I'm not going to go home, right? So Ryan says the door's open. Ryan also says that Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky, flashes lights at an SUV to make the turn before them, just because they were going to pull over, right? Like, and I honestly, I dig it. I don't know if it's like a stop sign. I don't know if it's like a two-way stop or a four-way stop, a three-way stop. I don't know what the intersection looks like, but if you are about to pull over and someone's like gonna like making a turn, honestly, just let them go in front of you so you don't have to then slow them up again. I totally get it. I don't know if that was like, they said they were going to beat them to the intersection anyway, so I don't know why you would flash your lights, unless you kind of like thought that they were going to wait for you. I don't know. I'm missing some of the context there. Why would you flash your lights? Because they said that, Ryan said that the car was going to make it to the intersection before them anyway. So why would you flash your lights? I don't know. Very confusing. I'm getting more questions as I talk about it. Black SUV that they saw. Ryan says that they pulled off after Julie said, I'm not going to go home. Ryan says that he saw a woman. He saw a figure with long hair in the driver's side of that SUV, which just so happened to have been pulled on the side of the road right in front of 34 Fairview, a couple car lengths in front of them. And Ryan said it kept getting further and further in front of them. So more and more space was being made. But Ryan, in Ricky's dark gray F-150, wasn't moving. The car, the black SUV, was moving. No one ever saw any damage to anything. They didn't see any damage to taillights. They didn't see anything. They saw the lights were on. They saw the dome light inside was on as well. Now, next was Heather Maxon, who is Ryan's ex, Julie's brother's ex-girlfriend. She made it very clear, like, I want to go home. I don't want to go inside. And honestly, more power to you, right? Like, I don't want to go inside. I don't know these people. I don't want to be here. It's late. It's cold. It's going to snow. I want to go home. Me always. Like, I when I am home, I want to go home, but like I can't go home because I'm already home. So she was like, look, there was a car, and yes, something about, like, there's a little bit of information about it being like seeing it on the road, something like that. They did not open the door. She says that they rolled the window down. Julie said she didn't want to. Hey guys, come inside. And she's like, no, I don't want to. Julie goes back inside. They pull off. Before that, though, Heather says that she saw a man and a woman in the black SUV, or two white humans, one with long hair driving and one with short hair in the passenger seat. That's when she says that she saw two people in the SUV before they even pulled up to the house. Then as she was pulling off, she says that she saw the woman driving. The woman in the driver's seat. She wasn't physically driving because the dome light was on. She wasn't being nosy. She wasn't turning her body. She wasn't rubbernecking to try to get a good view. But she says that as they drove off and passed the car, she saw a female in the driver's seat. All right. Then we got to Ricky. When I get to Ricky, he says that he didn't see the car on the road. He didn't see the car, that black SUV, until he pulled up close to pulling up to the house. That the black SUV was parked on the curb outside of the house, a meter or two in front of him. Also saw no damage, also saw taillights on, also saw their normal lights on, also saw the dome light on. And he says that they did not open the doors, that they rolled the windows down to talk to Julie. They said, no, we don't want to go inside. Julie says, well, I'm going to go back inside. I'll get a ride home from someone else. And they drove off. And that's when Ricky saw a woman in the driver's seat. Heather was asked if Karen, the human being Karen sitting there, was the one in the driver's seat. And she said, I couldn't tell. I won't be able to tell you that. I don't know. I just saw a person, long hair. I cannot make a definitive answer. I can't come up with a definitive answer to that. Then we had Allison McCabe. Bombshells. We had bombshells go off. Colin is one of Allison's best friends. They've grown up together. There was the voir dire about her phone and about metadata, and I have confusion and I have inquiries that I will be asking people about, and probably doing some little research on my own about the metadata, and if manual changes, like changing the time the photo was taken, changing the date the photo was taken, is still recorded within the metadata of the phone. I'm going to try to do a little bit of research. I'm going to do a little chit-chatty, little digging to tech folks, because I need to know. And I'm not actually a juror. My name's Lily, if you don't know. She rescued a dog. She's so sweet. Okay, so then we had the whole blah, blah, blah of Allison McCabe. She wasn't there. She just pulled up to the house, picked Colin up, sent Colin a couple text messages. Okay, I'll pick you up. I'm driving someone home right now. I'll be there. She showed up like 15 minutes later. She's like, hey, I'm here. And he's like, great, I'm gonna come out, or okay, whatever, puts her shoes on and goes out. She never got out of the car. She was never in the house. She was never said to be in the house. She was never seen in the house. She didn't go in the house. But she did get extremely affected by all of the I don't want to use the word harassment. She used harassment. She has been really extremely affected by the knowledge and the response to this case. Her family, Colin, her aunts, her uncles, her sisters, her cousins, her cousins twice removed, her entire circle, her support system is under scrutiny, is living under a microscope, is being examined, their history is being pulled apart. People are pulling up to their houses. People are screaming at them. I'm sure at grocery stores, she's getting online harassment, bullying, quite possibly death threats. She and her family is all experiencing this. And that has, you could clearly tell at the end of her testimony, was taking a massive toll on her emotionally, mentally, physically, psychologically. She was taking a hit because of all of the negative that was coming towards her and her family. She wasn't just feeling for herself, she was feeling for her entire family. It's probably affected relationships within the family. This is a big deal. This is tearing a town apart. And when a family, a big family lives in the same town, that big family is going to be part of the town that is being torn apart. Mr. Lally did what I don't like. He did the thing that I don't like that he does. He left his witness, just left him, either to be handed over to the defense for cross-examination or to be said, oh, I'm all done. He was probably expecting a recross at this point. The defense team did not take a recross, and she burst. She exploded. It was like a volcano. Her everything, she just couldn't hold it in anymore. The harassment, all of the things, all of the emotions that came with all of the negative that was coming at her for so long and her family for so long, it just imploded. The pressure, the stress, the anxiety, it just imploded. She asked, can I take a moment? Of course she was allowed to. Did you hear my neck crack? That felt good. Of course she was allowed to. She was shaking when she was trying to drink some water. It was her breathing rapidly and intense, and was like short, very short, heavy breaths, like trying to catch your breath. It all happened so fast. It all happened so extremely fast. And then Mr. Lally was like, okay, great, no more questions, I'm all done, bye. And when she was excused, she ran out of that courtroom. Ran away. She ran. And then we had Colin Albert, who we will be starting cross-examination tomorrow, but I will be watching it Friday. Friday, I will be having an all-day stream, just like today, watching Thursday and Friday. I will not be here Thursday morning to stream. I have some things I have to do. I'm doing some things start Friday. And so I will be doing that. So I won't be here on Thursday, but I will be here on Friday catching up, and then, Thursday, Friday, all on Friday. We did have an expert. Very interesting expert. Terry Kuhn, Kun. When I heard the spelling, I was good. She was a vet DNA expert. She does murders and homicides, which I thought was interesting. So her expertise and her where she works is expertise is testing for many species DNA. And so I would assume for all different reasons. This time was to see, this was the prosecution's witness to test the wound where they swabbed, the shirt that they swabbed, to have Chloe, a German Shepherd, a dog, a canine's DNA, where the wound happened on John, where they alleged it came from, the defense alleged it came from the dog, right? So this was the prosecution's way of being like, it wasn't a dog. What are you talking about? See, he gave you a swab. It wasn't a dog. The defense, I think, did a really good job in being like, okay, but what about blood and dye from like clothing? Can that inhibit? Can that cause problems? Yes. The expert went through their standard operating procedure, their SOP, very detailed, very meticulous. So a lot of human error can be removed from that because of the meticulous, detailed logging that they have. There was pig DNA. Someone had some bacon. The defense played that and kind of twisted it and said, okay, what if the pig DNA came from a pig ear dog treat that the dog was using with its claws, and then left the pig DNA on the cloth, which was the swab? Anything's possible, Good Lord. this case. So that's it for me today. Thank you so much for being here. If you are not subscribed already, feel free to subscribe. This is a new channel and a new venture, and I'd love for you to tag along with me. My name's Lily. I'm not a lawyer. I just watch trials a lot, and this one was crazy. All right, I'm gonna head out. Thanks for being here. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Friday. Not tomorrow, Friday.